Chapter 1758. The carriages moved and the horses neighed. 12 carriages carrying the teachers and students of the academy, as well as the necessary machinery and parts to build the relay station, headed northeast under the protection of more than 1,000 soldiers from the palace. Isn't that the Prince of Wei? Where are they going? Yinshan was located in the south of Lantian County. The group of people from the academy had to pass through Lantian County on their way north. When the group entered the city, they attracted the attention of many passers-by. When Li Tai opened the curtains and looked out, he was recognized by someone. It was Chun Shuazhen, who had gotten up early to buy the newspaper. With Li Tai's financial support, she and her sister, Chun Shu, had already lived in the south of Lantian County. Of course, they rented a house. Chun Shuazhen was working as an apprentice in a medical hall in the city before school started. On one hand, she could learn some medical skills. After all, she was going to be admitted into the medical school of Yanwang College. On the other hand, she could earn some money to support her family. Every day, she worked and rested. Her life was quite fulfilling. Early in the morning, Chun Shuazhen planned to buy the newspaper and go directly to the medical hall as usual. However, a group of carriages and many soldiers rushed into the city and headed north. A head popped out of the leading carriage. Coincidentally, it was someone she knew. Li was puzzled. Of course, she knew Li Tai's identity. He was the Prince of Wei and also the most outstanding student in Yanwang College. However, what were they doing? Were they going to fight a war? But why would it be Li Tai's turn to fight a war? She had never heard that the Prince of Wei knew martial arts. Coincidentally or not, Li Tai, who had stuck his head out of the carriage, also saw Chun Shuazhen in the crowd. It wasn't that Chun Shuazhen was a beauty that could captivate the birds and beasts, but there was a saying that when enemies meet, their eyes would turn red. Perhaps there was some kind of power that pushed the two of them to notice each other. "Stupid girl, it's you." The carriages moved and the horses neighed. 12 carriages carrying the teachers and students of the academy, as well as the necessary machinery and parts to build the relay station, headed northeast under the protection of more than 1,000 soldiers from the palace. Isn't that the Prince of Wei? Where are they going? Yinshan was located in the southern part of Lantian County. The group from the academy had to pass through Lantian County on their way to the north. When the group reached the city, they attracted a lot of attention. When Li Tai opened the curtains and looked out, he was recognized by someone. It was Chun Shuazhen, who had gotten up early to buy newspapers. With Li Tai's financial support, she and her sister, Chun Shuyu, had long since settled down in the south of Lantian County. Of course, they rented a house. Taking advantage of the fact that school hadn't started yet, Chun Shuazhen worked as an apprentice in a medical hall in the city. On the one hand, she could learn some medical skills. After all, she was taking the exam for the medical school of Yanwang College. On the other hand, she could earn some money to support her family. Every day, she worked from dawn to dusk. Her life was quite fulfilling. Early in the morning, Chun Shuazhen planned to buy newspapers and go to the medical hall directly as usual. Unexpectedly, a group of carriages and many soldiers rushed into the city and headed to the north gate. A head popped out of the leading carriage. Coincidentally, it was someone she knew. Li was immediately confused. Of course, she knew Li Tai's identity. The Prince of Wei was also the most outstanding student in Yanwang College. But what was with such a big lineup? Were they going to war? But why would it be Li Tai's turn to go to war? She didn't hear that the Prince of Wei knew martial arts. Coincidentally or not, Li Tai, who had stuck his head out of the carriage, also saw Chun Shuazhen in the crowd. It wasn't that Chun Shuazhen was a beauty that could captivate the birds and beasts, but there was a saying that when enemies meet, their eyes would turn red. Perhaps there was some kind of power that pushed the two of them to notice each other. "Stupid girl, it's you." Chapter 1759. Not only did Adjunct Li bring the unparalleled armor and the peerless godly weapon to the Black Armored Army, but he also brought all these training equipment. As the general of the Black Armored Army, I must thank Adjunct Li. In the Black Armored Army, on the second day of the new drill, many carriages loaded with goods arrived at the gate of the Black Armored Army early in the morning. Li Zixuan had sent a telegram to ask the workshop to customize the horizontal bars for the soldiers to do pull-ups. There were 200 horizontal bars in total. Although they were far less than the 5,000 bars in the Black Armored Army, they were enough for the soldiers to take turns doing pull-ups. Duan Jishuan couldn't help but smile at Li Zishuan beside him as he watched the carriages of military supplies being transported in. Oomph. So what if he has some filthy money? He is just the son of a businessman after all. Xiao Xinggong couldn't help but roll his eyes when he saw Duan Jishuan praising Li Zishuan like this, and he mocked in his heart. He did not have a good impression of Li Zishuan to begin with. On top of that, Li Zishuan had managed to turn the tables on him yesterday. He could not wait to find a chance to kick Li Zishuan out of the black armored troops. General, you are too kind. Li Zishuan saluted Duan Jishuan and said, I am now a member of the Black Armored Army. It is my responsibility to do something for the Black Armored Army. Duan Jishuan laughed and said, Haha, you are too humble. Adjunctly, business is business, and personal wealth is personal wealth. Adjunct Li has spent so much money for the Black Armored Army that even I, as the general of the Black Armored Army, am ashamed. Let's not talk about the previous weapons and armor. I will report the training equipment to the Ministry of War and purchase it with military funds. I hope Adjunct Li will not refuse. The vanadium steel armor and the vanadium steel horse lance were specially made for the Black Armored Army by Chitsu Pavilion's new workshop. The cost was entirely borne by Li Zishuan. This was the promise that Li Zishuan had made to Lier. Not only did Adjunct Li bring the unparalleled armor and the peerless godly weapon to the Black Armored Army, he even brought these training tools. As the general of the Black Armored Army, I really have to thank Adjunct Li. Inside the Black Armored Army, early in the morning, many carriages loaded with goods arrived at the gate of the Black Armored Army. These were the horizontal bars that Li Zishuan had sent a telegram to the workshop the day before. 2 sets of horizontal bars were specially made for the soldiers' training. Jishuan asked the workshop. There were 200 horizontal bars. There were 200 horizontal bars in the Black Armored Army. Although there were horizontal training, There were 200 bars. The Jishuan soldiers have the Jishuan training. Junked, godly man. Xiao Xinggong rolled his eyes at Duan Jishuan's praise of Li Zishuan. He mocked Duan Jishuan in his heart. He did not have a good impression of Li Zishuan to begin with. On top of that, Li Zishuan had managed to turn the tables on him yesterday. He could not wait to find a chance to kick Li Zishuan out of the black armored troops. General, you are too kind. Li Zishuan saluted Duan Jishuan and said, I am now a member of the Black Armored Army. It is my responsibility to do something for the Black Armored Army. Duan Jishuan laughed and said, Haha, you are too humble. Adjunct Li, business is business, and personal wealth is personal wealth. Adjunct Li has spent so much money for the Black Armored Army. Even as the general of the Black Armored Army, I am ashamed. Let's not talk about the previous weapons and armor. This time, I will report the training equipment to the Ministry of War. I hope Adjunct Li will not refuse. The vanadium steel armor and the vanadium steel horse lance were specially made for the Black Armored Army by the new workshop of Chitsu Pavilion. The cost was all borne by Li Zishuan himself. This was the promise that Li Zishuan made to Lier. Chapter 1760. Chumo, Baolin, we have been in the Black Armored Army for 2 days now. How do you feel? After setting the challenge with Xiao Xinggong, Li Zishuan came to the training area of the Wu Battalion and asked Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin, who had just finished their 10-mile-long run. Now, other than the Wu Battalion, there were also the A Battalion and D Battalion. However, from a personal point of view, Li Zishuan was closer to the Wu Battalion. On one hand, the soldiers in the Wu Battalion were all new recruits, and he was also a new recruit. Naturally, the relationship between the two new recruits would be closer. Secondly, he knew a lot of people in the Wu Battalion. Sun Jiping aside, there was also Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin. This made Li Zishuan even more biased towards the Wu Battalion. How do you feel? Xianxia, I don't think I can stay in the black armored troops any longer. The first day was still okay, but yesterday I was so tired. I woke up early in the morning and had to do a 5-kilometer long run. After the run, I had to do combat training. If I wasn't careful, I would be beaten black and blue. That's not all. After that, I still have to do formation training, cavalry charging, mounted archery training, and after dinner, I still have to run 5 kilometers. No, I really can't stay in the black armored army anymore. At this moment, Chung Chumo was lying on the grass with stars in his eyes. He had just finished the 10-mile run not long ago. When he heard Li Zixuan's question, he couldn't help but complain. It was just that the voice of this ridicule was so weak. Yesterday was the first day of the new training in the Wu Battalion. Almost everyone was tortured half to death. Among them, there were more than 10 people who failed the training and were punished by not having lunch. After experiencing the pain of not eating at noon, Chung Chumo and Yuchi Bao Lin put in extra effort, especially during the 10-li long-distance run. Their legs were almost broken from running, and only then did they barely make it through. Chumo, Bao Lin, we have been in the Black Armored Army for 2 days now. How do you feel? After setting the challenge with Xiao Xinggong, Li Zixuan came to the training area of the Wu Battalion and asked Chung Chumo and Yuchi Baolin, who had just finished the 10-mile long run. Now, besides the Wu Battalion, there were also the A Battalion and D Battalion. However, Li Zixuan was closer to the Wu Battalion from a personal point of view. Firstly, the soldiers in the Wu Battalion were all new recruits, and he was also a new recruit. Therefore, the relationship between the two new recruits would naturally be closer. Secondly, there were many familiar faces in the Wu Battalion. Not to mention Sun Jiping, there were also Chung Chumo and Yuchi Baolin. Therefore, Li Zixuan couldn't help but be more biased towards the Wu Battalion. How do you feel? Xianxia, I don't think I can stay in the black armored troops any longer. The first day was still okay, but yesterday I was so tired. I had to run 5 kilometers with my armor on. After the run, I have to do combat training. If I'm not careful, I'll be beaten black and blue. That's not all. After that, there's formation training, cavalry charging, mounted archery training, and after dinner, I still have to run 5 kilometers. I've never been so tired in my entire life. No, I really can't stay in the Black Armored Army any longer. Chung Chumo was lying on his back on the grass with stars in his eyes. He had just finished the 10-mile long run. When he heard Li Zixuan's question, he couldn't help but complain. It was just that the voice of this ridicule was so weak. Yesterday was the first day of the new training in the Wu Battalion. Almost everyone was tortured half to death. Among them, there were more than 10 people who failed the training and were punished by not having lunch. After experiencing the pain of not eating lunch at noon, Chung Chumo and Yuchi Baolin put in extra effort, especially during the 10-li long-distance run. Their legs almost broke from running, and only then did they barely pass the hurdle. Chapter 1761. Your Highness, Wen Hao told me yesterday that he would be going north with his classmates today and would only be back in a few months. However, he did not tell me the details. Does Your Highness know? In the new workshop of the Strange Interest Pavilion, in the side hall of the Datong Daily Editorial Office, Li Ku, who had achieved his goal, was about to leave when he was stopped by Li Yu and asked by her. Li Ku paused and frowned. After a moment of silence, he turned to Li Yu and said, I do know a thing or two about this matter. However, this matter is a secret of the Academy and should not be leaked. Wen Hao did not tell you for your own good, and also for the sake of the teachers and students of the Academy. I hope Miss Li Yu can understand. He had memorized the Academy's confidentiality management regulations. The telegraph relay station was the Academy's second trump card project. It was a top-secret research project. Of course, it could not be told to outsiders. Li Yu's eyes flashed, but her expression was normal. She bowed to Li Ku and said, Li Yu understands. Thank you, Your Highness, for being honest with me. However, Your Highness, please tell me if the journey north is dangerous? Meng Wenhao was Li Yu's best friend. She could not ask about the details of the mission, but she wanted to know if it was dangerous. Li Ku paused and replied, Miss Li Yu, you don't have to worry about safety. There will be 1,000 Imperial Guards escorting them. Besides, Wenhao is carrying out a mission in the Tang Empire. The local provincial government will also protect them. Hearing this, Liu breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Then I'm relieved. Thank you, Your Highness. I should be able to draft the notice before the hour of the afternoon. When the time comes, I'll send someone to deliver it to Your Highness." Li Ku smiled and waved his hand. "There's no need for that. The fact that the Yamacho handed over the editorial office to Miss Liu proves that your ability is outstanding. I believe in your ability. After the notice is written, just put it on the Datong Daily tomorrow. I'll take my leave first." He was going back to Chong and to deal with the Golden Row Guard's official business. Sending the notice back and forth would affect his efficiency. Liu smiled sweetly and said, "Thank you, Your Highness, for your trust. Your Highness, take care." Your Highness, when Hao told me yesterday that he would go up north with his classmates from the academy to do something today and would not return for a few months. However, he did not tell me the details. Does Your Highness know? In the side hall of the editorial department of Datong Daily, in a new workshop of the Strange Interest Pavilion, Li Ku, who had achieved his goal, was about to leave when Liu suddenly called out to him. Li Ku paused and frowned. After a moment of silence, he turned to Liu and said, "I do know a thing or two about this matter. However, this matter is a secret of the academy and cannot be leaked. When I didn't tell you for your own good, and for the sake of the academy's teachers and students going north. I hope Miss Liu can understand." He had memorized the regulations of the academy on confidentiality management. The telegraph relay station was the second trump card project of the academy. It was a top-secret research project. Of course, it cannot be told to outsiders. Liu's eyes flashed, but her expression remained the same. She bowed to Li Ku and said, "Liu understands. Thank you for your honesty, Your Highness. However, Your Highness, please tell me if the journey north is dangerous?" Meng Wenhao was Liu's best friend. She could not ask about the specific mission of the academy's teachers and students going north, but she wanted to know if this mission was dangerous. Li Ku paused and replied, "Miss Liu, you don't have to worry about safety. This trip will be escorted by 1,000 Imperial Guards. Moreover, Wenhao and the others are carrying out a mission in the Tang Empire. The local soldiers and horses will also protect them." Hearing this, Liu heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Then I'm relieved. Thank you, Your Highness. I should be able to draft the notice for collecting military funds before 3 p.m. I'll send someone to send it to Your Highness." Li Ku smiled and waved his hand. "There's no need for that. The fact that the Yamacho handed over the editorial department to Miss Liu proves that your ability is outstanding. I believe in your ability. After the notice is written, just put it on the Datong Daily tomorrow. I'll take my leave first." He was going back to Chong and city to deal with the Golden Row Guard's official business. Sending documents back and forth would inevitably affect his efficiency. Liu smiled sweetly and said, "Thank you, Your Highness, for your trust. Take care, Your Highness." Chapter 1762. Marquis's kindness to us is as heavy as a mountain. If Marquis has any orders, we will do our best to fulfill them. Boss Lin, please tell us what we should do. As soon as Chao Wendong finished speaking, Liao Shifan stood up and cupped his fists. That's right. Helping Marquis share his burdens is a matter of course. But as for how to do so, I hope Boss Lin can give us a plan. We will definitely do as you say. The rest of the people also agreed. Everyone, please take a seat and listen to me. Lin Wenyuan saw that the time was right. He gestured with his hands and said, Marquis intends to use the name of the Yin Huang Chamber of Commerce to solicit donations from all the merchants of Great Tang. Although our Yin Huang Chamber of Commerce has only been established for a year, under Marquis's wise leadership, we have become the most influential chamber of commerce in Great Tang. Now that the country is facing a crisis, we have to share the burdens of Marquis and share the burdens of the country. Tomorrow's Datong Daily will publish a notice to raise funds for the military. At that time, all the merchants of the world will know about this from the newspapers. As for us members of the Chamber of Commerce, first, we need to mobilize the forces around us to contact the other merchants around us and spread the news in these 2 days. Second, in 3 days, Marquis has authorized me to hold a donation gathering. All the merchants who are interested in donating will attend. At that time, I hope that the members of the Yin Huang Chamber of Commerce will take the lead in donating and set an example. Lin Wenyuan explained the plan that Li Ku had given him in detail. Everyone was silent for a moment before they agreed. So that's how it is. Don't worry, Boss Lin. Once I return, I will pay a visit to some of my friends in the capital. They have always admired the Marquis. I don't think they will refuse this fundraising event. I also have many business friends in the capital. When I return, I will contact them immediately. Our Zheng family has many business friends in Jiangnan, but the donation gathering is in 3 days. I'm afraid there won't be enough time. At this moment, Zheng Qianjun frowned and spoke. The Zheng family's Misty Rain Villa was famous for its influence in both the underworld and the underworld of Jiangnan. In the business world of Jiangnan, the Zheng family was a force to be reckoned with. As long as Zheng Qianjuan's father, Zheng Yinhong, made a call, more than half of the merchants in Jiangnan would respond. However, Jiangnan was nearly 1,000 miles away from Chang'an. No matter how influential Zheng Yinhong was in Jiangnan, it was impossible for him to get the merchants of Jiangnan to come all the way to Chang'an for donations. Moreover, even if they were willing to come, they wouldn't be able to make it in time for the donation ceremony in 3 days. Young Lord Zheng's worries are not without reason. Jiangnan is a long way from Chang'an. I'm afraid we won't be able to make it in time. Lin Wenyuan nodded. He looked at Zheng Qianjun and said, "Time is tight. We can only mobilize the merchants near the capital to raise a batch of military funds. We can show Marquis, the imperial court, and His Majesty the power of us merchants. Think about it. Why would His Majesty agree to Marquis's request to gather merchants to raise military funds for the country? This is a great opportunity for us. Scholars, farmers, workers, and merchants, we merchants have been looked down upon for hundreds of years. Everyone says that we only care about profits. But this time, when we raise military funds for the country, we want the world to see that we merchants are not petty people who only care about profits. We care more about righteousness, about the country's righteousness." After hearing Lin Wenyuan's words, Chao Wendong's eyes lit up. He hurriedly said, "Boss Lin's words have hit the nail on the head. Scholars, farmers, workers, and merchants, we merchants have been prejudiced by the world for hundreds of years. If we want others to think highly of us, we have to unite ourselves and do things that others think highly of us. This time, when we raise military fund for the country, it is a good opportunity for us merchants to show our righteousness. I don't care about others, but the Chao family will donate no less than 20,000 strings of cash." As the largest silk and cloth merchant in the capital, Chao Wendong had always been working hard to establish a chamber of commerce to raise the status of merchants. However, his ability and influence were limited. He could only have the will, but not the strength. Last year, after many twists and turns, Chao Wendong finally managed to hitch a ride with Li Zishuan and the Yin Huang Chamber of Commerce. In this year, he had watched the Chamber of Commerce expand bit by bit. The status of the members of the Chamber of Commerce had also gradually increased. This point might not be obvious in the Great Tang, but it was absolutely obvious in Lantian County. This was because Li Zishuan had implemented a complete set of protection systems for merchants in Lantian County. There was a special department of commerce to deal with disputes related to merchants. In Lantian County, the status of merchants was no longer at the lowest level of society. Everyone was equal. Lin Wenyuan's words made Chao Wendong realize that this matter of raising military funds was a good opportunity for merchants to increase their influence. Of course, putting this aside, if merchants wanted to do business peacefully, they needed a stable environment. And the prerequisite for this stable environment was that the Great Tang had to win the war with the Turks. Otherwise, not to mention doing business, in this chaotic world, it would be difficult for ordinary people to even survive. Due to these reasons, Chao Wendong was willing to put in a lot of money to support Li Zishuan's military fund raising conference. Good. Boss Chao is indeed very bold. Lin Wenyuan's face lit up as he said, "Boss Chao is so righteous. I admire you. Here, I'll make it clear to everyone. For this military fundraising, I will donate no less than 20,000 strings of cash. Of course, this is only this Lin's guarantee to all of you. As for how much you and other business friends can donate, Marquis and this Lin will not force you. Everyone should do what they can. No matter how much you donate, it's still a token of our sincerity. Good. Everyone inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, although everyone present had some wealth, not everyone could casually throw out 20,000 strings of cash like Chao Wendong and Lin Wenyuan. Strictly speaking, whether it was Chao Wendong or Lin Wenyuan, neither of them was so rich that they didn't care about 20,000 strings of cash. Taking out so much money all at once would still cause them some heartache. The reason they were willing to part with it was because they could see the big picture. So when they heard that Chao Wendong was going to donate 20,000 strings of cash, some people couldn't help but worry. Would this fund-raising conference turn into a donation contest? Would one person donate more than the other? Lin Wenyuan's last sentence could be considered to have temporarily put everyone at ease. All right, it's getting late, and I've finished what Marquis asked of me. I'll have to trouble everyone to start contacting your friends in the capital today and publicize the fund-raising conference in 3 days. Seeing that everything was over, Lin Wenyuan stood up. Good, then let's go and contact them. Everyone stood up, clasped their hands, and bade farewell. The secret meeting of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce ended just like that. Soldiers, listen to my command. 25 people in a row, get into formation. Lin Wenyuan brought the members of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce to discuss the issue of raising military funds. In the Black Armored Army's camp, where the Wu Battalion was training, Li Zexuan and Sun Jiping were organizing the soldiers to carry out cavalry charging training. According to the first edition of the heavy cavalry drill compiled by Li Zexuan, starting from 3 o'clock in the afternoon, there would be 3 hours of cavalry charging training. All the soldiers would put on their helmets and armor, and their horses would put on their armor. They would practice charging techniques, and they would follow every order in a uniform manner. At this moment, Sun Jiping gave the order, and the 100 soldiers of the Wu Battalion immediately mounted their horses. 25 people in a row, and they quickly formed a horizontal line of heavy cavalry. There was a reason why they used a horizontal line instead of a column. This was because charging in a horizontal line could maximize the impact of the heavy cavalry. When 3 or 4 rows of heavy cavalry charge at the enemy at the same time, the enemy's solid defensive formation would quickly collapse. The cavalry could then scatter and turn to the side, and then regroup behind the other cavalry lines. They would then attack the next round of charging from the front line. Through this method, they could create a strong impact and continuously deplete the enemy's energy. Before Napoleon, the horizontal line was the basic form of all cavalry charging. In the entire 8th century, there was only one situation where the cavalry would charge in a column when breaking through the enemy's encirclement. Target, the wooden stakes 3,000 feet away, charge. In just a few breaths of time, the 100 heavy cavalry soldiers were quickly assembled. Sun Jiping nodded his head in satisfaction. This proved that their training yesterday was not in vain. Immediately, he pulled out the long sword at his waist, pointed at the rows of wooden stakes 3,000 feet away, and gave the order loudly. Kill! The soldiers did not respond loudly. Instead, they shouted the word kill in unison. The 100 cavalry soldiers began to charge at a fixed speed towards the wooden stakes in front of them. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. The essence of the heavy cavalry charging tactics was that every cavalryman had to maintain a uniform movement, and every warhorse had to maintain the same pace. Only in this way could the heavy cavalry exert the most powerful impact and give the enemy the greatest visual and auditory impact. Therefore, Sun Jiping also got on his horse at this time and moved forward with the first group of soldiers of the Wu Battalion. At the same time, he also shouted the slogan that Li Zexuan taught him to control the marching rhythm of the soldiers. Li Zexuan also made detailed rules about the marching rhythm of the heavy cavalry charging in a horizontal line in the heavy cavalry drill manual. At the beginning, The horizontal line should start moving as slowly as possible. This was to accumulate momentum. Then, it would turn into a fast trot. When they were about 300 meters away from the enemy, they would gradually increase their speed and turn into a fast trot. When they were about 20 to 30 meters away from the enemy, they would move forward at full speed. Stop! Li Zixuan, who was observing from the side, suddenly shouted when the first group of soldiers moved 20 to 30 feet away. Shill! Thump! 100 cavalrymen immediately reined in their horses. The horses' hooves landed on the ground and made a series of uniform sounds. Li Zixuan rode forward and said sternly, "First row, 5th and 12th from the left. Second row, 3rd from the left. Third row, 10th from the left. Fourth row, 7th, 8th, and 21st from the left. Everyone that I just called out, step forward." Hearing Li Zixuan's unfriendly tone, everyone was silent for a moment. The soldiers that were called out hesitated for a moment. Then they all moved to the side of the square formation and waited in fear for Li Zixuan's punishment. Li Zixuan looked at this annoying person indifferently and then said loudly, "The 7 of you are either half a step faster or half a step slower. You can't keep the same pace as the others. You guys stand aside and watch. The rest of you, return to your original positions and rearrange the formation." Yes. The rest of the soldiers cupped their fists and answered. Immediately after, the front troops turned to the back and quickly returned to their original positions. At this moment, Li Zixuan said in a deep voice, "Field Officer Sun, you will ride at the front and lead the team. The rest of you will follow behind Field Officer Sunday, control your war horses well, and maintain the same pace as Field Officer Sunday. If there are any faster or slower horses, I will pull them out and let you all train individually." "Yes, General," Sun Jiping responded and rode to the front of the cavalrymen. Since Li Zixuan was helping him supervise from behind, all he needed to do was to lead the team from the front. The rest of the soldiers didn't expect Li Zixuan to be so strict that they couldn't even move their horses half a step faster or slower. For a moment, everyone was on full alert because if they wanted to meet Li Zixuan's requirements, they had to maintain a high level of concentration. This was not only a test of their individual reaction speed, but also their ability to control their horses. There was no room for slacking off. "Everyone, listen to my order and charge with me." Sun Jiping pulled out his long sword and pointed it at the wooden pole in front of him again and ordered loudly, "Neat and uniform." This was called neat and uniform. The momentum of the cavalryman charging team was slowly accumulating. "Ready to go." Da-da-da-da-da. When they were about 300 feet away from the wooden pole, Sun Jiping's horse suddenly sped up. After a short adjustment of pace, the soldiers at the back quickly caught up with Sun Jiping's rhythm. The sound of horse hooves became neat and uniform again, and as they moved forward, the sound of horse hooves became faster and faster, just like the war drums during a battle. The drum beats became more and more frequent, to the extent that everyone had an illusion that their heartbeats were also getting faster and faster. Da-da-da-da-da-da. When they were about 15 feet away from the wooden pole, the speed of the cavalrymen finally reached the maximum. However, Li Zixuan did not give the order to stop, so Sun Jiping naturally did not dare to give the order to stop. However, the hundreds of soldiers at the back were about to hit the wooden pole. If they did not stop now, they would definitely be thrown off their horses. For a moment, the originally neat and uniform troop finally had some messy sounds of horse hooves, and the formation of the cavalrymen also became a little messy. Why is Commander Li not giving the order to stop? At this speed, it will be too late to stop. Not only the cavalrymen on the field, but the other black armored army soldiers who were watching from the side were also secretly anxious. Li Zixuan's eyes were cold, and he did not say a word. He had no intention of stopping the cavalrymen at all. This was because he was very dissatisfied with the chaos that appeared in the cavalry charging team just now. In his opinion, the most important thing in a cavalry charging team was to be neat and uniform. If the commander did not give the order to stop, no one would listen. Even if there was a bottomless abyss in front of them, they still could not stop. Chapter 1763. 150 zhang, 100 zhang, 80 zhang, 70 zhang, 60 zhang. The cavalry charged forward at a very fast speed. Seeing that they were getting closer and closer to the wooden piles, Li Zishuan still didn't give the order to stop the charge. The other soldiers of the Wu battalion who were watching the battle from the side all had their hearts in their throats. They didn't understand why Li Zishuan still didn't give the order. Did he forget to give the order, or was he doing it on purpose? The cavalry that was charging forward with Sun Jiping was even more flustered. In such a short distance, and at such a fast speed, if they didn't stop and hit the wooden pole, both men and horses would be injured. At this moment, when they were only 50 feet away from the wooden pole, someone finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Nay! For the 5 soldiers in the first row pulled the reins lightly, trying to slow down their horses. But when they slowed down, the people behind them didn't expect it. After all, everyone had time to react. When the soldiers at the back realized that the people in front of them were slowing down, it was already too late for them to slow down their horses. Pong! Ouch! When the rear army collided with the front army, the formation of the 4 or 5 soldiers in the first row who had slowed down at the beginning was thrown into disarray. They even had the tendency to affect the other troops around them. In just a few breaths, 20 to 30 soldiers were knocked off their feet. Sun Jiping, of course, heard the commotion behind him, but he didn't have time to care about it, because he was only 30 zhang away from the wooden stakes in front of him. At this time, even if Li Zishuan gave the order to stop charging, it was already too late. The only thing he could do was to control his posture and try his best to avoid getting hurt when the horses hit the wooden stakes later. In the blink of an eye, the distance of 40 to 50 zhang was just a blink of an eye for Sun Jiping and the others with the speed of their horses. Pung, pung, pung. Nay, nay. Ouch. Under Sun Jiping's lead charge, more than 60 soldiers of the Wu battalion rammed into the wooden stakes in front of them. For a moment, people and horses were sent flying, and screams could be heard everywhere. The screams came from both the horses and the soldiers. But luckily, the horses were wearing square steel horse armor, and the soldiers were wearing vanadium steel plate armor. 15 zhang, 10 zhang, 8 zhang, 7 zhang, 6 zhang. The cavalry assault team was moving forward at an extremely fast speed. They were getting closer and closer to the wooden piles in front of them, but Li Zishuan still didn't give the order to stop. The other soldiers of the Wu battalion who were watching from the side all had their hearts in their throats. They didn't understand why Li Zishuan still didn't give the order. Did he forget to give the order, or was he doing it on purpose? The cavalry that was charging forward with Sun Jiping was even more flustered. In such a short distance, and at such a fast speed, if they didn't stop and hit the wooden pole, both men and horses would be injured. At this moment, when they were only 5 feet away from the wooden pole, someone finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Whoosh! There were 4 or 5 soldiers in the first row who gently pulled on the reins, trying to slow down their horses. However, the moment they slowed down, the people behind them were not prepared. After all, everyone had time to react. By the time the soldiers at the back realized that the people in front were slowing down, it was already too late for them to slow down their horses. Bang! Ouch! The soldiers at the back bumped into the soldiers at the front. The formation of those 4 or 5 soldiers in the first row who slowed down at the beginning was instantly messed up. They even had the tendency to affect the other formations around them. In just a few breaths, 20 to 30 soldiers were knocked over. Of course, Sun Jiping heard the commotion behind him, but he didn't have the time to care about it, because he was only 3 feet away from the wooden piles in front of him. At this moment, even if Li Zishuan gave the order to stop charging, it was already too late. The only thing he could do was to control his posture and try his best to avoid getting injured when the horses hit the wooden piles later. It was too late to say, but in the blink of an eye, the distance of 4 to 5 feet was just a blink of an eye for Sun Jiping and the others with their current speed. Bang, bang, bang. Nay, nay. Ouch. Under Sun Jiping's leading the charge, more than 60 soldiers of the Wu battalion crashed into the wooden piles in front of them. For a moment, people and horses were all sent flying, and screams could be heard everywhere. The screams came from both the horses and the soldiers. Fortunately, the horses were wearing square steel horse armor, and the soldiers were wearing vanadium steel plate armor. Chapter 1764. After saying that, Li Zixuan looked at Sun Zhiping again and instructed in a deep voice, "Field Officer Sun, according to my standards just now, form a team of 100 people. Pick out those who don't meet the requirements and do individual training later. I only have one requirement, and that is to follow orders and be uniform. As for those who are not up for battle, they will be punished according to the military rules." "Yes, sir." Sun Zhiping immediately stepped forward and cupped his fist. "All right, you are clear on the way to charge. I will leave the rest of the training to you. You must make sure that they are up to standard today." Li Zixuan patted Sun Zhiping's shoulder and said, he was in the army and was only in charge of the training plan. He had to rely on the captains of each battalion to lead the troops. There was no need for him to do everything personally. "Yes, sir." Sun Zhiping cupped his fist. 6th Battalion, charge. 12121. In the afternoon, on the drill ground of the Black Armored Army's camp, the soldiers of the Wu Battalion became the most eye-catching Zai. Under Sun Zhiping's command, the cavalrymen charged toward a row of wooden stakes without any fear of death. Of course, they didn't have to hit the wooden stakes every time they charged. Most of the time, Sun Zhiping would give the command to stop when they were close to the wooden stakes. As for hitting the wooden stakes, it was just a random situation. After all, every time they hit the wooden stakes, there would be injuries to the horses and soldiers. This was just daily training and not on the battlefield. The Black Armored Army couldn't accept such a huge loss. After saying that, Li Zixuan looked at Sun Zhiping again and instructed in a deep voice, "Field Officer Sun, according to my standards just now, form a team of 100 people. Pick out those who don't meet the requirements and do individual training later. I only have one requirement, and that is to follow orders and be uniform. As for those who are not up for battle, they will be punished according to the military rules." "Yes, sir." Sun Zhiping immediately stepped forward and cupped his fist. "All right, you are clear on the way to charge. I will leave the rest of the training to you. You must make sure that they are up to standard today." Li Zixuan patted Sun Zhiping's shoulder and said, he had joined the army, so he was only responsible for customizing the drill plan. As for the specific people who would lead the troops and carry them out, he still had to rely on the captains of each battalion. There was no need for him to personally attend to everything. This general obeys. Sun Zhiping cupped his fists and said, "6th Squad, charge. 121-121. In the afternoon, on the drill ground of the Black Armored Army's camp, the soldiers of the Wu Battalion became the most eye-catching Zai. Under Sun Zhiping's command, the cavalrymen charged towards a row of wooden stakes without fear of death again and again. Of course, they did not have to hit the wooden poles every time they charged. Most of the time, Sun Zhiping would give the order to stop when the team was close to the wooden poles. As for hitting the wooden poles, it was just a random situation. After all, with every collision, there would be injuries to the horses and soldiers. And this was just training and not on the battlefield. The Black Armored troops could not accept such a huge loss. After that, Li Zixuan looked at Sun Zhiping and said in a deep voice, "Captain Sun, according to my standards just now, 100 men in a battalion. Pick out those who do not meet the requirements and have them undergo individual training. I only have one requirement, and that is to follow orders and be uniform. As for those who are timid or not, they will be punished according to the crime of being afraid of war in the military rules." This general obeys. Sun Zhiping immediately stepped forward and cupped his fists. "All right, now that you are clear about the way of charging, I will leave the rest of the training to you. Today, you must train them well." Li Zixuan patted Sun Zhiping's shoulder and said, he had joined the army, so he was only responsible for customizing the drill plan. As for the specific people who would lead the troops and carry them out, he still had to rely on the captains of each battalion. There was no need for him to personally attend to everything. This general obeys. Sun Zhiping cupped his fists and said, "6th Squad, charge. 12121. In the afternoon, on the drill ground of the Black Armored Army's camp, the soldiers of the Wu Battalion became the most eye-catching Zai. Under Sun Zhiping's command, the cavalrymen charged toward a row of wooden stakes without fear of death again and again. Of course, they did not have to hit the wooden poles every time they charged. Most of the time, Sun Jiping would give the command to stop when the cavalrymen were about to hit the wooden poles. As for hitting the wooden poles, it was just a random situation. After all, every time they hit the wooden poles, there would be injuries to the horses and soldiers. And this was just daily training and not on the battlefield. The Black Armored Army could not accept such a huge loss. After that, Li Zishuan looked at Sun Jiping again and said in a deep voice, "Captain Sun, according to my standards just now, 100 men in a battalion. Pick out those who do not meet the requirements and have them undergo individual training. I only have one requirement, and that is to follow orders and be uniform. As for those who are timid or not, they will be punished according to the crime of being afraid of war in the military rules." This general obeys. Sun Jiping immediately stepped forward and cupped his fists. "That's enough. You are already clear on the way to charge the cavalrymen. I will leave the rest of the training to you. Today, you must make sure that they are trained properly." Li Zishuan patted Sun Jiping's shoulder and said, he was in the army and was only in charge of customizing the training plan. As for the people who would lead the troops, he still had to rely on the captains of each battalion. There was no need for him to do everything personally. This general obeys. Sun Jiping cupped his fists and replied, "6th Battalion, charge." 12121. In the afternoon, on the drill ground of the Black Armored Army's camp, the soldiers of the Wu Battalion became the most eye-catching Zai. Under Sun Jiping's command, the cavalrymen charged toward a row of wooden stakes without fear of death again and again. Of course, they didn't have to hit the wooden poles every time they charged. Most of the time, Sun Jiping would give the command to stop when the cavalrymen were close to the wooden poles. As for hitting the wooden poles, it was just a random situation. After all, every time they hit the wooden poles, there would be horses and soldiers getting injured. This was just daily training and not on the battlefield. The Black Armored Army couldn't afford to lose so many soldiers. After that, Li Zishuan looked at Sun Jiping again and said in a deep voice, "Captain Sun, according to my standards just now, 100 men in a battalion. Pick out those who don't meet the requirements and do individual training later. I only have one requirement, and that is to follow orders and be uniform. As for those who are timid or not, they will be punished according to the crime of being afraid of war in the military rules." This general obeys. Sun Jiping immediately stepped forward and cupped his fists. "That's enough. You are already clear on the way to charge the cavalrymen. The rest of the training will be left to you. Today, you must make sure that they are trained properly." Li Zishuan patted Sun Jiping's shoulder and said he had joined the army and was only responsible for the preparation of the training plan. As for the people who would lead the troops, he still had to rely on the captains of each battalion. There was no need for him to do everything personally. This general obeys. Sun Jiping cupped his fists and replied, "6th Battalion, charge." 12121. In the afternoon, on the drill ground of the Black Armored Army's camp, the soldiers of the Wu Battalion became the most eye-catching Zai. Under Sun Jiping's command, the cavalrymen charged toward a row of wooden stakes without fear of death again and again. Of course, they didn't have to hit the wooden poles every time they charged. Most of the time, Sun Jiping would give the command to stop when the cavalrymen were close to the wooden poles. As for hitting the wooden poles, it was just a random situation. After all, every time they hit the wooden poles, there would be horses and soldiers getting injured. This was just daily training and not on the battlefield. The Black Armored Army couldn't afford to lose so many soldiers. After that, Li Zishuan looked at Sun Jiping again and said in a deep voice, "Captain Sun, according to my standards just now, 100 men in a battalion. Pick out those who don't meet the requirements and do individual training later. I only have one requirement, and that is to follow orders and be uniform. As for those who are timid or not, they will be punished according to the crime of being afraid of war in the military rules." This general obeys. Sun Jiping cupped his fists and replied immediately, "That's enough. You already know how to charge the cavalrymen. I will leave the rest of the training to you. Today, you must train them well. Li Zishuan patted Sun Jiping's shoulder and said. He had joined the army and was only responsible for the preparation of the training plan. As for the people who would lead the troops, he still had to rely on the captains of each battalion. There was no need for him to do everything personally. This general obeys. Sun Jiping cupped his fists and replied. 6th Battalion, charge. 12121. In the afternoon, on the drill ground of the Black Armored Army's camp, the soldiers of the Wu Battalion became the most eye-catching Zai. Under Sun Jiping's orders, the cavalrymen charged toward a row of wooden stakes again and again without any fear of death. Of course, they didn't have to hit the wooden stakes every time they charged. Most of the time, Sun Jiping would give the order to stop when they were about to hit the wooden stakes. As for hitting the wooden stakes, it was just a random situation. After all, every time they hit the wooden stakes, there would be injuries to the horses and soldiers. And this was just daily training and not on the battlefield. The Black Armored Army couldn't accept so many losses. After that, Li Zishuan looked at Sun Jiping again and said in a deep voice, Captain Sun, according to my standards just now, 100 men in a battalion. Pick out those who don't meet the requirements and do individual training later. I only have one requirement, and that is to follow orders and be uniform. As for those who are timid or not, they will be punished according to the crime of being afraid of war in the military rules. This general obeys. Sun Jiping cupped his fists and replied immediately. That's enough. You are already clear on the way to charge the cavalrymen. I will leave the rest of the training to you. Today, you must make sure that they are trained properly. Li Zishuan patted Sun Jiping's shoulder and said. He was in the army and was only in charge of customizing the training plan. As for the people who would lead the troops, he still had to rely on the captains of each battalion. There is no need for him to do everything personally. This general obeys. Sun Jiping cupped his fists and replied. 6th Battalion, charge. 12121. In the afternoon, on the drill ground of the Black Armored Army's camp, the soldiers of the Wu Battalion became the most eye-catching Zai. Under Sun Jiping's orders, the cavalrymen charged toward a row of wooden stakes again and again without any fear of death. Of course, they didn't have to hit the wooden stakes every time they charged. Most of the time, Sun Jiping would give the order to stop when they were about to hit the wooden stakes. As for hitting the wooden stakes, it was just a random situation. After all, every time they hit the wooden stakes, there would be injuries to the horses and soldiers. And this was just daily training and not on the battlefield. The Black Armored Army couldn't accept such a huge loss. After saying that, Li Zishuan looked at Sun Jiping again and said in a deep voice, Captain Sun, according to my standards just now, 100 men in a battalion. Pick out those who don't meet the requirements and do individual training later. I only have one request, and that is to follow orders and be uniform. As for those who are timid or not, they will be punished according to the crime of being afraid of war in the military rules. This general obeys. Sun Jiping cupped his fists and replied immediately. That's enough. You are already clear on the way to charge the cavalrymen. The rest of the training will be left to you. Today, you must make sure that they are trained properly. Li Zishuan patted Sun Jiping's shoulder and said. He had joined the army and was only in charge of customizing the training plan. As for the specific people who would lead the troops, he still had to rely on the captains of each battalion. There is no need for him to do everything personally. This general obeys. Sun Jiping cupped his fists and replied. 6th Battalion, charge. 12121. In the afternoon, on the drill ground of the Black Armored Army's camp, the soldiers of the Wu Battalion became the most eye-catching Zai. Under Sun Jiping's command, the cavalrymen charged towards a row of wooden stakes without any fear of death. Of course, they didn't have to hit the wooden stakes every time they charged. Most of the time, Sun Jiping would give the order to stop when they were about to hit the wooden stakes. As for hitting the wooden stakes, it was just a random situation. After all, every time they hit the wooden stakes, there would be injuries to the horses and soldiers. And this was just daily training and not on the battlefield. The Black Armored Army couldn't accept such a huge loss. After that, Li Zixuan looked at Sun Jiping again and said in a deep voice, "Captain Sun, according to my standards just now, 100 men in a battalion. Pick out those who don't meet the requirements and do individual training later. I only have one requirement, and that is to follow orders and be uniform. As for those who are timid or not, they will be punished according to the crime of being timid in the military rules." This general obeys. Sun Jiping cupped his fists and replied immediately, "That's enough. You already know how to charge the cavalrymen. I'll leave the rest of the training to you. Today, you must train them well." Li Zixuan patted Sun Jiping's shoulder and said he had joined the army and was only in charge of customizing the training plan. As for the specific people who would lead the troops, he still had to rely on the captains of each battalion. There was no need for him to do everything personally. This general obeys. Sun Jiping cupped his fists and replied, "6th Battalion, charge." 12121. In the afternoon, on the drill ground of the Black Armored Army's camp, the soldiers of the Wu Battalion became the most eye-catching Zai. Under Sun Jiping's orders, the cavalrymen charged towards a row of wooden stakes again and again without any fear of death. Of course, they didn't have to hit the wooden stakes every time they charged. Most of the time, Sun Jiping would give the order to stop when they were about to hit the wooden stakes. As for hitting the wooden stakes, it was just a random situation. After all, every time they hit the wooden stakes, there would be injuries to the horses and soldiers. This was just daily training and not on the battlefield. The Black Armored Army couldn't accept such a huge loss. After that, Li Zixuan looked at Sun Jiping again and said in a deep voice, "Captain Sun, according to my standards just now, 100 men in a battalion. Pick out those who don't meet the requirements and do individual training later. I only have one requirement, and that is to follow orders and be uniform. As for those who are timid or not, they will be punished according to the crime of being timid in the military rules." This general obeys. Sun Jiping cupped his fists and replied immediately, "That's enough. You are already clear on the way to charge the cavalrymen. I will leave the rest of the training to you. Today, you must make sure that they are trained properly." Li Zixuan patted Sun Jiping's shoulder and said he was in the army and was only in charge of customizing the training plan. As for the people who would lead the troops, he still had to rely on the captains of each battalion. There was no need for him to do everything personally. This general obeys. Sun Jiping cupped his fists and replied, "6th Battalion, charge." 12121. In the afternoon, on the drill ground of the Black Armored Army's camp, the soldiers of the Wu Battalion became the most eye-catching Zai. Under Sun Jiping's orders, the cavalrymen charged toward a row of wooden stakes again and again without any fear of death. Of course, they didn't have to hit the wooden stakes every time they charged. Most of the time, Sun Jiping would give the order to stop when they were about to hit the wooden stakes. As for hitting the wooden stakes, it was just a random situation. After all, every time they hit the wooden stakes, there would be injuries to the horses and soldiers. This was just daily training and not on the battlefield. The Black Armored Army couldn't accept such a huge loss. Chapter 1765. Reporting to the general, it is said that the Wu Battalion lost more than 10 war horses during the afternoon training, and 40 to 50 soldiers were slightly injured. At night, the day's training ended, and the soldiers had their dinner. At this time, Zhang Kangyan quietly came to Qiu Xingong's tent and bowed to him with cupped fists. The Black Armored Army was now in a closed training period. During this period, not only were the ordinary soldiers not allowed to go out, even the high-ranking officers had to stay in the camp day and night. Unless the emperor summoned them or there was an important court meeting, even Duan Jixuan was not allowed to leave the camp. What? Training can cause the loss of war horses and soldiers? What are they training for? Qiu Xingong frowned and asked. He was puzzled. In the afternoon, he spent most of his time in his tent going through official documents. Previously, he was mainly in charge of the daily training of the Black Armored troops. However, after Li Zixuan came, he stole his job. Thus, his position as the second-in-command of the Black Armored troops was changed to a civilian position. Some of the official documents, rations, and logistics were all handed over to him, so he was still very busy every day. In his opinion, the daily training in the camp would at most cause the soldiers to fall off their horses and get some scratches. How could there be a situation where both the soldiers and the horses were injured? This was not going to the front line to fight a war, nor was it going into the mountains to hunt. Replying to the general, the Wu Battalion was mainly doing cavalry training in the afternoon. It is said that when the soldiers in the Wu Battalion were about to reach the obstacles, Li Zishuan and Sun Jiping did not give the order to stop. So many of the soldiers and their horses crashed into the wooden stakes. That was why there were so many casualties. Zhang Kangyan replied with a smile. After that, he bowed to Qiu Xingong and said with a flattering face, "Haha." Although the details of the competition between the Wu Battalion and the 2nd Battalion in 10 days is not confirmed yet, but the Wu Battalion has suffered casualties before the competition. To us, this is really a good thing. The 2nd Battalion will definitely win this competition, so I congratulate the general in advance. Qiu Xingong's face was filled with astonishment at first, but soon after, the corners of his mouth curled up into an arc. Everyone could tell that he was rejoicing in other people's misfortune. After a moment, the old man suddenly straightened his face and said, "Why are you congratulating me? If you want to congratulate someone, you should congratulate Sun Tao. He is the commander of the 2nd Battalion." Replying to the general, the Wu Battalion's training in the afternoon lost more than 10 war horses, and 40 to 50 soldiers suffered minor injuries. At night, the day's training ended, and the soldiers had their dinner. At this time, Zhang Kangyan quietly came to Qiu Xingong's tent and bowed to him with cupped fists. The black armored troops were currently in a closed training period. During this period, not only were the ordinary soldiers not allowed to leave, even the high-ranking officers had to stay in the barracks day and night. Unless the emperor summoned them or there was an important court meeting, even Duan Jishuan was not allowed to leave the barracks. What? Losing war horses and soldiers? What training are they training? Qiu Xingong furrowed his brows. He was puzzled and asked. In the afternoon, he spent most of his time in his tent going through official documents. Previously, he was mainly in charge of the daily training of the black armored troops. However, after Li Zishuan came, he stole his job. Thus, his position as the second in command of the black armored troops was changed to a civilian position. Some of the official documents, rations, and logistics were all handed over to him, so he was still very busy every day. In his opinion, the daily training in the camp would at most cause the soldiers to fall off their horses and get some scratches. How could there be a situation where both the soldiers and the horses were injured? This was not going to the front lines to fight a war, nor was it going into the mountains to hunt. Replying to the general, the Wu Battalion's training in the afternoon was mainly for cavalry charging. It is said that when the soldiers in the Wu Battalion were about to reach the obstacles, Li Zishuan and Sun Jiping did not give the order to stop. So many of the soldiers and their horses crashed into the wooden stakes. That was why there were so many casualties. Zhang Kangyan replied with a smile. After that, he bowed to Qiu Xingong and said with a flattering face, "Haha." Although the details of the competition between the Wu Battalion and the 2nd Battalion in 10 days have not been confirmed, but the fact that the Wu Battalion has lost soldiers before the competition, to us, it is really a joyous matter. The 2nd Battalion will definitely win this competition. I congratulate the general in advance. Qiu Xingong's face was filled with astonishment at first, but soon after, the corners of his mouth curled up into an arc. Everyone could tell that he was rejoicing in other people's misfortune. After a moment, the old man suddenly straightened his face and said, "Why are you congratulating this old man? If you want to congratulate someone, you should congratulate Sun Tao. He is the commander of the 2nd Battalion." Chapter 1766. Hey, these bastards dare to speak ill of little Xian behind your back. Just you wait, little Xian. Watch how I, old Cheng, teach them a lesson. Outside the Wu Battalion's tent, Li Zishuan and Cheng Chumo both heard what the soldiers were saying. Cheng Chumo's face darkened as he rolled up his sleeves, only to find that he had come out with his upper body bare. He didn't have any sleeves at all. Then he slapped his head in exasperation and rushed towards the tent in front of them. Although he was also very tired from the training these past 2 days, and if it was someone else who joined the army, he, Xianxia, would definitely be cursing behind their backs. But the person who joined the army was Li Zishuan, his brother. How could he allow others to speak ill of his brother behind his back? Obviously, this was a typical case of siding with family over reason. If he chose someone, he would protect him even if he was condemned by everyone. Stop! Li Zishuan grabbed Xianxia and tried to dissuade him. Chimo, don't be rash. This is the Black Armored Army's camp, not Chang'an City. It's against the military rules to fight in private. But the Xianxia pointed to the tent and anxiously stamped his feet. No buts. They're talking about me, not you. Besides, I think what they said makes sense. Li Zishuan interrupted Xianxia and said lightly, "Calm down, Commander. Most of the soldiers are rough men in the army. They speak without thinking. Plus, they are simple-minded and can't understand your good intentions. Please calm your anger, Commander." Sun Jiping hurriedly stepped forward and cupped his fists towards Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan was expressionless. It was hard to tell whether he was happy or angry. After a moment of silence, he suddenly smiled and helped Sun Jiping up. "Jiping, why do you say that? Am I so petty in your eyes?" "I wouldn't dare." Sun Jiping quickly bowed. "Ha, that's enough. I'm just teasing you. Let's go in and take a look." Li Zishuan patted Sun Jiping's shoulder and walked towards the tent. "Squad leader, I think we have to separate things. It's true that the Marquis of Yong and is a good official who has helped many people, but it doesn't mean that he's a good soldier. If we continue to train like this, I reckon that before we even enter the battlefield, we will already be covered in injuries. Why don't you go and talk to Commandant Sun?" "Shut up. Ding Dolly, you brat. Aren't you tired after a whole day of training?" He quickly went to bed. He still had to continue training tomorrow. If you're not sleepy, then get on the ground and do 100 push-ups before you sleep. Yes. Who said I wasn't sleepy? He was going to sleep now. But the push-ups that Li Kanjun made us do are too torturous. My arms have been sore for the past 2 days. If I don't make your arms sore, how can I prove that my new training method is effective? Just as the soldiers in the tent were discussing softly, Li Zishuan entered the tent and continued the soldier named Ding Dolly's words with a smile. "It's Kanjun Li." Everyone in the tent was taken aback. They hurriedly got up from their beds and staggered toward Li Zishuan, then saluted him with a fist salute. "Greetings, Kanjun." Nobody expected Li Zishuan to visit their camp in the middle of the night. They were anxious, especially a big man with a scar on his face. He was trembling and had a layer of cold sweat on his forehead. He dare not look at Li Zishuan at all. "It's not training time now, so you don't have to be so courteous." Li Zishuan raised his hands and said to everyone. The tent wasn't spacious, and each tent had 10 people living in it. The beds inside took up about 70 to 80% of the space in the tent. When Li Zishuan and his group walked in, it seemed even more crowded. "Thank you, Kanjun." Everyone saluted with a fist salute and then stood up straight. "You're Ding Dolly, right?" It was precisely because the tent was small that Li Zishuan quickly noticed the strange expression on the scar man's face. He walked forward and asked with a smile, Reporting to Kanjun, I am Ding Dolly." Seeing that Li Zishuan recognized him, Ding Dolly suddenly trembled and almost knelt down in front of Li Zishuan. Just now, he was still worried that Li Zishuan might not have heard what he said before. He still had a sliver of hope in his heart, but at this moment, Li Zishuan directly recognized him from among the 10 people. This completely shattered his wishful thinking. He thought to himself, Li Zishuan must have heard those words outside the tent, and now he's here to settle accounts. The Ding Dolly now was completely different from the Ding Dolly who dared to talk back to the heavens and the earth. Li Zishuan quietly looked at the person in front of him and didn't immediately speak. This silent atmosphere gave Ding Dolly endless pressure, causing him to be unable to breathe for a moment. At this moment, he really wanted to slap himself twice. Who asked him to talk so much behind his back? With Li Zishuan's current position in the imperial court, if he wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as killing an ant. Thinking of this, Ding Dolly's back was also wet with sweat. Why is there so much sweat on your face? This Kanjun only heard that you were injured. Could it be that you're sick? Li Zixuan patted Sun Dali's shoulder and asked with a face full of concern. No, 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 your subordinate is not sick. Perhaps it's because the weather is too hot. Yes, it's because the weather is too hot. Ding Dali quickly raised his arm and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead as he denied it. That's good. Li Zixuan nodded, then pointed at the couch in front of him and said, Go and sit down. This Kanjun will take a look at your injuries. Ah. Ding Dali was stunned when he heard this and did not react for a long time. Could it be that Li Zixuan did not come to find trouble with him? How could this be? What ah? This Kanjun wants to treat your injuries. What are you still standing there for? Sun Jiping, who was at the side, could not stand it anymore. He slapped Ding Dali's head and reprimanded him in a bad mood. How could I trouble Kanjun? Your subordinate is only suffering from minor injuries. Moreover, the military doctor has already bandaged this subordinate's injuries. I dare not trouble Kanjun. Ding Dali finally came back to his senses. He quickly waved his hand at Li Zixuan and rejected him. Li Zixuan recognized this nameless soldier the moment he came in and immediately came over to take a look at his injuries. He had reason to suspect that Li Zixuan had heard those words outside the tent and came in to take the opportunity to punish him in the name of treating his injuries. It was not impossible for him to directly lose an arm or break a leg. It had to be said that although this fellow's appearance was boorish, his heart was full of tricks. Not to mention anything else, even if Li Zixuan wanted to take revenge on him, there were tens of thousands of ways. Why did he have to go through so much trouble? Sit down. This Kanjun is just taking a look. Moreover, don't forget that other than martial arts, this Kanjun also knows medical skills. Li Zixuan would never have thought that this man in front of him would have so many tricks up his sleeve. He pointed at the couch in front of him and said, Ding Dali, get over there and sit down. This Sanjuan's medical skills are superb. I don't know how much virtue you've accumulated for you to be so lucky to be able to treat your injuries. At that moment, a tall man standing next to Ding Dali kicked him and said snappily, Yes, yes, yes. Squad leader, I'll go sit down now. Ding Dali hurriedly crawled to the couch and sat down. Then, he said to Li Zixuan, Thank you for joining the army. This subordinate's leg is injured. Then, Ding Dali pulled up his pants and saw that his right knee was wrapped in a few rounds of white cloth. The white cloth was very new, so it was obvious that it was freshly bandaged. Li Zixuan also sat down. He took a look and asked, Where exactly is the injury? Point it out to me. Since Ding Dali's injury was already treated, there was no need for him to take apart the bandaged wound again. Here, Ding Dali pointed at his calf 2 inches below his right knee and told Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan gently placed his hand where Ding Dali pointed at. The latter was initially worried that Li Zixuan would poke at his wound, but to his surprise, when Li Zixuan's palm landed on the wound on his leg, he did not feel the weight of Li Zixuan's palm at all. The expected situation did not become a reality. Luckily, you didn't hit your knee, or else you'd have to lie in bed for half a month. Your bruises and wounds should be healed in 2 days. Li Zixuan glanced indifferently at Ding Dali before he spoke. Through his inner strength, he could penetrate the gauze and see the injury on Ding Dali's knee. It was just as Sun Dali had said. It was just a small injury. There were some bruises around the wound. Although there was a cut, it was not deep. It was just a scratch. Thank you, Kanjun. Ding Dali breathed a sigh of relief and cupped his fists at Li Zixuan. He didn't expect that Li Zixuan would actually come to treat his injuries. This made him feel somewhat conflicted. Kanjun, your medical skills are really good. You didn't even remove the white cloth, and you already know that there's a bruise on Dali's leg. Sanjuan's medical skills are still as brilliant as before. The tall man, who was the squad leader of the 10 men, cupped his fists at Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan was puzzled. Why? Did you know me before? The squad leader immediately cupped his hands and answered, Commander, I was previously on duty in the Right Sentinel, and I accompanied General Chung to the north to rescue you a while ago. On the night of the battle with the Turks, I saw you treating the soldiers' injuries like you did today. When the academy was attacked, and its confidential information was stolen, Li Zishuan mobilized his troops in the north to stop Wuxia, but he did not expect the Turks to set up an ambush and enter Longmen Pass. Fortunately, Cheng Yaojin, Qin Xiong, Wang Rinbiao, and the rest led the army to help in time, so Longmen Pass was saved and Li Zishuan was saved. However, that night, the imperial court's main army and the Turks' 50,000 wolf cavalrymen fought a life-and-death battle at Yonghe Pass, which resulted in heavy casualties. After the battle, Li Zishuan shuttled through the soldiers' tents to treat the injured soldiers. He was busy for the entire night and left a deep impression on many soldiers. Li Zishuan did not expect to meet his comrade from Longmen Pass here. He patted the squad leader's shoulder and asked excitedly, "What's your name? You were in the right sentinel before. What a coincidence." "Hey, I'm a soldier under my father, but why are you in the black armored army?" Cheng Chimo's interest was piqued, and he leaned forward to look at the squad leader seriously before he asked, "You're right." The squad leader cupped his hands at Li Zishuan and Cheng Chimo. "Colonel, my name is Wang Rong, and I'm from Jiangzhou. During the locust plague in Jiangzhou this year, I'd like to thank the Sky Rooster Brigade for providing timely relief." "Oh, you don't have to thank me. The Sky Rooster Brigade went north to provide relief because I was following His Majesty's order." Li Zishuan waved his hand. Afterward, seeing as they had stayed in the tent for quite some time, he stood up and said, "All right, you should all rest early. I know that your daily training is tougher than before, but if you want to become stronger, if you want to become the invincible black armored troops that will strike fear into the hearts of your enemies, you have to put in more sweat on the training ground. 10 days later, the 5th camp will compete with the 2nd camp. Let's see if you'd like to be stepped on by the 2nd camp and never be able to raise your heads or be stepped on by them." Then he turned around and walked out of the tent, ignoring the stunned faces of the soldiers in the tent. Jiping, go to the next injured soldiers' camp. Chapter 1767. Join the army. It's late. Why don't we stop looking at the rest of the tents? Everyone suffered minor injuries anyway. It's not a big deal. The night was getting darker. A crescent moon hung in the sky. Li Zishuan and his men had already visited over 30 tents. Sun Jiping said to Li Zishuan at this time. Cheng Chimo thought that there would be something fun when he came out. However, after following a few tents, he realized that there wasn't anything fun. He told Li Zishuan and went back to sleep. Speaking of which, this guy was Li Zishuan's personal guard. This kind of personal guard was really incompetent. However, Yuchi Baolin didn't leave. He quietly followed behind Li Zishuan. "You said it yourself. There are a few above. There's no reason to leave them behind. Let's go. Let's hurry up and finish inspecting the rest of the soldiers. Try not to disturb the rest." Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "Jiping, you lead the way. Let's go to the next tent." "Yes. Join the army." Sun Jiping saw that Li Zishuan had made up his mind. He didn't try to persuade him anymore. He cupped his fist and replied. Then, he turned around and walked towards a tent in the northwest corner. Actually, he more or less understood Li Zishuan's way of doing things. The harsh training in the E Battalion this afternoon made the soldiers have some complaints about Li Zishuan, especially the soldiers who were injured because of the training. They more or less complained about Li Zishuan in their hearts. Regarding this, he had heard the report from his men in the evening. Therefore, at this time, it was necessary to stabilize the morale of the soldiers. Li Zishuan visited the tents of the injured soldiers tonight and checked their injuries. This was an action to stabilize the morale of the soldiers. 42 injured soldiers have been visited. It's late now. Join the army, go and rest. Half an hour later, Li Zishuan and his men finally finished visiting the remaining injured soldiers. After walking out of the tent, Sun Jiping cupped his fist and said to Li Zishuan, "Join the army. It's late. Why don't we not watch the rest of them? Anyway, they're all just lightly injured. It's not a big deal." As the night deepened, a crescent moon hung in the sky. Li Zishuan and his group had already visited more than 30 tents. Sun Jiping said to Li Zishuan. Cheng Chimo originally thought that there would be something fun to do, but after following a few tents, he realized that there wasn't anything fun to do, so he informed Li Zishuan and went back to sleep. Speaking of which, This guy was Li Zixuan's personal guard on the surface, and this kind of personal guard was really incompetent. Yuqi Baolin, on the other hand, didn't leave. He quietly followed behind Li Zixuan. You said it yourself. There's no reason to leave them behind. Let's go. Let's hurry up and finish inspecting the remaining soldiers. We should try our best not to disturb the rest of the soldiers. Li Zixuan shook his head and said, Zhiping, you lead the way. Let's go to the next tent. Yes. Join the army. Sun Zhiping saw that Li Zixuan had made up his mind, so he didn't try to persuade him anymore. He cupped his fist and replied, then turned around and walked toward the tent in the northwest corner. Actually, he more or less understood Li Zixuan's way of doing things. After today's harsh training in the E Battalion, the soldiers were quite dissatisfied with Li Zixuan. Especially the soldiers who were injured because of the training, they more or less complained about Li Zixuan in their hearts. Regarding this, he had heard a report from his subordinates in the evening. Therefore, at this time, it was time to stabilize the morale of the soldiers. Li Zixuan visiting the tents of the injured soldiers and checking on their injuries was an action to stabilize the morale of the soldiers. 42 injured soldiers have been visited. It's not early anymore. Join the army, quickly go and rest. Half an hour later, Li Zixuan and his group finally finished inspecting the remaining injured soldiers. After walking out of the tent, Sun Zhiping cupped his fist and said to Li Zixuan, Chapter 1768. General, I heard that the Wu Battalion lost more than a dozen war horses yesterday, and more than 40 soldiers were slightly injured. The war between the Tang Empire and the Turks hasn't even started yet, but our men and horses have already been lost on the drill ground. Don't you think that this is a little inappropriate? The next morning, before the soldiers started their training, the high-ranking officers of the Black Armored Army had already gathered in the commander's tent. At this moment, almost everyone was present except for Li Zixuan. After waiting for a while, Qiu Xingong walked up to Duan Jixuan and clasped his fist. Everyone in the tent was stunned. They knew that Qiu Xingong was going to use this opportunity to make things difficult for Li Zixuan. Although everyone knew what was going on, no one jumped out because they wanted to see Duan Jixuan's attitude first. How could Duan Jixuan not see through something that others could see clearly? His eyebrows moved slightly, but his expression was calm as he said, I know a little about this matter. Yesterday, Adjunct Li was testing whether the soldiers of the Wu Battalion would obey orders unconditionally, so he didn't give the order to stop the charge in time. As a result, the war horses collided with the wooden stakes, which led to the casualties. However, the soldiers and war horses were all wearing armor, so most of them were only slightly injured. It shouldn't be a big problem, right? Duan Jixuan was also present when the Wu Battalion was training yesterday. He approved of Li Zixuan's method of training. What was the most important thing in the army? It was to obey orders. If the soldiers couldn't even obey orders, how could they be called soldiers? They might as well be called bandits. On this point, Duan Jixuan felt that Li Zixuan's philosophy was the same as his. General, you can't say that. This is not the way to drill soldiers, to obey military orders. Since ancient times, this Qiu has never heard of a general who would order his soldiers to ram their horses into wooden stakes. Seeing Duan Jixuan being so biased, Qiu Xingong couldn't sit still anymore and quickly refuted. Great General, I heard that yesterday the V Battalion lost more than a dozen war horses and more than 40 soldiers were slightly injured. The war between the Tang and the Turks hasn't even started yet, but our men and horses have already been lost on the drill ground. Don't you think this is a little inappropriate? The next morning, before the soldiers had even started their training, the higher-ups of the black armored troops had already gathered in the commander's tent. At this moment, almost everyone was present except for Li Zixuan. After waiting for a while, Qiu Xingong stepped forward and cupped his fist towards Duan Jixuan. The faces of the generals in the tent turned cold. They knew that Qiu Xingong was going to use this opportunity to make things difficult for Li Zixuan. Although everyone was well aware of this, no one jumped out because they wanted to see Duan Jixuan's attitude first. How could Duan Jixuan not see things that others could see clearly? His eyebrows twitched slightly, but his expression remained the same. This general has some understanding of this matter. Yesterday, Adjutant Lee was testing whether the soldiers of the V Battalion would obey the military order unconditionally, so he didn't give the order to stop the charge in time. As a result, the war horses crashed into the wooden stakes, resulting in the casualties. However, the soldiers and war horses were all wearing armor, so most of them were only slightly injured. It shouldn't be a big problem, right? Yesterday, when the V Battalion was undergoing the charging training, Duan Jixuan was also present. He was very supportive of Li Zixuan's method of training. What was the most important thing in the army? It was to obey the military order. If the soldiers couldn't even obey the military order, how could they still be called soldiers? They might as well be called bandits. On this point, Duan Jixuan felt that Li Zixuan's philosophy was the same as his. Great General, you can't say this. This is not the way to drill soldiers to obey military orders. Since ancient times, this Chiu has never heard of a general who would order his soldiers to ram their horses into wooden stakes. Seeing Duan Jixuan being so biased, Chiu Xinggong couldn't sit still anymore and quickly refuted. Chapter 1769. General, what do you think of this competition? Li Zixuan asked Duan Jixuan in the commander's tent of the Black Armored Army. Duan Jixuan put down the booklet in his hand and raised his head. There was a trace of admiration in his eyes as he laughed. Li Zixuan's competition method is indeed novel. I have never heard of an army going into battle without rations. This method can train the soldiers' ability to survive in the wilderness and also allow the generals and soldiers of both sides to display their strengths in the competition. I think this method is very feasible. I will get someone to make a few copies of this booklet and distribute them to the generals of each battalion. Just now, Lieutenant Li only gave you a general introduction. This booklet specifies what you can do, what you can't do, what counts as a violation, and what counts as a victory during the competition. The commanding generals of each battalion, especially the commanding generals of the 2nd Battalion and the 5th Battalion, should study it carefully. Don't violate the rules during the competition. Otherwise, you will be punished according to military law. The rules that Li Zixuan proposed not only included military formations, wilderness survival, but also military strategy. Duan Jixuan's eyes lit up. Compared to this, the previous military exercises were too one-sided and superficial. He wanted to use this opportunity to see the results of this method. If it was good, Duan Jixuan planned to implement it in the Black Armored Army in the future. Yes, sir. Zhang Shige, Sun Tao, Zhang Kongyan, Lu De, and Sun Jiping. The 5 captains cupped their fists and accepted Duan Jixuan's order. However, the competition between the 2nd Battalion and the 5th Battalion requires them to leave the city. It's no small matter for an army to leave the city. I need to report this to the Emperor first. After the Emperor approves, the competition between the 5th Battalion and the 2nd Battalion is set. Before this, the 2 battalions will need to be well trained and prepared. General, what do you think of this competition method? In the commander's tent of the Black Armored Army, Li Zixuan looked at Duan Jixuan and cupped his fists. Duan Jixuan put down the booklet in his hand and raised his head. There was a trace of admiration in his eyes. He laughed. Li Zixuan's competition method is really novel. I have never heard of an army going into battle without rations. This method can not only train the officers and soldiers' ability to survive in the wilderness, but can also reproduce actual combat to the greatest extent, allowing the main generals and officers of both sides to display their strengths in the competition. This general believes that this method is very feasible. I will get someone to make a few copies of this booklet and distribute them to the generals of each battalion. Just now, Lieutenant Li only gave you a general introduction. This booklet specifies what you can do, what you can't do, what counts as a violation, and what counts as a victory during the competition. The commanding generals of each battalion, especially the commanding generals of the 2nd Battalion and the 5th Battalion, should study it carefully. Don't violate the rules during the competition. Otherwise, you will be punished according to military law. The rules of the Black Armored Army's rules is rules. The previous military exercises in the armies were of armies' militaries armies militaries. He wanted to use this opportunity to see the effects of this method. If the results were good, Duan Jixuan planned to implement it in the Black Armored Army. Yes, sir. Zhang Shige, Sun Tao, Zhang Kanyan, Lu De, and Sun Jiping. The 5 captains cupped their fists and accepted Duan Jixuan's order. However, the 2nd Battalion and the 5th Battalion have to leave the city for the competition. It's no small matter for the army to leave the city. I need to report to the Emperor first. After the Emperor approves, the competition between the 5th Battalion and the 2nd Battalion will be set. Chapter 1770. Lantian County. Although this was just a small county next to Chang, and the scale of the city was far from the capital, Chang'an City, but the scale of business here was slowly catching up with Chang'an City. The center of Tang Dynasty's business was quietly shifting towards Lantian County. Behind all this, it was all because Li Zixuan was the lord of Lantian County. Under his guidance, Lantian County established a Department of Commerce to take over the cases of merchants and maintain the business environment in the city. The merchants, who were originally at the bottom of society, received equal political treatment with ordinary citizens in Lantian County. This political treatment not only referred to their social status, but also their children could attend Lantian County's official school. To the merchants of the world, this was an opportunity that they could only dream of. Therefore, in the course of time, there were more and more shops, inns, and restaurants in Lantian County. Therefore, today's announcement in Datong Daily, Yinhuang Chamber of Commerce is organizing a donation drive, caused a stir in Lantian County that was not smaller than Chang'an City. Boss Zhang, what do you think of the news today? In a silk shop, 2 middle-aged men were chatting. What do I think? What can I think? This matter was initiated by the Yinhuang Chamber of Commerce, which means that it was instructed by Marquis. We can do business in Lantian County, and our business is getting more and more prosperous. Isn't it all because of Marquis's grace? Just based on this old man will donate a few hundred strings of cash to this donation drive. Boss Zhang is so righteous. That's exactly what I was thinking. Marquis's treatment of us merchants is indescribable. If not for Marquis, would my little brat be able to attend an official school? I only hope that the little brat can work hard and get into Yanhuan College in a few years. Then, I will have nothing else to ask for in this life. For this donation drive, if not for anything else, for Marquis, I will donate 500 strings of cash. Lantian County. Although this was just a small county adjacent to Chang, and the scale of the city was far inferior to the imperial capital, Chang'an, the scale of the business activities here was slowly catching up with Chang'an. The business center of the Tang Empire was quietly shifting towards Lantian County. Behind all of this, it was all because Li Zixuan was the lord of Lantian County. Under his guidance, Lantian County established the Department of Commerce, which specialized in taking over the cases of merchants and maintaining the business environment in the city. The merchants, who were originally at the bottom of the social ladder, received equal political treatment with the common people in Lantian County. This political treatment not only referred to their social status, but also their children could also attend Lantian County's official school. To the world's merchants, this was an opportunity that they could only dream of. As a result, the number of shops, inns, and restaurants in Lantian County increased. Therefore, today's announcement on Datong Daily, the Yinhuang Chamber of Commerce intends to hold a fundraising event, had caused a stir in Lantian County that was not any smaller than Chang'an City. Mr. Zhang, what do you think about the news in today's newspaper? In a silk shop, 2 middle-aged men were chatting. What do you think? What can I think? This matter was initiated by the Yinhuang Chamber of Commerce, which means that it was incited by Marquis for us to be able to do business in Lantian County, and our business is getting more and more prosperous. Isn't it all because of Marquis's grace? Just based on this old man will donate a few hundred strings of cash to this fundraising event. Mr. Zhang is so righteous. That's what I think as well. Marquis's treatment of us merchants is indescribable. If not for Marquis, Will my little brat be able to attend an official school? I only hope that the little brat can work hard and be admitted to Yanhuan College in a few years. Then, I will have no other wishes in this life. For this fundraising event, if not for anything else, for Marquis, I will donate 500 strings of cash. Chapter 1771. Your Majesty, General Duan requests an audience. After the morning court session, Lier had just arrived at Ganlu Hall when a chamberlain quickly walked in and cupped his fists. In recent days, most of the officials have been busy preparing for the war with the Turks. This involved the cooperation between the various yamens, and most of this was done in private. There were very few matters that needed to be discussed in the imperial court, so the morning court sessions have been dismissed early in the past few days. HM, Duan Jishuan, summon him in. Lier's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly ordered the chamberlain. Yes, your majesty. The chamberlain cupped his fists and left. After a while, Duan Jishuan quickly walked in and bowed to Lier. This old official greets your majesty. Ha! You may rise, Minister Duan. Lier smiled and raised his hand to Duan Jishuan. Duan Jishuan straightened up, and Lier went straight to the point. Minister Duan, do you have any business in the palace today? Currently, the various barracks in Chang were undergoing closed training, and the generals of the various armies were stationed in the barracks. If there was no urgent matter, they could not leave the barracks. Now that Duan Jishuan had come to the palace, it meant that he had something to report. Your Majesty, this old official does indeed have something to report. Duan Jishuan cupped his fists and said, ever since Li Kanjun joined the Black Armored Army, a new set of training exercises has been introduced. However, some of the generals in the barracks have doubts about this new set of exercises, so only 3 of the 5 barracks are using the new set of exercises for their daily training. In order to prove which is better, General Chiu and Li Kanjun plan to have a competition between the 2 barracks using the new set of exercises and the old set of exercises. These are the specific rules of this competition. Your Majesty, please take a look. Duan Jishuan then took out a small booklet. It was the detailed explanation of the competition that Li Zeshuan had given him in the morning. Your Majesty, General Duan requests an audience. After the morning court session, Lier had just arrived at Ganlu Hall when a chamberlain quickly walked in and cupped his fists. In recent days, most of the officials have been busy preparing for the war with the Turks. This involved the cooperation between the various yamens, and most of this was done in private. There were very few matters that needed to be discussed in the imperial court, so the morning court sessions have been dismissed early in the past few days. HM, Duan Jishuan, summon him in. Lier's heart skipped a beat when he heard this, and he hurriedly said to the inner attendant, Here. The attendant cupped his hands in acknowledgement and turned to leave. Not long after, Duan Jishuan walked in quickly. He bowed to Lier and said, This old subject greets your majesty. Ha! Minister Duan, you may rise. Lier had a slight smile on his face and raised his hand towards Duan Jishuan. Duan Jishuan complied and straightened his body. Lier went straight to the point and asked, Dear official Duan, what business do you have in the palace today? Now, all the barracks guards in Chang were undergoing closed training, and the chief generals of each army were also stationed in the barracks. They were not allowed to leave the barracks unless there was something important. Now that Duan Jishuan had come to the palace, it meant that he had something to report. Your Majesty, I do have something to report. Duan Jishuan cupped his hands and said, Ever since Li Kanjun joined the Black Armored Army, a new set of training exercises has been introduced. However, some of the generals in the barracks have doubts about this new set of exercises, so currently, only 3 of the 5 barracks are using the new set of exercises for their daily training. In order to prove which one is better, General Chiu and Li Kanjun intend to have a competition between the 2 barracks using the new set of exercises and the old set of exercises. These are the specific rules of this competition. Your Majesty, please take a look. After that, Duan Jishuan took out a small booklet from his bosom. It was the detailed explanation of the competition that Li Zeshuan had given him in the morning. Chapter 1772. Hurry, hurry, hurry. hang up all these red lanterns in the residence. You guys, go and see if there's anything left to clean. If the guests come tomorrow and find the house dusty, you won't have a good time. Why is there an old chair here? Hurry up and leave. Change everything to a new mahogany chair. You. I'm talking about you. Go to the kitchen and see if all the ingredients have been bought. Lan Province, Yong County, Provincial Governor's Residence. At this moment, the entire provincial governor's residence was bustling with activity. Red satin, lanterns, and ribbons decorated the entire residence, and it was brimming with joy. Tomorrow was the day of Provincial Governor Wang Renbiao's wedding, and the bride was the woman of his dreams, Li Jingqiu. Speaking of which, it was truly not easy for this pair of ill-fated lovebirds to end up together. A few days ago, Princess Tong had tried to break them up because of Li Jingqiu's lowly status, and the two of them had almost gone to the Yellow Springs. Fortunately, Li Zixuan had sent an urgent letter to Lan Province, allowing him to reverse Princess Tong and Wang Yu's attitudes. Otherwise, Princess Tong and the elders of the Wang clan of Taiyuan would never have agreed to this marriage. Master, Princess Royal, the residence has been cleaned up. We're just waiting for the bride to enter the house tomorrow. The two of you can rest assured. In the backyard, Wang Yu was chatting with Princess Tong and in a pavilion. At this moment, a maidservant came over and bowed to Wang Yu and Princess Tong. Go and keep a close eye on it. Although this is Lan Province, as the eldest son of the Wang clan of Taiyuan, nothing can go wrong with his wedding. Otherwise, we will lose face for the entire Wang clan. Princess Tong glanced at the maidservant and sternly said, Hurry. Hang up all these red lanterns in the residence. You guys, go and see if there's anything left to clean. If the guests come tomorrow and find the house dusty, you won't have a good time. Why is there an old chair here? Hurry up and leave. Change everything to a new mahogany chair. You. I'm talking about you. Go to the kitchen and see if all the ingredients have been bought. Lan Province, Yong County, Provincial Governor's Office. At this moment, the entire provincial governor's manor was bustling with activity. Red silk, colorful satin, lanterns, and streamers decorated the entire manor. It was brimming with a joyous atmosphere because tomorrow was the wedding of their provincial governor Wang Renbiao, and the bride was Li Jingqiu, whom Wang Renbiao yearned for even in his dreams. Speaking of which, it was not easy for this pair of ill-fated lovebirds to end up together. A few days ago, Princess Tong tried to break them up because of Li Zixuan's lowly status, and the two of them almost died together. Fortunately, Li Zixuan wrote a letter and rushed to Lan Province in a timely manner, thus reversing Princess Tong and Wang Yu's attitudes. Otherwise, Princess Tong and some of the elders of the Wang family of Taiyuan would never have agreed to this marriage. Master, eldest princess, everything in the manor has been cleaned up. We're just waiting for the bride to enter the manor tomorrow. Don't worry. In the backyard, Wang Yu was chatting with Princess Tong, and in the pavilion when a woman who looked like a servant girl came over and bowed to Wang Yu and Princess Tong. Keep a close watch. Although this is Lan Province, my cousin is the eldest son of the Wang family of Taiyuan. Nothing can go wrong with his wedding, or else he will lose face for the entire Wang family. Princess Tong glanced at the servant girl and sternly said, Chapter 1773. Your son will remember father's teachings today and will never forget them. In the sweet nectar hall, after hearing Li Er's heartfelt advice, Li Chengxian cupped his hands and said solemnly, Li Er nodded his head approvingly. Li Chengxian's heart skipped a beat, and he cupped his hands towards Li Er again. Father, your son has previously subscribed to a portion of the Yin Huang Chamber of Commerce's shares and Strange Culture's shares. Now, I can be considered a member of the Yin Huang Chamber of Commerce. Although the Eastern Palace has not been involved in the Yin Huang Chamber of Commerce's business for the past year, Little Xian still had people send over the Eastern Palace's dividends every month. Now, your son can take out about 30,000 strings of cash. For this donation drive, your son would like the shopkeeper of the Royal Shop, Craftsman Pavilion, to donate 30,000 strings of cash. Firstly, Although your son is not in the business world, I still hold shares in the Yin Huang Chamber of Commerce and can be considered a part of the Yin Huang Chamber of Commerce. Now, that little Xian is using the name of the Yin Huang Chamber of Commerce to call for the Great Tang's merchants to raise funds for the country. Your son should respond. Secondly, these days, Father has been working hard on the northern expedition and has not been able to sleep at night. Your son and mother are both worried about your health. This 30,000 strings of cash can be considered your son's contribution to the army. I hope it can share your worries. The Craftsman Pavilion in the west of Chang and City was a shop run by the royal family. In fact, in the past dynasties, the main members of the royal family, such as the emperor, empress, crown prince, and so on, although they would not openly engage in business, they would secretly send people to run some shops to make up for their expenses. However, this money was a hidden income after all. No one would speak of it openly, especially as the crown prince. That was even more so. Think about it. Why would you, a country's crown prince, earn so much money in private for? Could it be that you want to secretly cultivate power and usurp the throne and rebel? But today, in front of Lier, Li Chengxian had openly revealed his little treasury. This kind of father-son relationship could not be said to be fake. Your son will remember Father's teachings today and will never forget them. In the Sweet Nectar Hall, after listening to Li Er's heartfelt advice, Li Chengxian solemnly cupped his hands and said, Li Er nodded approvingly. At this moment, Li Chengxian's heart stirred. He cupped his hands towards Li Er and said, Father, I have previously purchased a portion of the Yin Huang Chamber of Commerce's shares, as well as the shares of Strange Culture. Now, I can be considered a member of the Yin Huang Chamber of Commerce. Although the Eastern Palace has not been involved in the business of the Yin Huang Chamber of Commerce for the past year, Little Xian still sends over the dividends that belong to the Eastern Palace every month. Right now, I can take out about 30,000 strings of cash. For this donation drive, I would like to ask the shopkeeper of the royal shop, the House of Craftsmen, to donate the 30,000 strings of coins. Firstly, although I'm not in the business world, I still hold shares in the Yin Huang Chamber of Commerce and can be considered a part of the Yin Huang Chamber of Commerce. Now, that little Xian has used the name of the Yin Huang Chamber of Commerce to call on the Great Tang's merchants to raise military funds for the country. I should respond. Secondly, these days, Father has been working hard on the northern expedition and has not been able to sleep at night. Mother and I are both worried about Father's health. This 30,000 strings of cash can be considered as my contribution to the army. I hope that it can share Father's burdens. The House of Craftsmen in the west of Chang and City was a shop run by the royal family. In fact, in the past dynasties, the main members of the royal family, such as the emperor, the empress, the crown prince, and so on, although they did not openly engage in business, they would secretly send people to run some shops to earn some money to make up for their expenses. However, this money was after all a hidden income. No one would speak of it openly, especially if it was the crown prince. That was even more so. Think about it. As the heir to the throne of a country, why would you secretly earn so much money for? Could it be that you wanted to secretly cultivate power and usurp the throne and rebel? But today, in front of Lier, Li Chengxian had openly revealed his little treasury. This kind of father-son relationship could not be said to be fake. Chapter 1774. General, are you looking for us? Sun Tao and Zhang Kunyan walked in from the side tent of the Black Armored Army and greeted Qiu Xingong. Yes. Qiu Xingong put down the document in his hand, raised his head, and said to the two of them, Sit down. Thank you, General. The two of them cupped their fists and bowed. Then, they knelt down on the cushions on either side. Qiu Xingong opened his mouth and said, General, the army just came back. They said that His Majesty has agreed to the competition between the two camps in 9 days. Sun Tao, are you confident in this competition? General, in terms of strength, the soldiers of the second camp are better than the soldiers of the Wu camp. Therefore, I am confident that I can defeat the Wu camp. Sun Tao cupped his fists and said without hesitation. This guy always liked to be straightforward. He didn't like to beat around the bush, and he didn't like to be humble. He felt that if he could defeat the Wu camp, he would definitely win. Good. I didn't misjudge you. Qiu Xingong was overjoyed. He laughed out loud and said, Sun Tao, as long as you can defeat the Wu camp, I will reward you generously. Thank you, General. Sun Tao bowed and said. Seeing the two of them so optimistic, Zhang Kongyan couldn't help but interrupt. General, I think that this competition is not as simple as it seems. Li Zixuan has always been cunning. Before he made the rules of the competition, it is impossible for him not to know the difference in strength between the two battalions. The reason why he dared to propose this competition in front of so many generals means that he must have made thorough preparations. We have to be on guard against him. Also, I have been worried about one thing. Will Li Zixuan participate in this competition personally? According to rumors, he is a master of martial arts. If he participates in the competition, there will be many uncertainties. Hearing this, Qiu Xingong's face instantly turned serious. After a moment of silence, he opened his mouth and said, Kong Yin, your worries are not unfounded. In the morning, this old man thought that I had guessed the little tricks that kid was playing behind the scenes. I didn't expect that I had overlooked such an important point. In a while, this general will go and tell the general that he must not let this kid participate in the battle personally. He is an adjutant of the army, not the general of the Wu battalion. General is wise. Zhang Kongyan smiled and bowed to flatter Qiu Xingong. The only person he could rely on in the black armored army was Qiu Xingong. His future also depended on Qiu Xingong. That was why he was so hard-working when he came up with a plan. There's one more thing. Qiu Xingong focused his attention and looked at Sun Tao, continuing, Sun Tao, in the next few days there will be an additional combat training for the B battalion. As for the specifics of the training, you can secretly go to the A battalion in the afternoon to take a look. Just as they train, the B battalion will also train accordingly. Do you hear me? Hearing this, Sun Tao was shocked. He widened his eyes and said, General, didn't we agree to follow the original training method? If we suddenly, wouldn't we will for the ridicule? Besides, if I sneak peeked, if I get caught. Qiu Xingong glared at him and said in annoyance, What are you laughing at? Li Zixuan wasn't the one who created this combat training. The military had it for a long time. Letting the 2nd Battalion train in close combat techniques is to ensure that you won't panic when you encounter wild beasts in the competition 9 days later. Otherwise, not only will you not be able to hunt your prey, you might even be chased by the wild beasts in the forest. If that happens, you don't need to compete anymore. Just admit defeat and don't embarrass me. Seeing that Qiu Xingong was angry, Sun Tao shrunk his neck and admitted defeat. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, sir. Adjutant, you are very observant. To be able to see through Li Zixuan's rules so quickly, I am really impressed. At this moment, Zhang Kongyan finally understood what Qiu Xingong meant when he said that he had guessed the little trick the kid was trying to pull behind his back. He was referring to the combat training recently promoted by the Wu battalion. Thus, with a smile on his face, he gave Qiu Xingong another compliment. This might just be one of the ways Li Zixuan tampered with the rules of the competition. The two of you need to think about it carefully for the next 2 days. If you discover that the rules of the competition are disadvantageous to us, report to this old man immediately. Qiu Xingong nodded his head and ordered, Yes, General. Sun Tao cupped his fist and replied in a muffled voice. Zhang Kongyan rolled his eyes and said, General, I feel that instead of looking for problems with the rules passively, why don't we take the initiative to attack and let Li Zixuan be busy with his own matters? When the competition starts, we can win without a fight. Oh, tell me, how should we take the initiative to attack? Qiu Xingong was shocked and asked quickly, I have a plan that can make the hearts of the Wu battalion fall into chaos before the start of the competition. Zhang Kongyan smiled evilly. This guy was also very alert. He knew that the tents in the camp weren't soundproof. In order to prevent what he was going to say from being heard by others, he stood up and walked to Qiu Xingong and whispered, Tell me quickly. Qiu Xingong's eyes flashed, and he couldn't wait to ask. At this moment, Sun Tao also couldn't help but stand up and move closer to the two of them. Zhang Kongyan smiled and whispered, General, the training in the Wu camp is very strict, and there are so many soldiers who were injured yesterday. There must be a lot of people who have complaints about Li Zishuan. We can send people to the Wu camp to sow discord between them and Li Zishuan. This will affect the rest of the soldiers in the Wu camp. When there are too many of them, Li Zishuan will lose his prestige in the Wu camp and even in the Black Armored Army. Once the morale of the soldiers is disrupted, even if Li Zishuan is still alive, he will still lose this competition. If this can cause a mutiny in the Wu camp, then Li Zishuan's days in the Black Armored Army will come to an end. At that time, it will be easy for us to win the competition. It had to be said that this guy was too cunning. He didn't have the confidence to fight force with force, so he wanted to use tricks. Good plan, good plan. After listening, Qiu Xingong pondered for a moment and suddenly laughed. Sun Tao couldn't help but say, "General, I think that it is impossible for the second camp to lose this competition. Zhang Kongyan's plan is completely despicable and not what a real man would do. I don't think it is necessary. If we want to win, we should win fair and square." This fellow had a straightforward temperament and would say whatever came to his mind. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Kongyan's face instantly darkened and he almost vomited blood. "Sun Tao, you bastard. I'm obviously helping you. Don't be so ungrateful. How can you be so sure that the second camp will win this competition? If we lose, can you bear the consequences?" Zhang Kongyan pointed at Sun Tao and said in exasperation, "Humph, why can't I bear the consequences? If we lose this competition, I, Sun Tao, am willing to bear the consequences. If we win with this scheme, then I would rather lose to the Wu camp." Sun Tao snorted and turned his head away and said angrily, "Shut up." Qiu Xingong's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. At this moment, he couldn't hold it in any longer and interrupted Sun Tao. "We must win this competition. If we lose, Li Zishuan will be able to control the Black Armored Army from now on. By then, both of you can forget about having a good life. Sun Tao, you don't have to get involved in the matter of sowing discord in the Wu camp. Just focus on training the second camp soldiers. Leave this matter to Kong Nian." "Yes, General." Although Sun Tao was extremely unwilling in his heart, in the face of the powerful Qiu Xingong, he could only swallow this reluctance into his stomach. Qiu Xingong looked at Zhang Kongyan and ordered, "Kongyan, go back to the camp and pick a few smart men. It would be best if they know the people from the Wu camp. Let them sneak into the Wu camp during lunchtime and secretly instigate the soldiers who were injured yesterday. Let them be dissatisfied with Li Zishuan." Zhang Kongyan clasped his fist and said, "Yes, sir." "Good. All right. All of you are dismissed." Qiu Xingong nodded and waved his hand. "Zhiping, how was the training in the morning?" Noon, outside the cafeteria of the Wu camp, a group of burly men squatted on the empty ground and wolfed down the unappetizing big pot of rice. Li Zishuan, Sun Zhiping, Cheng Chumo, and the others squatted together again. Li Zishuan took the opportunity to ask Sun Zhiping during the meal break. In the morning, he was called over by Zhang, Shigue, and Lu De. According to Zhang Shigue, he was the Black Armored Army's adjutant and not just the Wu camp's adjutant. Since the A camp and D camp had also chosen to use the new training method, then, as the adjutant, he couldn't just be biased towards the Wu camp. Therefore, he mainly guided the A camp and D camp's training in the morning. Oh, the morale of the soldiers is better than yesterday. They're also more serious in their training. It must be the effect of last night's patrol. Sun Zhiping swallowed the food in his mouth and replied, "That's good." Li Zishuan couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. There were two sides to everything. If there was a good side, then there would naturally be a bad side. Although high-intensity military training could increase the strength of the soldiers in a short period of time, it could also cause the soldiers to be conflicted. Once there were more and more people who were conflicted, then the morale of the army would be messed up. Once the morale of the army was messed up, then even the best training method would be useless. Li Zishuan's new training method was actually a risky move. If it wasn't done well, then it would be inviting trouble to himself. But looking at the current situation of the Black Armored Army, if they wanted to form a fighting force in a short period of time, then they had to take the risk. But the current result was still good. It seemed like it was still necessary to give the soldiers some thought. Li Zishuan thought to himself. This guy wanted to do a job again. Does the army have a map of the Nyosho mountain area? After coming back from his thoughts, Li Zishuan asked again. Sun Jiping thought for a while and nodded. I do have this, but I don't have it here. You can go ask the general. The general will definitely have it. Good. Then I'll go find General Duan later. Li Zishuan nodded and said, in these 2 days, I'll make a sand table based on the map of the Nyosho mountain area. As for the training of the Wu battalion, you have to worry more about it. If I have time, I'll come over to take a look. After the sand table is done, if you have nothing to do at night, you can come to my tent to deduce the art of war. The Nyosho mountain he was talking about was not the famous scenic spot around Nanjing in the future. The Nyosho mountain he was talking about was located in the southwest of Chang. It was a branch of the Zhongnan Mountains and also belonged to the Qinling Mountains. It was under the jurisdiction of Chang and County and was about 30 li away from Chang and City. Chang and County belonged to the hinterland of the Wei River Plain. It was located at the south of the 800 li Qinchuan. To the south was the Qinling Mountains, and to the north was the Wei River. In the Tang Dynasty, soil erosion was not so serious. There were towering trees everywhere. At the foot of the Zhongnan Mountains was a primeval forest. The reason why Li Zishuan chose the Nyosho Mountain as the location for the Wu Battalion and E Battalion was also very thoughtful. First of all, although there were many mountains near Chang, and there were more hills, there were not many mountains that were of a large scale. If you counted carefully, there were only Mount Li and Nyosho Mountain. But in the area of Mount Li, there was the Emperor's palace. Normally, when the Emperor organized a hunting trip, he would come here. In this era, instead of saying that Mount Li was a primeval forest, it was better to say that it was a large tourist attraction. It was not suitable to have a military exercise here, but the Nyosho Mountain was different. There was no Emperor's palace here. Usually, there were no traces of people. There were many kinds of wild animals in the forest, such as jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards. It was a good place to train the army. When marching to war, it was important to pay attention to the right time, the right place, and the right people. Before this, Li Zishuan had only heard that there was such a mountain in the southwest of Chang and City. However, he had never been there personally. Naturally, he did not know the specific terrain. Therefore, he needed to understand the terrain of the Nyosho Mountain before the competition. Only then could he formulate targeted tactics. Sand table? Join the army. What is this sand table? Sun Jiping was confused. Back then, Li Zishuan had made a sand table for the academy. It could be said that Li Er was completely stunned. Later, Li Jing wanted to promote the sand table in the army. However, in the past year, there was no war in the Tang Empire. The sand table had no place to be used. It only existed in the study rooms of Li Er and Li Jing. Naturally, Sun Jiping had never heard of it. Hey, I know this sand table. Using sand to build the terrain of a place, it looks like the real thing. Cheng Chumo laughed and showed off. As a student of the academy and the son of Cheng Yaojin, he naturally knew what a sand table was. Well, it's similar to what Chumo said. Jiping, you'll know when it's done. When the time comes, let's deduce how to march and arrange the army on the sand table. Li Zishuan nodded. Yes, join the army. Sun Jiping quickly replied. Join the army. The general wants you to go to the commander's tent. At this moment, a soldier came over and saluted Li Zishuan respectfully. The general? Li Zishuan was puzzled, but he did not hesitate. After putting the bowl in his hand beside Cheng Chumo, he stood up and said, Okay, I'll go now. Chapter 1775. General, are you looking for me? The journey from the Wu barracks kitchen to the Black Armored Army's marshal's tent was about a mile long. Li Zishuan walked quickly and arrived at the marshal's tent in no time. He saw Duan Jishuan sitting at the head of the table and Qiu Xingong sitting at the side. He cupped his fist and bowed to Qiu Xingong. I hope I didn't disturb Marshal Li's lunch. Duan Jishuan chuckled and said with a kind face. Qiu Xingong frowned. He felt that Duan Jishuan's attitude towards Li Zishuan had changed greatly, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what had changed. General, you must be joking. Military affairs are more important. What's a lunch? Li Zixuan was also curious. Qiu Xingong didn't call him over just to ask if he had eaten, right? How boring would that be? Thinking of this, he cupped his fist and asked, "General, is there anything I can help you with? Take a seat first." Duan Jishuan pointed to the cushion at the side and glanced at Qiu Xingong meaningfully. "It's not me who is looking for you. It's General Qiu who is looking for you. Xingong, since you're the one who raised the question, you should talk to Marshal Li." Duan Jishuan was old and shrewd. He wasn't willing to be used by Qiu Xingong. This was a direct conflict between Qiu Xingong and Li Zixuan. He only wanted to be the judge and didn't want to be stuck between the two. Qiu Xingong's face stiffened. The reason why he directly looked for Duan Jishuan and not Li Zixuan was because he wanted Duan Jishuan to help him facilitate this matter. Now that Duan Jishuan directly pushed him out, his attitude was very obvious. "Ahem, I'm here today for one thing. I hope Marshal Li can clear up my doubts." Since Duan Jishuan had already put it this way, Qiu Xingong had no choice but to speak up as well. He looked at Li Zixuan with a slightly unnatural expression and said in a deep voice, "Regarding the competition 9 days from now, Li Kanjun has already explained the specific rules of the competition to the generals in the army. However, I wonder if Li Kanjun plans to personally participate in this competition." Hearing this, Li Zixuan's eyes flashed with understanding. This old man was worried that his participation would affect the game balance, so he came to complain to Duan Jishuan. "Marshal Qiu, do you think that I should participate in this competition?" Li Zixuan's eyes flashed with ridicule as he looked at Qiu Xingong and asked. Qiu Xingong's face froze. After a moment of silence, he cleared his throat and said seriously, "This competition is between the 2nd Battalion and the 5th Battalion. It is also a competition between the old and new training methods of the Black Armored Army. Adjunct Li is an adjunct of the Black Armored Army, not the general or sergeant of the 5th Battalion. So for the sake of fairness, I think, actually, Marshal Qiu doesn't have to worry. I have never thought of participating in this competition personally." Li Zixuan didn't wait for Qiu Xingong to finish speaking and interrupted him when he heard Qiu Xingong's dignified words. "You." Qiu Xingong's expression instantly became abnormally ugly. Li Zixuan's words could be considered as directly tearing apart the disguise on his face, causing him to become a complete villain in front of Duan Jishuan. How could he not be angry? Taking 2 deep breaths, Qiu Xingong suppressed the anger in his heart and regained his composure. He looked at Li Zixuan and said with a fake smile, Marshal Li must be joking. What is there to worry about? I'm just thinking about the fairness of the competition. I'm not biased towards any side." "Oh, so General Qiu is so selfless. I'm in awe." Li Zixuan clasped his hands and said with a smile. However, there was a hint of sarcasm in his voice. It was obvious that he was mocking Qiu Xingong. Then, without waiting for Qiu Xingong to react, he continued. "However, in this competition, even though I won't be personally fighting with the 2nd Battalion soldiers, I will be in the Wu Battalion's tent to help them strategize. Just like what General Qiu said, this competition is a competition between the new and old training methods of the Black Armored Army. As the Marshal Qiu, I am in charge of the training of the army. The Wu Battalion is the executor of the new training method. It shouldn't be out of line for me to help them strategize, right?" Qiu Xingong, who was about to explode in anger, couldn't help but frown when he heard the second half of Li Zixuan's words. If it was in the past, he definitely wouldn't have taken Li Zixuan seriously. Not to mention letting Li Zixuan strategize for the Wu Battalion. Even if Li Zixuan were to fight alongside the Wu Battalion soldiers, he wouldn't have cared, because at that time, in his eyes, Li Zixuan was just a brat who didn't know anything about military affairs. So what if he had a body full of bravery? On the battlefield, individual bravery was useless. But now, after seeing Li Zixuan's performance in the Black Armored Army, Qiu Xingong was starting to panic. New training methods, tactics, unity, etc. These were not things that a brat who had just entered the army for a few days could do. Under such circumstances, He didn't dare to let Li Zixuan participate in the competition between the 2nd Battalion and the Wu Battalion. He didn't dare to take the risk. Of course not. While Qiu Xingong was hesitating, Duan Zixuan opened his mouth and said calmly, I have said from the start that the daily training of the Black Armored Army will be arranged by Li Zixuan. This competition will be a test of the new and old training methods. As the one who proposed the new training methods, Li Zixuan should participate. Grand General. Hearing this, Qiu Xingong was shocked. He wanted to stop Duan Zixuan, but Qiu Xingong waved his hand and interrupted. Xingong, Li Zixuan has already agreed that he won't participate in the battle personally. Can't he just stay in the commander's tent and strategize? This matter is settled. There is no need for further discussion. I think this is very fair. Duan Zixuan couldn't forget what Li Er said to him in the Sweet Dew Palace this morning. Although the competition between the 2nd Battalion and the 5th Battalion hadn't started yet, the competition between the new and the old drill codes had already been decided by Li Er. Since Li Er was so supportive of Li Zixuan, there was no reason for him to help Qiu Xingong suppress Li Zixuan. Yes, Grand General. Then, I will take my leave. Seeing Duan Zixuan's determined face, it was obvious that there was no room for discussion. Although Qiu Xingong was frustrated, he couldn't say anything more and could only leave. After all, he still had a backup plan. Inside the commander's tent, there was only Li Zixuan and Duan Zixuan left. Thank you, Grand General. After Qiu Xingong left, Li Zixuan stood up and cupped his fist to thank Duan Zixuan. Duan Zixuan laughed and waved his hand. I'm just doing my job impartially. Why does Li Zixuan need to thank me? Actually, you didn't have to give in just now. For this competition, even if you were to participate in the battle personally, it wouldn't be wrong. This is because the overall strength of the 2nd Battalion is much higher than the Wu Battalion. Li Zixuan smiled and said, the difference in strength between the 2 battalions does exist, but this difference is gradually decreasing. After 9 days, this difference might be negligible. Furthermore, my martial arts skills are much higher than all the soldiers in the battalion. If I were to participate in the battle personally, it would be a bit of a bully. It is enough for me to be able to command from the rear. No matter what, Li Zixuan was a Grandmaster late-stage martial arts expert. There were only a few people with such strength in the entire Tang Empire. It could be said that he was now standing at the top of the pyramid in martial arts. Although a Grandmaster realm expert could not fight against an army of 1,000, in a small-scale battle, a single Grandmaster realm martial artist was enough to change the outcome of the battle. That was why Qiu Xingong was so concerned about whether Li Zixuan would go up or not. However, this competition was mainly to compare the new and old training methods. If Li Zixuan were to participate in the battle personally, even if he won, it would be difficult to prove anything, because a Grandmaster late-stage martial arts expert would affect the balance of the game too much. Since Li Zixuan is so confident, then I won't say anything more. But Li Zixuan, don't worry. Even if the Wu Battalion loses this competition, you will still be in charge of the training of the Black Armor troops. Duan Zixuan nodded. Then he smiled mysteriously and whispered to Li Zixuan. Hearing this, Li Zixuan was shocked. He said, How can that be? We had an agreement that if the Wu Battalion loses this competition, the new training method will be abolished and the training of the Black Armor troops will be handed over to General Qiu. A man's words carried enormous weight. How could he go back on his words? General, please don't blame me for being unjust. Duan Zixuan patted Li Zixuan's shoulder and said solemnly, Li Zixuan, this is not my idea. It is His Majesty's idea. Li Zixuan didn't understand. He asked, What do you mean by that? Duan Zixuan explained, His Majesty approves of your new training regimen. He believes that if we want the newly expanded Black Armored troops to become a fighting force within 2 months, the previous training regimen will definitely not work. We can only try your new training regimen. Therefore, even if the E Battalion loses this time, the Black Armored troops will still use the new training regimen. Hearing this, Li Zixuan suddenly understood. At this time, he couldn't help but admire Li Er's foresight and decisiveness. If it was another emperor, he might not be able to see the current situation and problems of the black armored troops at first glance. Even so, a gentleman's promise is worth 1,000 gold. Since we have agreed to the bet, we have to accept the loss. If the Wu battalion loses the competition 9 days later, I will still abdicate my position. As for His Majesty, I will explain it to him personally. After a moment of silence, Li Zishuan still held his fists and said, but then he changed the topic and said, but I am confident that I can beat the 2nd Battalion. The Wu Battalion will definitely not lose this competition. Hearing Li Zishuan's words, Duan Jishuan was speechless for a moment. After a while, he sighed and said, all right, since Adjunct Li insists and is so confident, then I will believe you. Li Zishuan smiled and said, thank you for your trust, Grand General. Then, he suddenly remembered that he wanted to ask Duan Jishuan for something. He held his fists and said, Grand General, I heard that you have a map of the Nyosho Mountain area. I wonder if you can lend it to me? Map of the Nyosho Mountain? Duan Jishuan was stunned at first, but he reacted quickly. He laughed and said, ha, not bad, not bad. The art of war is about the right time, the right place, and the right people. Before the battle, you should first familiarize yourself with the terrain. Adjunct Li is gradually getting better in the art of war. You flatter me. Since the location of the competition is at the Nyosho Mountain, then I will definitely familiarize myself with the terrain of the Nyosho Mountain area. Li Zishuan smiled and held his fists together. That's how it should be. Qiu Xingong nodded and said, I do have a map of the Nyosho Mountain area. It should be more or less accurate. I will ask my guards to send it to your tent later. Li Zishuan's face lit up. He quickly held his fists together and said, thank you, Grand General. After embarrassing Qiu Xingong and obtaining the map of the area around Mount Nyosho, Li Zishuan had achieved his goal of this trip. Therefore, he cupped his hands and bid farewell to Duan Jishuan in satisfaction and returned to the tent area of the Wu Battalion. It was noon. It was the time for the soldiers to eat and rest. He also wanted to return to his tent to rest for a while. Li, so you are here. It's not easy to find you. When Li Zishuan went to the commander's tent to look for Duan Jishuan, a few soldiers quietly snuck into the Wu Battalion's dining hall. As every soldier in the Black Armored Army was wearing the special vanadium steel plate armor made by the workshop, if one did not look carefully, one would not be able to tell if they were soldiers from the Wu Battalion. One of the soldiers found a man with a scar on his face near the pile of firewood in the north of the dining hall. He then squatted down and greeted him softly. General Bai, what are you doing here? The man with the scar was none other than the first injured soldier Li Zishuan met last night, Ding Dali. Hearing the voice, Ding Dali turned his head and looked over. He was slightly stunned. He swallowed the food in his mouth and said in surprise, this was because the person in front of him was an old acquaintance. To be more precise, it was his old superior. Ding Dali used to be a squad leader in Zhuwei, while the man with the surname, Bai, was called by Shanghai. He was a general in their camp. After being selected to join the Black Armored Army, Ding Dali was assigned to the V camp, whereas the man with the surname, Bai, was assigned to the B camp. In the Black Armored Army, although there was no explicit rule that stated that soldiers were not allowed to go to other battalions, but under normal circumstances, soldiers would rarely visit other battalions. Hey, didn't I hear that you were injured yesterday? So I came over to take a look. Also, we are in the Black Armored Army now. I'm no longer a general. You could just call me Shanghai. Bai Shanghai patted Ding Dali's shoulder and said with a concerned face, Hee, it's just a small injury, just a small injury. It's just a scratch on my leg. The military doctor said that I will be fine in 2 days. Ding Dali was flattered by the sudden concern from his old boss. He scratched his head and chuckled. This idiot did not know that one who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. Bai Shanghai rolled his eyes. Seeing that there was no one around, he moved closer to Ding Dali and whispered, Dali, how did you get injured? Can you tell me about it? Chapter 1776. I accidentally fell off the back of a horse during training yesterday and coincidentally hit a wooden pole. In the Black Armored Army, by the pile of firewood outside the Wu barracks, Ding Dali thought for a while before answering by Xianxia's question. If someone had asked him yesterday afternoon how he got injured, he would definitely have complained about the new training method and Li Zixuan. But last night, Li Zixuan personally patrolled the barracks, consoled the injured soldiers, and even personally checked on his injuries. This made Ding Dali's impression of Li Zixuan much better. Thus, he didn't tell by Xianxia the whole truth. Accidentally fell off the back of a horse. Hearing this, Bai Xianxi's eyes flashed and a hint of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. But he quickly covered it up and asked in an incredulous tone, "Dali, who are you trying to fool? When we were in the Zhuowei barracks, your horsemanship was one of the best in our barracks. You're telling me that you accidentally fell off the back of a horse? How is that possible? What's wrong? Now that we're in the Black Armored Army, you're not even willing to tell me the truth? We used to be in the same barracks. You can't possibly disown me just because we're in a different place, right?" When Ding Dali heard this, he was so anxious that sweat started to form on his forehead. He put down his bowl and chopsticks and hurriedly waved his hands. No, General Bai, Xianxia, I'm not trying to lie to you. My injury was indeed caused by falling off the back of a horse. Yesterday afternoon, when our barracks were doing charging training, Li Zixuan ordered us to charge forward. If he didn't order us to stop, we couldn't stop. So in the end, my group directly crashed into a wooden pole. But we were all wearing metal armor at that time, so the injury wasn't serious. We'll be fine in 2 days. I accidentally fell off the back of a horse during training yesterday and coincidentally hit a wooden pole. In the Black Armored Army, by the firewood pile outside the kitchen of the Wu barracks, Ding Dali answered by Xianxia's question. If someone had asked him yesterday afternoon how he got injured, he would definitely have complained about the new training method and Li Zixuan. But last night, Li Zixuan personally patrolled the camp, consoled the injured soldiers, and even personally checked on his injuries. This made Ding Dali have a much better impression of Li Zixuan. As such, he did not tell Bai Xianxia the complete truth. Accidentally fell off the back of a horse. Hearing this, Bai Xianxi's eyes flashed and a trace of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. However, he quickly covered it up and asked in an incredulous tone, "Dali, who are you trying to fool? When we were in the Zhuowei battalion, your horsemanship was one of the best in our battalion. Now you're telling me that you accidentally fell off the back of a horse? How is that possible? What's wrong? Now that we're in the Black Armored Troops, you're not even willing to tell me the truth? We used to be in the same battalion. You can't possibly disown me just because we've changed locations, right?" When Ding Dali heard this, he was so anxious that sweat started to form on his forehead. He put down his bowl and chopsticks and hurriedly waved his hands, saying, No, General Bai, Xianxia, I'm not trying to lie to you. My injury was indeed caused by falling off the back of a horse. Yesterday afternoon, when our battalion was doing the charging training, Li Zixuan ordered us to charge forward on horseback. If he didn't order us to stop, we couldn't stop. So in the end, my group directly hit a wooden pole. But we were all wearing metal armor at that time, so the injury wasn't serious. We'll be fine in 2 days. Chapter 1777. Every citizen is responsible for the rise and fall of the country. 2 days later, Lantian County's longmen will host a charity event to raise funds for the country. In the Qizhou provincial governor's residence, Wang Renbiao read the latest edition of the Datong Daily and frowned. After a while, he put down the newspaper and muttered to himself, "This charity event must be little Xian's doing. Why are you so sure that the Marquis of Yong is behind this?" But according to the reports, Marquis should be training the soldiers in the Black Armored Troops right now. Hearing this, Leng Yuyao frowned and asked doubtfully. Although Wang Renbiao's voice was soft, it did not escape her ears. After all, she was a martial arts expert close to the Grandmaster realm. Kiki, although little Xian is in the army, he can send someone else to do this. Look at this, the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce, a charity event. Who else but little Xian could come up with such an idea? Wang Renbiao smiled and pointed at the article in the newspaper. After analyzing it with Leng Yuyao, he stood up with his hands behind his back. Although I don't know how much money the imperial court is lacking, The fact that His Majesty allowed little Xian to gather the merchants to raise funds for the army shows that the imperial court is somewhat stretched in the war with the Turks. Only by borrowing the strength of the citizens can we raise enough funds for the army. I'm afraid the situation is not optimistic. Every citizen was responsible for the rise and fall of the country. Moreover, Wang Renbiao was not a commoner, but the eldest son of the Wang family of Taiyuan and the Qizhou provincial governor. Knowing that the imperial court was in trouble, he would naturally be worried. Then, does young master mean that our Wang family should participate in this charity event? After a moment of silence, Lung Yuyao asked softly, Our Wang family, Kiki, can I still represent the Wang family? Wang Renbiao suddenly smiled bitterly, a trace of coldness and desolation on his lips. Although he didn't know why Princess Tong and in Wang Yu had suddenly agreed to his marriage with Li Jingchu, Wang Renbiao knew that his marriage with Li Jingchu would definitely anger the elders of the Wang clan. This meant that the resources of the Wang clan would no longer be given to him, and his status as the eldest son of the Wang clan would only exist in name. The elders of the Wang clan would nominate another descendant of the Wang clan to become the future patriarch of the Wang clan. The news of Wang Renbiao's upcoming marriage had been released for so long, but none of the elders of the Wang family were willing to come to Qizhou for the banquet. This meant that Wang Renbiao was about to be cold-shouldered and marginalized by the family. Young master, since the patriarch and the eldest princess have agreed to the marriage between you and Miss Li, I presume the patriarch won't say anything else, right? Lung Yao had been by Wang Renbiao's side for more than 10 years. How could she not tell what Wang Renbiao was thinking at this moment? Although she said so, she also knew that this situation was very unlikely. With the nature of the top aristocratic families like the Five Surnames and Seven Hopes, Wang Renbiao was very likely to be abandoned by the Wang family. How could Wang Renbiao not understand this? He shook his head and said, Actually, I don't care about the identity of the Wang family's eldest son. Yao you should understand me. This identity is more of a restriction than a benefit to me. Rather than being restricted by the family, I'm more willing to be an ordinary person, do what I like, and love the person I like. Sometimes I'm quite envious of Xianxia. He was able to have the status and wealth he has today, all because of his own hard work, so he can do as he pleases and not be restricted by his family. Although I was born with everything, those things don't belong to me. They come from the family, and the family can take them back at any time. This is not what I want. Hearing this, Lung Yuyao couldn't help but be silent. She lost her parents when she was young and was adopted by the Wang family. She was trained to be a secret guard. Regarding the internal situation of the Wang family, she knew it like the back of her hand. Naturally, she knew that what Wang Renbiao said was the truth. Young master, we won't be going to the fundraiser 2 days later. After a moment of silence, Lung Yuyao asked, No, we have to go. Of course we have to go. Unexpectedly, Wang Renbiao shook his head and said firmly, Since this matter was initiated by Xiaoxian, it's only right for us to help. Although I may not be able to use the Wang family's resources in the future, I should be able to transfer a lot of money from the shops in my hands. Send a message to the shopkeeper of the Craftsman Pavilion and ask him to attend the fundraiser in my place 2 days later and donate 30,000 strings of cash. Wang Renbiao had previously invested in the Yin Huang Chamber of Commerce and could be considered one of the earliest members of the Yin Huang Chamber of Commerce. The shops under him had received preferential treatment from the Yin Huang Chamber of Commerce in terms of resources and had earned quite a bit of money in the past year. 30,000 strings of cash. Young master wants to donate so much? Lung Yuyao wasn't surprised that Wang Renbiao wanted to help Li Zishuan. She was surprised that Wang Renbiao wanted to donate so much money at once. 30,000 strings of cash might be a drop in the ocean to the Wang family, but to Wang Renbiao, who was about to be abandoned by the Wang family, this 30,000 strings of cash could very well affect his livelihood for the rest of his life. Xiaoxian is my brother. Now that the court is in trouble and His Majesty has given Xiaoxian an order, although I don't know how much military fund will be collected for Xiaoxian to complete his mission as his brother, I should do my best to help him. Moreover, Xiaoxian was the one who brought me and Jingchu together. If not for him, Jingchu and I would have become Jiao Zhongqing and Lu Lanji, right? A mere 30,000 strings of cash isn't enough to repay Xiao Xian's kindness to me. Wang Renbiao's gaze was deep as he spoke faintly. Of course, he knew that he might be abandoned by the Wang family. Moreover, after being abandoned by the Wang family, money would become a very important thing to him. But so what? Was he supposed to stand by and watch when his brother was in trouble? That was impossible. Yes, young master, Yu Yao will send a message to the shopkeeper of the Craftsman Pavilion and ask him to attend the fundraiser in 2 days. Lung Yu Yao bowed. Go Yao. Wang Renbiao nodded, and the study instantly quieted down. Chapter 1778. Yes, there's a mountain here, but it's not high or steep. You can climb on horseback. How high is not high? 100 feet or 100 feet? How would I remember that? Didn't you say that you're good at memorizing directions? That you can remember everything you've been there once? I did remember that, but I've forgotten it now. You think about it carefully. If you can't remember, you can go and train. I'll ask Zhiping to double your training today. Don't. Xiaoxian, wait, I think I remember. That mountain is about 500 feet tall and has a radius of half a mile. There are many pine trees on the mountain. Yes. What about here? The map shows that there's a mountain here too. Do you remember how high it is? In the afternoon, in Li Zishuan's tent, he and Cheng Chumo were working on a military sand table of Nyosho Mountain. Cheng Chumo suddenly realized that he had made a wrong decision. Assisting Li Zishuan in making the sand table was no easier than training on the drill ground. Li Zishuan had asked too many questions. He had asked about the height of the mountain, the size of the area, the density of the forest, and the number of mountain paths around the mountain. He used to go hunting on Nyosho Mountain with a bunch of rich kids in Chang'an. However, he was there for fun and not to survey the terrain. How would he remember all these details? But it was too late for regrets now. If he wanted to get off the pirate ship now, his training today would be doubled. Wouldn't that kill him? Thus, Cheng Chumo felt like his head was about to explode for the entire afternoon. It was too much for him to handle. There's a mountain here, but it's not high or steep. You can go up on horseback. How high is not high? 100 feet or 100 feet? How would I remember that? Didn't you say that you're good at memorizing directions? That you can remember all the places you've been to once? I remembered that, but I've forgotten it now. Why don't you King think about it again? If you can't remember, then go practice. I'll ask Zhiping to double your training today. And no. Little Xian, wait a moment, I seem to remember something. That mountain is about 500 zhang tall and has a radius of half a li. There are many pine trees on the mountain. Yes. What about here? The map shows that there is also a peak here. Do you still remember how high it is? In the afternoon, in Li Zishuan's tent of the Black Armored Army, he and Cheng Chumo were rushing to make a military sand table of Mount Nyosho according to the map. Cheng Chumo suddenly realized that he had made a wrong decision. Assisting Li Zishuan in making the sand table in the tent was no easier than practicing on the drill ground. This was because Li Zishuan had asked too many questions in detail. He had asked about the height of the mountain, how wide it was, how dense the forest was, and how many mountain paths there were around the mountain. He used to go hunting on Mount Nyosho with a bunch of second-generation rich kids in Chang'an. However, he was there for fun and not to survey the terrain. How could he remember all these details? But it was too late for regrets. If he wanted to get off the pirate ship now, his training today would be doubled. Wouldn't that be asking for his life? Thus, Cheng Chumo felt like his head was about to explode for the entire afternoon. It was too much for his brain. Chapter 1779. What? He wants to donate 10,000 strings of cash to the imperial court? In the back hall of the Lantian County Yamen, everyone exclaimed after hearing County Magistrate He's words. If it was in the past, all the taxes collected by the Lantian County Yamen had to be handed over to the imperial court. No one dared to withhold them, unless they were tired of living. However, ever since Lier bestowed the entire Lantian County to Li Zishuan as a fief, Li Zishuan became the true king of Lantian County. The taxes collected by the entire Lantian County did not need to be handed over to the imperial court. Instead, they belonged to Li Zishuan's private property. However, ever since Li Zishuan returned to Chang and from Mount Longhu, his restaurant, Chi-Chu Pavilion, Chi-Chu Culture, and various other businesses flourished. In just over a year, he had earned such a huge fortune. Naturally, he did not care about the pitiful amount of taxes collected by small Lantian County. Last year, Li Zishuan used his own money to build the Tang Alliance Medical Center in Lantian County. After that, he officially handed over the rights to use the taxes collected by Lantian County to County Magistrate the Lantian County Yamen. He only had one request for County Magistrate which was to take from the people and use it for the people. The taxes collected by the Lantian County Yamen every year had to be used to improve the livelihood of the people. For example, building roads, paving bridges, building schools, and so on. A few months ago, Lantian County underwent a major renovation. The roads in the city were all replaced with wide and flat cement roads. All these projects used the county yamen's money. Even if the county yamen could not fork out so much money at once, it was fine. They could borrow from Yanhuang Bank first and return the money when the taxes were collected next month. This was a little like borrowing money in modern society. Therefore, when they heard that county magistrate wanted to donate 10,000 strings of cash from the county yamen's treasury, everyone present could not help but feel a little pained. This was because the money belonged to the county yamen. Once it was donated, the county yamen's treasury would shrink by a lot. If the county yamen were to carry out any more projects to improve the livelihood of the people, it was very likely that they would face a financial crisis. County Magistrate, isn't 10,000 strings of cash a little too much? County Magistrate Meng swallowed his saliva and asked tentatively. Too much. Of course it was a lot. In the past, these county officials would never be able to come into contact with 10,000 strings of cash. This was because in the entire Great Tang, there was not a single county that could collect more than 10,000 strings of cash every year. Yes, County Magistrate. According to Marquis' plan, the county still had to expand the city and lay out electric wires so that the people in the city could use electric lights. Both of these projects required a lot of money. If we donate 10,000 strings of coins, we won't be able to push forward the next two projects. After a moment of hesitation, Registrar Wang cupped his hands and said, "What? You want to donate 10,000 strings of cash to the imperial court?" In the back hall of the Lantian County Yamen, everyone couldn't help but exclaim after hearing County Magistrate's words. If it was in the past, all the taxes collected by the Lantian County Yamen every year had to be handed over to the imperial court. No one dared to withhold them unless they were tired of living. However, ever since Li Zishuan bestowed the entire Lantian County to Li Zishuan as a fief, Li Zishuan became the true king of Lantian County. The taxes collected by the entire Lantian County did not have to be handed over to the imperial court. Instead, they belonged to Li Zishuan's private property. However, ever since Li Zishuan returned to Chang and from Mount Longhu, his restaurant, Chi-Chu Pavilion, Chi-Chu Culture, and various other businesses were doing well. In just over a year, he had earned a huge fortune. Naturally, he didn't care about the pitiful amount of taxes collected by a small Lantian county. Last year, Li Zishuan used his own money to build the Tang Alliance Medical Center in Lantian County. After that, he officially handed over the rights to use the taxes collected by Lantian County to County Magistrate the Lantian County Yamen. He only had one request for County Magistrate which was to take from the people and use it for the people. The taxes collected by the Lantian County Yamen every year had to be used to improve the livelihood of the people. For example, building roads and bridges, building schools, and so on. A few months ago, Lantian County underwent a major renovation. The roads in the city were all replaced with wide and flat cement roads. All these projects used the county yamen's money. Even if the county yamen couldn't take out so much money at once, it didn't matter. They could borrow from the Yanhuang Bank first. When the next month's taxes were collected, they could return the money. This was a little like borrowing money in modern society. Therefore, When they heard that county magistrate he wanted to donate 10,000 strings of cash from the county yaman's treasury, they couldn't help but feel a little pained. This was because the money belonged to the county yaman. Once it was donated, the county yaman's treasury would shrink by a lot. If the county yaman were to carry out any projects to improve the livelihood of the people, it was very likely that they would be faced with a shortage of money. County magistrate, isn't 10,000 strings of cash a little too much? County Magistrate Meng swallowed his saliva and asked tentatively. Too much. Of course it was too much. If it was in the past, these county yaman officials would never be able to come into contact with 10,000 strings of cash. This was because in the entire Tang Empire, there wasn't a single county that could collect more than 10,000 strings of cash every year. That's right, County Magistrate. According to Marquis's plan, the county will have to expand the city and lay out electricity lines so that the people in the city can use electric lights. These two projects will require a lot of money. If we donate 10,000 strings of cash, we won't be able to carry out these two projects. Registrar Wang hesitated for a moment, then clasped his hands and said, Chapter 1780. Bang, bang, bang. In the Black Armored Army's camp, outside the kitchen of the Wu barracks, a soldier was sweating profusely under the setting sun. As he swung his axe again and again, round logs were chopped into halves. The series of actions could be said to be done in one go, clean and neat. It was pleasing to the eye. However, the soldier's words were not so pleasing to the eye. Hey, I'm a son of a duke. How can I be reduced to chopping firewood in the army? This is so unfair. Xiao Xian, you're torturing me on purpose. Tonight, when you fall asleep, I'll stuff Bao Lin's footwear at your bedside. Hey, F***CK. How much firewood does the kitchen burn in a day? Is there a need to chop so much? Could it be that the kid just now was pranking me too? The person chopping the firewood was Cheng Chumo. After all, this fellow knew martial arts. Chopping firewood was a piece of cake for him. His efficiency was 3 to 4 times faster than the average person. Although his movements were smooth and fluid, Cheng Chumo was cursing as he chopped the firewood. He even threatened to prank Li Zishuan at night. But this fellow was too ignorant. Ever since he entered the army camp, when was he not the first to fall asleep? If he really wanted to prank someone, it would be Li Zishuan pranking him, not Li Zishuan. Phew, I'm finally done chopping. People who knew martial arts were different. Ordinary people would need more than 2 hours to chop all the firewood, but Cheng Chumo only used half an hour to chop all the firewood. After he finished chopping, this guy began to organize the pile of firewood in front of him, piling them up into piles. There should still be more than an hour before the training ends, right? The food in the kitchen is not ready yet. Where should I go? After everything was done, Cheng Chumo couldn't help but feel troubled. At this moment, the soldiers on the training ground were still training. If he were to return to his tent, Li Zishuan might chase him to the training ground to train with the other soldiers. However, if he were to stay in the kitchen, he would have nothing to do, because the food was not ready yet. He couldn't eat even if he wanted to. Could it be that he, the son of a duke, had to cook for others? Cheng Chumo quickly shook his head and threw this terrifying thought out of his mind. Where was the hottest place in the summer? It must be the kitchen. In the kitchen of the Wu battalion, there were many stoves that were burning firewood at the same time. It was simply not a place for humans. He couldn't go back to his tent. He couldn't stay in the kitchen. He didn't want to go to the training ground. Even if he wandered around the barracks, he would be punished if he was caught. Why don't I hide in the pile of firewood and rest for a while? Looking at the neat piles of firewood under the shed, Cheng Chumo suddenly had an idea, and an idea came to his mind. Since he couldn't go anywhere, he might as well hide here and slack off for a while. The cooks in the kitchen still didn't know that he had finished chopping the firewood so quickly. By the time they found out, it would be almost time for dinner. On the other hand, Li Zishuan must still think that he was helping to cook in the kitchen. Naturally, he wouldn't find out that he was slacking off. This was a good plan that could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Cheng Chumo couldn't help but praise himself for his cleverness. Then, he walked to the pile of firewood and stood against the wall. Next, he placed a pile of firewood in front of him and beside him. Then he squatted down and directly leaned against the wall to enjoy the shade. This pile of firewood was next to the kitchen. There was a shed on top of it. It was ventilated from 3 sides. At this moment, there was a slight southeast wind blowing. Xianxia didn't feel hot staying inside. Anyway, it was much cooler than the kitchen. If someone passed by here, they would only see the pile of firewood and wouldn't see a lazy guy slacking off in the pile of firewood. Sigh. Finally, I can take a break. Xianxia leaned against the wall comfortably, feeling the slight breeze from the gaps of the pile of firewood. His nerves relaxed, and for a moment, he actually felt a little sleepy. This afternoon, helping Xianxia to make the sandbox had consumed too many of his brain cells. Now that he was relaxed, his upper and lower eyelids began to fight. Then he actually fell asleep in the pile of firewood. Chapter 1781. After dinner, Xianxia returned to his tent with Wuxia Baolin. Although Sun Jiping also wanted to go over and take a look at the sand table, he still had some military matters to attend to, so he could only wait until nighttime. As for Xianxia's whereabouts, although Xianxia was worried, he wasn't too worried. Just as he said earlier, the Black Armored Army's gate was sealed. Without Duan Zhishuan's permission, no one could leave the camp. Although Xianxia was the son of a duke, military orders came first in the army. Without Duan Zhishuan's permission, he wouldn't be able to leave the gate. Therefore, Xianxia guessed that Xianxia was most likely hiding somewhere and sneaking around. When nighttime came, this fellow would definitely return to his tent to sleep. It wouldn't be too late to deal with him then. Xianxia and Sun Jiping went to the kitchen early, so they ate quickly. After they left, there were still many soldiers who had just gotten their food. Ding Dali was one of them. Although this person was usually carefree and straightforward, he liked to eat quietly and didn't like to talk to others at this time. Therefore, he usually ate alone by the firewood on the east side of the kitchen. Tonight was no exception. Hey, Dali, eat. Just as Ding Dali was half full, a rough voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Ding Dali turned his head and saw that it was by Xianxia who had come to deliver medicine to him in the afternoon. Xianxia, you're here? Take a seat, take a seat. Have you eaten? Ding Dali hurriedly pointed to a wooden stool beside him and greeted by Xianxia warmly. It was completely different from the coldness in the afternoon. Now, Ding Dali was extremely warm towards by Xianxia. The difference in his attitude before was like heaven and earth. The reason was because of what Bai Xianxia had said to Ding Dali in the afternoon, which made Ding Dali feel guilty. It was because of this guilt that Ding Dali let down his guard against Bai Xianxia and even became somewhat warm towards him. I've already eaten. Bai Xianxia waved his hand and sat down beside Ding Dali. In fact, Bai Xianxia was pleasantly surprised by Ding Dali's enthusiasm. This proved that the act he put on at noon was not in vain. To him, things were developing in a good direction. After sitting down, Bai Xianxia pretended to be concerned. He looked at Ding Dali and asked, Dali, have you applied the ointment I gave you this afternoon? Is your leg better now? It's almost healed. It wasn't a serious injury in the first place, and the medicine you gave me was very special. After applying it, it felt cool and refreshing. When I was training in the afternoon, I felt the pain in my leg lessen a lot. I think it should be completely healed by tomorrow. Ding Dali quickly replied. Then he hesitated for a moment and said, Well, Xianxia, I was a little harsh with my words at noon. Don't take it to heart. I don't know what's good for me. I apologize to you. Just treat me as a fart and let me go, okay? After saying that, he couldn't help but look at Bai Xianxia anxiously. Hearing this, Bai Xianxia patted Ding Dali's shoulder and laughed loudly. Ha! You and I are brothers, and we used to be comrades. I won't take such small things to heart. But Dali, as your brother, there's something I don't know if I should say. Towards the end, Bai Xianxia seemed to want to say something, but stopped. When Ding Dali heard that Bai Xianxia wasn't angry about what happened at noon, he couldn't help but feel a little happy. But after hearing the last sentence, he immediately patted his chest and said seriously, Xianxia, what are you saying? I didn't know before, but now I know. You really treat me as a brother. If you have something to say, just say it. The two of them were talking happily, and it was really a scene of brotherly affection. But neither of them noticed that in the pile of firewood behind them, There was a lazy guy who had just woken up from his sleep. How did I fall asleep? Why is it so noisy outside? Could it be that the army's training has ended? Chung Chumo, who had been lazing around in the pile of firewood and sleeping for more than an hour, suddenly heard a burst of noise. He couldn't help but rub his sleepy eyes, and his consciousness gradually became clear. Just as he was about to stand up, he heard Bai Shanhai say in a low voice from outside, "Don't worry. Dolly, I heard that this Li Kanjun seems to treat people peacefully and has the style of a gentleman. But in private, he is vicious and cruel and likes to deliberately torture people. Some of the servants in his residence have been tortured to the point where they can't even die. The reason why his fierce reputation hasn't spread outside is because this person is extremely good at disguising himself. He is one person in front of people and another person in private. So when you guys hit the wooden stakes and got injured yesterday, I feel that it wasn't because Li Kanjun wanted to train you to obey orders, but because he likes to torture people. Think about it. At that time, he was able to torture you for fun, and he even had such a dignified excuse. How could he let go of such a good opportunity?" Hearing this, no matter how stupid Ching Chumo was, he felt that something was wrong. He, who had wanted to stand up, quickly sat back down. "What? How is that possible?" When Ding Dali heard Bai Shanhai's words, his first reaction was disbelief. He stared and said, "Before Li Kanjun entered the military camp, he might have led the Sky Pheasant Brigade to exterminate the locusts in dozens of counties in the north. He solved the locust plague of the local people and saved countless people. How could he be the vicious and cruel person you were talking about?" Why does this voice sound so familiar? Chung Chumo, who was hiding in the pile of firewood and eavesdropping, couldn't help but feel that Ding Dali's voice was familiar. After seriously recalling in his mind for a moment, Chung Chumo finally remembered the owner of this voice. "Isn't this Ding Dali, who I met last night when I was patrolling with Xianxia? Why is he here? No, who's he talking to? It doesn't sound like he's from our camp." Last night, Chung Chumo had been patrolling the camp with Li Zixuan. Although this fellow felt bored halfway through and slipped back to sleep, the camp that Ding Dali was in was the first one they patrolled yesterday. At that time, Chung Chumo was present, so he could quickly recognize Ding Dali's voice. However, he had never heard this other voice before. But from the words that person said, it was obvious that he was deliberately trying to sow discord. This made Chung Chumo feel a sense of vigilance. He planned to hide in the pile of firewood and eavesdrop for a while, waiting to see what would happen next. Chung Chumo was a simple and honest person, but he was not stupid. He still understood the principle of catching an adulterer in bed and catching a thief with the stolen goods. Outside the pile of firewood, Bai Shanhai's eyes flashed, and he said in a low voice, "I said, that's just his appearance. Kanjun Li is the best at one thing on the surface and another behind the scenes. Besides, didn't he do all that for the sake of being promoted? Didn't you see that after he returned from the north, he received a lot of rewards from His Majesty?" That's true. After the Sky Rooster Brigade returned from the north, Li Zixuan was conferred the title of governor of Qingzhou. The whole of Qingzhou became his fief. So Ding Dali thought for a while and nodded subconsciously. But then he realized that something was wrong and quickly said, "That's not right. Last night, I heard from Kanjun Li that our battalion will have a competition with your 2nd Battalion in 9 days. So during this period of time, he will arrange a heavier training mission for us, and some of us will inevitably get injured. But this is all because Kanjun Li wants us to become stronger so that we can defeat you in the competition in 9 days." Hearing this, Bai Shanhai's expression froze. But after a while, he reacted. He patted Ding Dali's shoulder and said, Dali, you are really too young. Do you know how the competition in 9 days came about? Kanjun Li saw that General Chiu had rich experience and outstanding ability. So he wanted to chase General Chiu out of the Black Armored Army and force General Chiu to agree to the competition. As long as your Wu Battalion wins this competition, General Chiu will leave the Black Armored Army. He said that he's training you like this for your own good. But in reality, he is training you like this for himself. He wants to get rid of the dissidents and dominate the Black Armored Army. That's why he wants you to train so hard, but doesn't care if you live or die. As long as you can win the competition, even if you get injured, he won't care. F***CK. Who the hell is this bastard? How dare he slander Xianxia like this? Hearing this, Xianxia couldn't help but be furious. More than an hour ago, although he had secretly made up stories about Li Zishuan, and even wanted to take advantage of Li Zishuan's sleep and stuff Yuchi Baolin's smelly socks to Li Zishuan's bed, he didn't allow others to badmouth Li Zishuan. Because, no matter what, Li Zishuan was the most important brother in his life to Xianxia. What? There's such a thing? Outside the pile of firewood, Ding Dali said in shock. I only know that there will be a competition with your 2nd Battalion in 9 days, but I didn't know that this competition was initiated by General Li. But our battalion can't even defeat your battalion. Why would General Li do this? It's because you're no match for us. That's why General Li did this. Hearing this, Bai Shanhai laughed coldly and said, think about it. If the Wu Battalion is stronger than the 2nd Battalion, then how can General Li prove that his ability is better than General Qiu's? He wants to use this competition to build his reputation in the Black Armored Army and force General Qiu to leave the Black Armored Army. And you guys are just stepping stones on Li Zishuan's path to success. He only sees you guys as tools and doesn't care if you live or die. That's why he came up with such a cruel training method, making you guys train so hard and even injuring both men and horses. What? It's actually like this? Ding Dali's face turned pale when he heard this. What Bai Shanhai said was completely different from the image he had of Li Zishuan in his mind, and it was hard for him to accept it. Dali. Seeing Ding Dali's pale face and dazed eyes, the corners of Bai Shanhai's mouth curled up into an imperceptible smile. He stepped forward and patted Ding Dali's shoulder, deciding to follow up on his victory. With a deep expression, he said, the 2nd Battalion can lose this competition because we can't bear to see you guys being tortured by General Li like this. We are all in the Black Armored Army, and that means we are fellow soldiers, brothers. Now you guys have only suffered some light injuries, but who knows if you will lose your lives in the future. You guys didn't die on the battlefield, but on the drill ground. To the Black Armored Army, this is a great humiliation. Ding Dali rubbed his forehead with a pained expression. He waved his hand and said, Shanhai, don't say any more. I'm just a small soldier in the Wu Battalion. Even if I know all this, I can't do anything. It's better for me to continue being muddle-headed. Bai Shanhai saw that the time was ripe, and his eyes flashed with joy. He hurriedly said, Dali, who said you can't do anything? Brother, let me tell you the truth. The lieutenant of our battalion has long been sick of General Li's atrocities. The medicine I gave you this afternoon was given to us by our lieutenant. Our lieutenant will definitely have a way to take down Li Zishuan and stop him from harming you guys. Let's do it this way. Tonight at midnight, you call the other wounded brothers in your camp over here. First, I'll give them some medicine. Second, I'll invite our captain over. He'll tell you how to resist adjunct Li's atrocities next. How about it? But what if we are discovered? Ding Dali's eyes flashed with a hint of hesitation, but he was still hesitant. Seeing this, Bai Shanhai patted him on the shoulder and said, Dali, don't worry. Our Black Armored Army is not something that Li Zishuan can cover with one hand. If anything happens, our lieutenant will take care of it for you. At the very least, there is still General Qiu. General Qiu is a righteous person. When the time comes, he will definitely uphold justice for us. You have to know that you are not only saving yourself, but also saving your brothers in the battalion. Can you bear to see them being abused by Li Zishuan? With Li Zishuan's atrocious personality, they will be crippled sooner or later. Bai Shanhai's last sentence had struck a chord in Ding Dali's heart. He had no other good points, but he was a righteous person. Hearing this, the originally hesitant Ding Dali suddenly became determined. He looked at Bai Shanhai and nodded heavily. Okay, Brother Shanhai, I will listen to you. Tonight at midnight, I will bring my brothers here to meet your lieutenant. Let's see what he can do. Good, Dali. You are still as righteous as before. I, Bai Shanhai, did not misjudge you. Hearing this, Bai Shanhai could not help but become excited. He heavily punched Ding Dali's chest and said excitedly, then it settled. I will go back to the battalion now and inform our lieutenant. Tonight at midnight, I will not leave until I see you. All right. Li Zixuan is very good at disguising himself. Most of the soldiers in the battalion have been deceived by his hypocrisy. You must be careful when you do things. Do not make a fuss about it to avoid being obstructed. At the end, Bai Shanhai reminded him worriedly. Brother Shanhai, I know. Don't worry. Ding Dali nodded. Only then did Bai Shanhai relax and leave. Chapter 1782. Damn you, Ding Dali. Last night, Xianxia even personally treated your injuries. Today you're going to change sides just because someone instigated you? What AF asterisk King Ingrate. After Ding Dali and Bai Shanhai left, Cheng Chumo walked out from the pile of firewood. Looking at the two's departing figures, he waved his fist and said hatefully, No, I have to tell Xianxia about this. Cheng Chumo muttered to himself in a low voice. But as soon as he took a step forward, he retracted his foot. He rubbed his growling stomach and sighed. Alas, filling my stomach is more important. If I miss this meal, I can only wait until tomorrow morning to eat. I can still tell Xianxia after I eat. Sure enough, eating was the most important thing in the world. To Cheng Chumo, nothing in this world was more important than filling his stomach. However, he knew that Ding Dali and Bai Shanhai wouldn't be able to do anything in such a short time. So he was in the mood to eat first. In the tent, Li Zixuan waited for a long time, but Cheng Chumo still hadn't returned. He, who wasn't worried at first, gradually became anxious. Cheng Chumo and Wuxia Baolin had entered the army camp to help him. If either of them were to meet with mishap in the Black Armored Army, then Li Zixuan would have let down Cheng Yaojin and Wuxia Jingda. Moreover, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Just as Li Zixuan was about to personally go out to look for Cheng Chumo, a series of footsteps finally came from outside the tent, followed by Cheng Chumo's shouts. Xianxia, something has happened. The curtain was lifted and Cheng Chumo walked in quickly. Li Zixuan took a step forward and blocked him. His voice was cold as he said, Chumo, where did you go during dinner? Seeing that Li Zixuan had the intention of denouncing him, Cheng Chumo couldn't help but shrink his neck. Although he said that he wanted to prank Li Zixuan behind his back, when they met face to face, this guy immediately cowered. Because he really couldn't beat him. Cough, cough. Xianxia, let's not talk about this first. I found something very important. Hurry up and listen to me. Cheng Chumo quickly changed the topic and said, No matter what it is, you have to answer the question I just asked. Li Zixuan, who was well aware of Cheng Chumo's nature, was not moved in the slightest. With a cold expression, he looked at Cheng Chumo and said indifferently, Xianxia, I'm not joking with you this time. I really found something very important. Someone is trying to sow discord among our soldiers. I think it's someone from the 2nd Battalion. Just now, outside the kitchen, that person went to look for Ding Dali. I heard everything they said. That person seems to be called Shanhai or something. In order to prove his innocence, Cheng Chumo hurriedly told Li Zixuan everything he saw and heard outside the kitchen. Seeing that Cheng Chumo spoke in a methodical manner and didn't seem to be lying, Li Zixuan's expression immediately became serious. Huh? Yamacho, didn't we go see this son Dali last night? Yamacho, you even personally treated his injuries. How could he believe that person's malicious words about you, Yamacho? After Cheng Chumo finished speaking, before Li Zixuan could say anything, Wuxia Baolin couldn't help but speak up angrily. Ding Dali and I didn't have a close relationship before this. It's impossible for him to believe me just based on what I said last night. And from what Chumo said, this person called Shanhai seems to be familiar with Ding Dali. Therefore, it's understandable that Ding Dali would turn against him. Li Zixuan patted Baolin's shoulder to calm him down. Then he clasped his hands behind his back and said, The truly despicable person is that person called Shanhai. He said that he came from the 2nd Battalion, and this matter was ordered by 2nd Battalion Lieutenant Sun Tao. This way it all makes sense. HM, how does it make sense? Xianxia, don't just say half of it. Cheng Chimo was listening attentively when Li Zixuan suddenly stopped talking. This made him very anxious, so he couldn't help but ask. Li Zixuan cast a sidelong glance at the idiot and said, "Why don't you tell me where you went just now? How did you hear the conversation between Sun Tao and that person? And how did you not get discovered by them?" If I tell you, Xianxia, can you not be angry?" Cheng Chimo scratched his head, troubled. "You tell me first," Li Zixuan said calmly with a straight face. Okay. I'll talk. Although Li Zixuan's face was expressionless, Cheng Chimo, who knew Li Zixuan's character well, knew what Li Zixuan's expression meant. It meant that he would be lenient if he confessed, and severe if he resisted. Thus, he lowered his head and honestly confessed, "You're right. Earlier, you asked me to help in the kitchen, so I went. In the end, the kitchen staff asked me to help them chop firewood. I had a lot of strength, so I finished chopping very quickly. But after I finished chopping, I didn't know where to go, so I rested in the firewood pile for a while. Who knew that I would accidentally fall asleep? When I woke up, I heard Ding Dolly and that mountain sea guy plotting something outside the firewood pile. I saw that they didn't have me, so I quietly eavesdropped. After that, you know everything. You always think about slacking off every day. Look at how steady Bao Lin is in his training all day." Li Zixuan was very smart. How could he not guess why Cheng Chimo didn't return to the tent after chopping the firewood? He glared at him and said. Cheng Chimo knew that he was in the wrong. He shrunk his neck and whispered, "If I didn't slack off, how could I have heard their conspiracy?" Li Zixuan was so angry that he laughed. He pointed at Cheng Chimo and said, "So not only did you not do anything wrong, but you also did something good? Should I ask the general to reward you?" Cheng Chimo laughed awkwardly. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Haha, that's not necessary. I don't need any reward." "Oh, right, Xiaoxian, you haven't finished what you said just now. You can continue." Encountering such a shameless guy, Li Zixuan didn't know what to do. He secretly rolled his eyes and said, "It's obvious that someone is trying to instigate the soldiers of the Wu battalion who got injured during the training. They're trying to sow discord between me and the soldiers. They're trying to disturb the morale of the soldiers. Once the morale of the soldiers is disturbed, we don't even need to compete with the 2nd Battalion 9 days later. We can just admit defeat." Hearing that, Cheng Chimo stared at him and said with righteous indignation, "What? In that case, this matter must have been secretly arranged by that bastard Sun Tao. That son of a bitch is really a sinister person. He can't beat the Wu battalion head-on, so he decided to stab us in the back. Pooh! When I meet him one day, I'll definitely beat him to death." "Shut up." Li Zixuan quickly interrupted Cheng Chimo and said, "Private fights are strictly prohibited in the military. Even if Sun Tao is the mastermind behind this, he should be punished according to military law. You better be honest and don't get yourself into trouble. Besides, we don't have any evidence to prove that this is Sun Tao's doing. So Chimo, don't act rashly." "Oh, what? What do you mean we don't have any evidence to prove that this is Sun Tao's doing? This is what the guy named Shanghai said himself. Isn't the evidence obvious?" Cheng Chimo responded subconsciously, but he immediately refuted. Li Zixuan sighed and explained, "As the saying goes, to catch a thief, you need the stolen goods. These are only your side of the story. It's not enough to be used as evidence. And even if we take this guy down, he will deny it. In this way, not only will we not be able to find out the real culprit, we will also alert the enemy and make the mastermind more vigilant. In this way, we won't be able to guard against him in the future. Then what should we do? We can't just watch them try to drive a wedge between our brothers, right?" Cheng Chimo scratched his head out of habit when he was unable to make a decision. Li Zixuan shook his head and said, "Since we know about their conspiracy, there is no reason for us to sit back and do nothing. It's just that we don't have enough evidence, so we can only beat them at their own game. Chimo, Bao Lin, come here." Li Zixuan waved to Cheng Chimo and Yuchi Bao Lin. The two hurriedly moved their heads over. Li Zixuan was about to speak when he smelled a strange smell. He quickly retreated and waved his hand. "Cheng Chimo, how long has it been since you last bathed?" "Master, why did you come back today?" At 7:30, the sky was not completely dark yet. Cheng Yaojin was dressed in martial attire and rode back to Duke Lu's residence. Madame Cheng heard the commotion and came out from the backyard. When she saw Cheng Yaojin, she hurriedly went up and greeted him. Now that the 12 guards of the capital had all entered the closed training phase, the commanding general of the army usually stayed in the barracks day and night to train the soldiers. However, in comparison, the black armor troops had just been expanded and their training was heavier. The management of the generals and soldiers in the army was stricter. The other armies were not as strict as the black armor troops. If the commanding general had something to do, he could still leave the barracks. But even so, Cheng Yaojin had not returned home to sleep for several nights. So when Madame Cheng saw Cheng Yaojin, she was a little surprised. "Hey, I came back for some matters." Cheng Yaojin dismounted and handed the reins to the guards in the residence as he replied to Madame Cheng. "Master, have you eaten yet?" Madame Cheng asked. "Not yet. Just ask the kitchen to prepare 2 dishes and a pot of good wine. After a busy day, this old man is starving," Cheng Yaojin said loudly. With that, he walked towards the main hall in the front yard. Half an hour later, in the main hall of the Cheng residence, Cheng Yaojin was drinking wine and eating meat with relish. He was eating happily. Madame Cheng, who had already eaten dinner, sat at the side and watched Cheng Yaojin eat heartily. She could not help but think that her husband came back tonight because he had enough of the coarse grain in the army and came back to improve his diet. "Oh, madam, have you seen the Datang Daily today?" Just as Madame Cheng was letting her imagination run wild, Cheng Yaojin finally spoke. He chewed on his food and spoke with a lisp. "I've seen it. Why are you asking this, master?" Madame Cheng, who had regained her senses, asked curiously. 2 days later, Lantian County will be holding that fundraising event. At that time, you can ask the shopkeeper of one of our shops to take 5,000 strings of money and donate it to Lantian County. Cheng Yaojin raised his head and said to Madame Cheng. Then, he happily drank another small cup of wine. He was very satisfied. Things were different now. Ever since Duke Lu's mansion hitched a ride on Li Zixuan's Get Rich Express last year, the mansion's monthly income was at least a few thousand strings of coins. Over the past year, not only were many old pavilions rebuilt, even the tables and chairs in the mansion were replaced with new ones. The Cheng family was no longer the stingy Cheng family of the past. Although 5,000 strings of money was not a small amount, with the Cheng family's current financial situation, it was still completely possible for them to take it out. "What? Master, you want to send someone to the fundraising event to donate 5,000 strings of money?" "No, I don't agree." Madame Cheng almost flipped the table when she heard this. She stood up and looked at Cheng Yaojin as if he was crazy. "Our family's money doesn't grow on trees. It's not easy to save some money. With that meager salary of yours, our family would have long been starving. If it wasn't for Xiao Xian letting us invest in the winery last year, Chonyo, Chuliang, and I would still be living a hard life with you. Now that you want to donate 5,000 strings of money, I think you've been living a good life and have lost your sense of measure. Moreover, that fundraising event is a matter between merchants. What does it have to do with our residents?" It must be said that in ancient times, women were the best at managing a household. Before Li Zixuan appeared, the only source of income for the Cheng residents was Cheng Yaojin's salary and the rent paid by the commoners in the fief. Cheng Yaojin was an honest and upright person and was not the type to be a corrupt official. Thus, the Cheng residents could only rely on this bit of income to survive. It was barely enough to survive. After Li Zixuan appeared, because of Cheng Chumo, the Cheng residents finally became rich. However, Madame Cheng, who was used to living a hard life, still had a strong sense of worry. When she heard that Cheng Yaojin was going to waste the residents' money, how could she sit still? It would be strange if she didn't explode. Cough, cough. "Madam, don't be anxious. Listen to this old man slowly tell you." Seeing this, Cheng Yaojin was a little scared. On the surface, he was in charge of the Duke's residence. However, that was only because his wife gave him face in front of outsiders. Secretly, he still respected his wife by 30%. Oh no, 70%. When this tigress showed her power, It would be strange if he didn't cower. Oof. Then tell me. Madame Chung glared and said, all of you can leave first. Cheng Yaojin put down his bowl and chopsticks and waved to the servants in the room. Everyone obeyed the order, and only the husband and wife were left in the main hall. Cheng Yaojin then said, Madam, this fundraising event was actually organized by Xianxia. Moreover, it was His Majesty who asked him to do it. Do you remember that I went to second Brother Qin's house to drink wine a few days ago? At that time, Xianxia and His Majesty were also there. Chapter 1783. Before Li Zishuan went to the Black Armored Army, he had visited Qin Xiong at Chang and city's Qin Manor. At that time, Cheng Yaojin was also at Qin Manor. The three of them drank to their heart's content at noon, but Li Er suddenly arrived. That afternoon, Li Zishuan and Li Er talked about recruiting veterans, dividing the Turks, and calling for merchants to help the imperial court raise military funds. No one else was present at that time, and whether it was Li Zishuan, Cheng Yaojin, Qin Xiong, or Li Er, they were all tight-lipped people and would definitely not announce these things to outsiders. Thus, Madame Cheng naturally did not know that this fundraiser was organized by Li Zishuan and had been instructed by Li Er. What? This fundraiser was really organized by Xianxia, and His Majesty agreed? After Cheng Yaojin recounted the conversation between Li Zishuan and Li Er at Qin Manor that day, of course, he only said the part about calling for merchants to raise military funds. Madame Cheng was silent for a moment and said with some disbelief, How can it be fake? This old man was there at that time. After explaining, Cheng Yaojin relaxed. He picked up his bowl and chopsticks and continued to eat. Unexpectedly, at this time, Madame Cheng slammed the table and glared, saying angrily, You old thing, since this fundraiser was organized by Xianxia, then how can our family only donate 5,000 strings of cash? Moreover, this was instructed by His Majesty. If our family donates less, who knows what the civil and military officials will secretly say about our family? Hearing this, Cheng Yaojin was stunned. He thought to himself, this woman's face changes faster than flipping a book. Just now, she was saying that we should donate more, but now she's complaining that we should donate less. This was truly unreasonable. Then in Madame's opinion, how much should our family donate? Cheng Yaojin smacked his lips and asked tentatively. After all, in terms of finances, Madame Cheng was still in charge of the Cheng Manor. Madame Cheng thought seriously and then said, Then donate 8,000 strings of cash. I checked the winery's account a few days ago, and there's still a lot of money left. We can still take out 8,000 strings of coins. Back then, before Cheng Yaojin had made a name for himself, Madame Cheng had already followed him. The two of them could be considered as a couple who had gone through hardships together. That was why Cheng Yaojin respected Madame Cheng so much. On the other hand, although Madame Cheng usually seemed unruly and shrewish, she was a very loyal person. She knew that the Cheng family was making a lot of money every day because of Li Zishuan. So, when she heard that the charity event was organized by Li Zishuan, she immediately lost her petty attitude and became generous. Hee, fine. Then listen to Madame and donate 8,000 strings of cash. Cheng Yaojin laughed heartily and gulped down the wine in his cup. Sigh, old master, I wonder how Chon Yo is doing in the Black Armored Army's camp. Speaking of Li Zishuan, Madame Cheng could not help but think of her eldest son. She sighed and said, I heard that among the armies in Chong, and the Black Armored Army's training is more important. I don't know if Ugly Ox can handle it. That kid's skin is tough. He'll be perfect for training in the Black Armored Army. Madam, don't worry. Everyone else might be in trouble, but he'll be fine. Besides, Xianxia is looking after him. Cheng Yaojin felt that he had eaten enough and leaned back comfortably on the chair as he spoke. He was not worried about Cheng Chumo at all. If he could endure half a year of training under the bearded man, how could he be troubled by the Black Armored Army? Even if he was worried about Cheng Chumo, there was still Li Zishuan. Old Cheng had absolute confidence in Li Zishuan. You old thing, you don't care about your own son at all. You don't act like a father at all. Madame Cheng reprimanded Cheng Yaojin and stood up to leave. Similar situations did not only happen in the Cheng family tonight. The Qin family, Yuqi family, Niu family, and Dukwei residents also had similar situations tonight. These few families were on good terms with Li Zixuan. After they found out from various sources that the fundraiser was organized by Li Zixuan, they all made the decision to donate money. These were the officials from the military camp. Unexpectedly, there were also quite a few officials from the civil officials camp who intended to make use of this fundraiser to donate money. Duke Zhao residents. Chong'er, make a trip to our family's blacksmith shop tomorrow and get shopkeeper's son to prepare 5,000 strings of coins. Donate it at the fundraiser 2 days later. In the study room, Zhangsun Wuji spoke to Zhangsun Chong. Father, our family is also participating in the fundraiser. I read in the newspaper that only merchants can participate in this fundraiser. Zhangsun Chong asked doubtfully. Isn't shopkeeper Wang a merchant? Zhangsun Wuji shook his head and said faintly, sigh. Chong'er, you don't understand. This fundraiser is His Majesty's helplessness to solve the emptiness of the national treasury and the lack of military resources. Our Zhangsun family has to contribute. As the head of the civil officials, he was naturally more well-informed than others. Moreover, just from the information that was circulating outside, he was able to deduce the general situation. The final decision-maker of the fundraiser was Li Er, and the final beneficiary was the imperial court. The Zhangsun family was a relative of the imperial family. If they were to set an example in this matter, it would be hard to avoid losing Li Er's trust. Zhangsun Wuji did not want to lose Li Er's trust. This fundraiser was actually organized by His Majesty? Hearing this, Zhangsun Chong was shocked. I thought that the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce wanted to show off in front of His Majesty. Zhangsun Wuji shook his head again. This fundraiser might not have been His Majesty's idea, but it must have been approved by His Majesty. The Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce is just the executor. From the looks of it, this Li Zixuan's weight in His Majesty's heart is getting heavier and heavier. At such a young age, this lad was conferred the title of Marquis, and he is even holding a position in the Black Armored Army. In the future, if he performs meritorious service in the war against the Turkic Khaganate, I'm afraid that no one in the imperial court will be able to suppress him, right? They were both civil and martial arts. This was where Li Zixuan made Zhangsun Wuji fearful. More importantly, Li Zixuan was young enough. At such a young age, he was able to achieve such meritorious service. In the future, their Zhangsun family would not be worth mentioning in front of Li Zixuan, right? Hearing his father's evaluation of Li Zixuan, Zhangsun Chong lowered his head and did not dare to say a word. In this 1 year at Yanhuang College, he had seen too many people and things. This had changed his mindset and outlook. While Zhangsun Wuji was still focused on the internal strife, Zhangsun Chong was already immersed in the magical new world of engineering. In Zhangsun Chong's eyes, Li Zixuan was changing the entire world with his own strength. He admired Li Zixuan from the bottom of his heart. Chong, I let you enroll in Yanhuang College. What have you found out in this 1 year? What is Li Zixuan's attitude towards the Zhangsun family? Seeing Zhangsun Chong remain silent, Zhangsun Wuji asked. When Yanhuang College was first established, under the leadership of the two princes, Li Tai and Li Ku, there were many officials in the capital who chose to enroll in Yanhuang College. Zhangsun Chong was one of them. However, he was carrying a mission given to him by Zhangsun Wuji. Zhangsun Wuji wanted Zhangsun Chong to get close to Li Zixuan in the academy and test Li Zixuan's attitude towards the Zhangsun family. It would be best if he could rope them in. If he couldn't, and Li Zixuan's hostility towards the Zhangsun family was obvious, then Zhangsun Wuji would have to consider getting rid of Li Zixuan. He did not want anyone to break his position as the leader of the officials. The ambition of a powerful official of a generation was starting to show. Father, Yamacho doesn't like fighting. Currently, he still has goodwill towards our Zhangsun family. After all, Father has helped Yamacho a few times before. However, Father, if you want to use this to recruit Yamacho to our Zhangsun family and use him, I feel that it's impossible. Yamacho actually likes to study and develop his skills. He has no intention of fighting in the imperial court. From what I see, Father, you don't have to care so much about Yamacho's attitude. As long as our Xianxia family doesn't take the initiative to provoke him, I believe that he definitely won't be our enemy. Zhang Sunchong seriously thought for a moment before carefully speaking to Zhang Sunwuji. These words were actually already suspicious of being biased towards Li Zixuan. Yinhuang College was a very mysterious and magical place. Anyone who stayed there for a long time would uncontrollably fall in love with it. They would fall in love with the beautiful scenery, the atmosphere, and the stubborn and pure people there. Therefore, even the pirate leader, the curly-bearded pirate, was reluctant to leave the academy. How could Zhang Sunchong be an exception? Under the imperceptible influence of the academy, his character had gradually undergone some changes, and perhaps even he himself hadn't noticed it. As the Yamacho of Yinhuang College, Li Zixuan was the spiritual leader in the hearts of all the teachers and students of Yinhuang College. Zhang Sunchong naturally didn't want a conflict between the father he respected the most and the spiritual idol he worshipped the most. Therefore, he said those words. No different from fighting in the imperial court? Ha! When Zhang Sunwuji heard those words, he inexplicably laughed and said, "He is in the situation, and I'm afraid that most of the time, it's not up to him. Forget it, now that the Great Tang's external threat is more serious. Dealing with the Turks is the most important thing. As for Li Zixuan, let's keep an eye on him." After which, Zhang Sunwuji tiredly rubbed his forehead and waved his hand to Zhang Sunchong. "It's getting late, Chonger, go and rest." "Yes, Father." Zhang Sunchong clasped his hands and turned to leave. Taiyuan, Wang family's ancestral residence. In a desolate courtyard, there was a room that was still lit by candlelight. "Second young master, I heard that the Elder Hall still hasn't sent any elders to Chizhou. It seems like eldest young master's wedding this time has completely ruined his future." A middle-aged man with an aquiline nose bowed to a young man and said. That young man's hair was disheveled as he sat on the couch. When he heard those words, his originally lifeless eyes suddenly shone with a dazzling radiance. "If that's the case, the family is going to abolish him soon?" The young man sat up and leaned his body forward. He looked at the middle-aged man with an aquiline nose and said excitedly. Under the candlelight, that young man's appearance was completely revealed. Wasn't this the second young master of the Wang family of Taiyuan, Wang Rini? Last year, Wang Rini colluded with bandits in Chang and City and kidnapped Han Yushi. In the end, the bandits were annihilated, and he, the second young master of the Wang family, was imprisoned. Later, Li Er returned Wang Rini to the Wang family for them to deal with. At that time, in order to seek Li Zixuan's forgiveness and appease Li Zixuan's anger, Wang Yu personally went to Chang and City to apologize to Li Zixuan. Only then did Li Zixuan let go of his desire to kill Wang Rini. Wang Yu also promised Li Zixuan that Wang Rini would be imprisoned in the Wang family's ancestral home and would never be able to step out of the house. The aquiline-nosed man nodded excitedly and said, "It should be. Otherwise, the elders should go and congratulate the eldest son of the Wang family for his wedding. But until now, the elders haven't moved. This means that eldest young master has angered the elders, and it's only a matter of time before he is abolished. By then, second young master will definitely be the new successor of the family." Ha ha! Finally, Wang Rini, have waited for this day. Ha ha ha! I want to take revenge. I want Li Zixuan to die. No, I can't let him off so easily. I want to kidnap his wife, kill his parents, and destroy his family. Wang Rini stood up, looked up to the sky, and laughed maniacally. "This subordinate congratulates second young master on regaining your freedom." The aquiline-nosed man knelt on one knee and cupped his hands. "Ha! If this young master succeeds in the future, you, Xiaoqing, will be the number one person by this young master's side. This young master will help you take revenge for your brother." Wang Rini laughed maniacally for a while before finally returning to normal. But his face was still flushed with excitement. He looked at the middle-aged man and said lightly, "At this moment, The dispirited and lifeless youth from before had disappeared and was replaced by an ambitious lunatic. Thank you, second young master. The aquiline nose man was called Xiao Qing, and he was Xiao Ying's younger brother. He and Xiao Ying were both from the Chui clan of Qinghe. Last year, Wang Rini instructed Xiao Ying to kidnap Han Yushi in order to obtain the formula for the immortal intoxication. Although Wang Rini was lucky enough to escape death, Xiao Ying was naturally pushed out to take the blame and was beheaded in the end. In the 4th month of this year, the Chui clan of Qinghe, Chui clan of Bowling, and Zheng clan of Xinjiang were annihilated by the imperial army in Guangxing County. Without the support of his mother's family, Wang Rini's situation became even more difficult. Xiao Qing and the rest of the people from the Chui clan of Qinghe were no longer welcome in the Wang family. Thus, they were sent to this desolate courtyard to take care of Wang Rini's food and lodging. But he never thought that Wang Rini would actually have a chance to make a comeback. How could Xiao Qing not be wild with joy? I can't go out now. Help me continue to pay attention to the movements outside. Once there's news, inform me immediately. Although Wang Rini's hair was still disheveled, his temperament had already returned to its usual calmness. He ordered Xiao Qing with his hands behind his back. Yes, second young master. Xiao Qing accepted the order and left. Chapter 1784. The clan elders still haven't sent anyone. It seems they've decided to give up on my cousin. Qizhou Governor's Mansion, Eastern Courtyard. Princess Tong, and spoke casually as she fiddled with the teacup on the table. Wang Yu frowned. After a moment of silence, he said, logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case. 5 days ago, I sent a messenger pigeon to father and told him about the pros and cons of this matter. The clans are in a precarious situation and can no longer contend with the imperial court. Li Zishuan is also a popular figure in the imperial court. He established the academy, destroyed the clans, and attacked the Turks. This child's future is limitless. If we can make use of my cousin to form an alliance with Li Zishuan, then it will be absolutely beneficial to the Wang family. Father has always been far-sighted, and this old man believes that he will be able to see the pros and cons clearly and convince the other Wang family elders to make the right choice. Wang Yu's father, Wang Bing, was a minister of the previous dynasty. After he stepped down from his position as clan head, he joined the Wang clan's elder circle and assumed the position of Grand Elder. Princess Tong and frowned slightly when she heard this. She raised her teacup and took a sip before she said, but tomorrow is the day of my cousin's wedding, yet not a single one of the elders in the clan has come to Qizhou. That represents that they don't approve of my cousin's marriage, and they don't acknowledge my cousin as their eldest son. My cousin will have a hard time in the clan. Old master, do you think they will make Ren Yi the successor of the Wang clan? Princess Tong narrowed her eyes and looked at Wang Yu with a faint smile. Wang Rini was also Wang Yu's son, but he was born of a concubine, Chui Qinfang. Wang Yu's concubine had a great background. She came from the Chui clan of Qinghe. How could a daughter of the Chui clan be married as a concubine? That was because Chui Qinfang was from the Chui clan's concubine and didn't have much of a presence. Moreover, the Wang clan of Taiyuan was one of the 5 clans and 7 hopes. It was not a disgrace to marry a daughter of a concubine to the head of the Wang clan as a concubine. Impossible. Wang Yu shook his head and said, Rini, this child is too narrow-minded. Previously, he made an enemy of Li Zishuan and even offended half of the families of generals in the capital. Even if Biao was abandoned, it would not be Rini's turn to replace his position. There are many talents in the family who are more outstanding than him. Now that the Chui clan has been annihilated, Wang Rini won't be able to replace cousin as long as those elders aren't senile. Princess Tong, and said coldly, her eyes chilling. Wang Rini's greatest reliance in the Wang clan was the Chui clan of Qinghe. But now that the Chui clan of Qinghe no longer existed, his reliance had instead become a hindrance. As long as the elders of the Wang clan didn't want to be involved with the Chui clan of Qinghe, they would absolutely not help Wang Rini ascend the throne. In Taiyuan, Wang Rini, who was dreaming of regaining his freedom and regaining his power, had no idea that Wang Yu and Princess Tong and had already sentenced him to death. He would never be able to make a comeback. Don't be so pessimistic. Things haven't reached the point of no return yet. After Cousin's wedding, this old man will first return to the ancestral home with you and explain Cousin's situation to the elders face to face. Then, we will return to Sui province. Wang Yu looked at Princess Tong and said gently, now that the imperial power was at its peak, it was no longer the world of the aristocratic families. Wang Yu felt that the elders of the Wang clan should understand that by dethroning Wang Renbiao, not only would they completely offend Li Zixuan, they would also offend Wang Renbiao, who represented the imperial family. This was extremely unwise. I'll listen to old master. Princess Tong and smiled and said, at night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Around midnight, in the camp of the Black Armored Army, a group of people walked out of the camp quietly. They avoided many waves of patrolling soldiers along the way and finally arrived at the side of the kitchen of the E Battalion. At this time, other than the patrolling soldiers, the rest of the soldiers in the camp had all fallen asleep peacefully. Thus, the camp was extremely quiet. Only the sound of burning torches and the chirping of insects and birds could be heard in the camp. Dolly, where is the lieutenant of the B Battalion? You're not lying to us, are you? The group of people arrived at the kitchen and saw that other than them, there was no one else here. One of the soldiers couldn't help but ask angrily, that's right, Dolly, didn't you say that the lieutenant of the B Battalion would come? Where is he now? You brat, are you trying to play with us? You have to know that it is against the military rules to leave the camp without sleeping in the middle of the night. Another soldier also said, that's right, this group of people were the injured soldiers from the training in the past 2 days. After Ding Dali heard by Xianxia's words, he returned to the camp and secretly contacted some of the injured soldiers who were on good terms with him. He told them everything that Bai Xianxia said to him in the afternoon. These people were mostly honest people and didn't have many tricks up their sleeves. After hearing Ding Dali's words, they all felt that it made sense and secretly snuck out of the camp at midnight. However, they didn't expect to come here empty-handed. Sun Tao wasn't even here. Everyone couldn't help but feel a little angry. One had to know that they had secretly followed Ding Dali here and had taken a huge risk. Don't rush. Let's wait a little longer. Shanghai won't lie to us. Let's wait a little longer. Lieutenant Sun Tao will definitely come. Ding Dali was also a little scared, but he forced himself to be calm and comforted everyone. How long do we have to wait a little longer? If we come out for too long, we'll definitely be found out. The soldier who spoke first retorted, that's right. We can't stay here for too long. If the squad leader finds out, we'll be finished. As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately agreed. Ding Dali wiped the sweat on his forehead. He didn't know if it was because of the hot weather or because he was anxious, but he pressed his hand down and said, be quiet. It'll be bad if we attract the patrols. Brothers, let's wait here quietly for a while. If Sun Tao doesn't come after 15 minutes, we'll go back, okay? By then, Ding Dali will be at your disposal. Okay, we'll wait for another 15 minutes. The leader pondered for a while and said, everyone squatted at the side of the kitchen and began to wait quietly. Did you see it clearly? Is there anything unusual? Under a ginkgo tree not far away, Zhang Kongyan asked the soldiers beside him softly. Zhang Kongyan was the one who sowed discord, so Sun Tao would definitely not come tonight. This fellow, Zhang Kongyan, wasn't just adept at flattering others, he was crafty as well. Most importantly, he was extremely cautious in his actions. Before he came out to meet Ding Dali and the others, he had to confirm that there was no one else in the surroundings. After all, what he was doing now couldn't be exposed, and if Li Zixuan or Duan Jixuan noticed it, then he would be completely finished. Lieutenant, I've checked. There's nothing unusual around us. The people Ding Dali brought should be the injured soldiers from the Wu Battalion. The guard next to Zhang Kongyan bowed and said, good, come with me. Zhang Kongyan sighed a breath of relief when he heard that. He walked out from behind the tree and walked toward the kitchen. The dozen or so soldiers beside him immediately followed after him. Someone's coming. Beside the kitchen, Ding Dali and the others quickly noticed the commotion here. Everyone's heart trembled as they stood up and looked cautiously at Zhang Kongyan and the others who were walking towards them. "Dali, it's me." By Shanghai, who was following behind Zhang Kongyan, called out. "It's Shanghai. Lieutenant Sun Tao and the others are here." Hearing this familiar voice, Ding Dali instantly shouted excitedly. God knows how much pressure he had endured during this period of waiting. Now that Bai Shanhai and the others had finally arrived, he was naturally overjoyed. Why is it Lieutenant Zhang from the 3rd Battalion? When Zhang Kongyan and the others came closer, under the moonlight, everyone quickly realized that Sun Tao wasn't among them. The one leading them was actually Lieutenant Zhang Kongyan of the 3rd Battalion. Everyone couldn't help but feel displeased. There was no other reason other than Zhang Kongyan's reputation in the black armored troops wasn't good. Almost everyone knew how Zhang Kongyan became the lieutenant of the 3rd Battalion. There was no other reason other than that he had sucked up to Qiu Xingong. In the army, the strong were respected. People like Zhang Kongyan, who didn't have any abilities and relied on sucking up to their superiors, were the most disliked. Usually, everyone was unconvinced by Zhang Kongyan's actions. Brother Shanhai, where's Lieutenant Sun Tao? Ding Dali also realized that Sun Tao wasn't among them and couldn't help but ask. Bai Shanhai coughed lightly and explained, Lieutenant Sun has important matters to attend to tonight. He really isn't free, so he asked Lieutenant Zhang to come over. Don't worry, Lieutenant Sun and our Lieutenant Zhang are both righteous people. He also can't stand Lieutenant Li mistreating his soldiers. On this matter, Lieutenant Zhang will also. Without waiting for him to finish, Zhang Kongyan opened his mouth and said, Brothers, Shanhai is right. No matter how Zhang Kongyan, was in the past, I am of one heart and one mind with my brothers on this matter of defeating Li Zishuan. This matter was all planned by Lieutenant Sun Tao. He couldn't bear to see his brothers suffer under Li Zishuan's hands. Today, he should be the one to come over. However, Lieutenant Sun Tao had something to attend to at the last minute and couldn't leave. Thus, he asked me to come over. Everyone, don't worry. Lieutenant Sun Tao has already told me his plan. As long as you follow the plan, you will definitely be able to drive Li Zishuan out of the black armored troops. When that happens, you won't have to endure Li Zishuan's cruel training anymore. The reason why Zhang Kongyan wanted to use Sun Tao's name to win over the soldiers of the Wu Battalion was mainly because he knew that his reputation in the black armored troops wasn't good. Sun Tao was different. Sun Tao's martial arts were high, and he was extremely righteous. He loved to take the lead when something happened and treated the soldiers under him even better. Thus, Sun Tao's reputation in the black armored troops was still extremely good. Otherwise, Ding Dali wouldn't have turned against him just based on Bai Shanhai's words. Amongst all of this, Bai Shanhai's use of Sun Tao's name was a huge factor. Then Lieutenant Zhang, what do you think we should do next? And Wu Battalion's soldier opened his mouth and asked. Zhang Kongyan smiled and said, It's very simple. After you return to the camp, contact the other injured officers and soldiers in the camp. Persuade them to join our camp by persuading them with emotion and reason. On the other hand, you have to actively contact the rest of the soldiers who are not injured, especially those who are close to you. Tell them that although you are injured today, it might be their turn tomorrow. According to Li Zishuan's training method, before the war between the Tang Empire and the Turks, at least half of the soldiers in the Wu Battalion will die. You have to make them feel the same way and acknowledge you. Only then will they stand on the same side as us. Do you all understand? Is that it, Lieutenant Zhang? The soldier who first spoke up at this time, his tone revealing some dissatisfaction. That's right. What kind of plan is this? How can we convince Li Zishuan with just this? That's right. Lieutenant Zhang, what kind of plan is this? The rest couldn't help but agree. Zhang Kongyan smiled and said, Of course it's not just this. After you have contacted enough people, I will lead you to choose a time to mutiny. This mutiny is no small matter. When the time comes, the general will definitely pay attention to this matter. When the time comes, you can tell the general your request. This way, Li Zishuan will definitely not be able to stay in the black armored army, and the Wu battalion will no longer be subjected to the harsh training. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. What? Mutiny? Mutiny in the army is punishable by death. Ding Dali's eyes widened, and a layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. The rest of the soldiers were also panicking. After all, they could talk about recruiting people, but to mutiny, they subconsciously rejected it. This was because since ancient times, mutinies in the army always ended up in a miserable state. Brothers, you don't have to worry. Mutiny is just a way for you to express your request, not your goal. Your goal is to drive Li Zishuan out of the Black Armored Army. When the time comes, Lieutenant Sun Tao and I will also help you. If the general blames you, General Chiu and I will plead for you. As the saying goes, the law cannot punish the majority. Furthermore, you are just expressing your request reasonably. The general will not do anything to you. Zhang Kanyan naturally saw through the worries in everyone's hearts. He gestured for them to be quiet and then said in a deep voice. Everyone remained silent as they looked at each other. No one was willing to step out to express their opinions. After all, this matter was too serious. If they were to make a fuss, not only would they not be able to join the Black Armored troops, they might even lose their lives. Walala. Mutiny? Who wants to mutiny? Just when everyone was silent, the pile of firewood on the east side of the kitchen suddenly fell down without warning. Then, 3 people walked out from it. The person in the lead was burly and had an imposing aura. That person walked towards the crowd with a majestic gait. As he walked, he spoke coldly. Chapter 1785. Grand General, outside the kitchen of the Black Armored Army's Wu Barracks, Ding Dali, by Shanghai, Zhang Kanyan and the rest had a bad feeling when they heard the sudden voice. When they saw the person's face clearly, they were all scared out of their wits. The person who came was Duan Zhishuan. Just a moment ago, they were still discussing how to mutiny. The next moment, Duan Zhishuan, the highest-ranking general of the Black Armored Army, suddenly appeared in front of them. How could they not be shocked? Grand General, please spare my life. This lowly general. Zhang Kanyan's entire body was trembling. It was the hottest day of the summer, but he felt as if his entire body was shaking. This was because the moment Duan Zhishuan appeared, his entire body was cold from the inside out. Driven by a strong desire to live, he crawled towards Qiu Xingong and repeatedly begged for mercy. However, since things had already come to this, even if he was usually eloquent and had a glib tongue, he couldn't think of a way to clear his name at this moment. Zhang Kanyan, why don't you tell me, how can this general spare your life? Duan Zhishuan snorted angrily and kicked away Zhang Kanyan, who was trying to crawl over to hug his thigh. Grand General, this lowly general. At this moment of life and death, Zhang Kanyan forced himself to calm down. At this moment, his brain was spinning rapidly, trying to find an excuse to clear his name. But before he could think of a way to open his mouth, another person beside Duan Zhishuan spoke up. Lieutenant Zhang, I'm really sorry. The Grand General and I agreed to come here to observe the stars an hour ago. We really didn't expect to meet you here discussing such important matters. So, the Grand General heard every single word you said just now. Li Zishuan. Hearing this voice, Zhang Kanyan noticed that there were 2 people beside Duan Zhishuan. One was Li Zishuan, and the other was the lieutenant of the Wu Battalion, Sun Jiping. Li Zishuan's words really made Zhang Kanyan gnash his teeth in anger. What did he mean by agreed to come here to observe the stars an hour ago? You King observe the stars in a pile of firewood? Who are you trying to fool? However, at the same time that Zhang Kanyan was gnashing his teeth in hatred, his heart had fallen to the bottom of the valley, and he was completely disheartened. At this moment, even if he had a peerless eloquence, he would not be able to clear his name from this matter. Thinking of the tragic fate he would face next, Zhang Kanyan was terrified. Tears and snot flowed down his face. He could only kowtow his head to the ground and beg for mercy. Great General, this general is guilty. This general was confused for a moment. Please spare this general's life. What a momentary confusion. Duan Zhishuan's face was as cold as frost, and a strong killing intent burst out from his eyes, which made the air around him seem to have become colder. He stared coldly at Zhang Kongyan, who was lying on the ground, and said angrily, "You were muddle-headed for a moment, so you sent someone to secretly instigate discord in the Wu Battalion. You were muddle-headed for a moment, and then instigated these soldiers of the Wu Battalion to mutiny? Could it be that your actions today were completely due to a moment of confusion? Spare me, great general. Have mercy, great general." Although Zhang Kongyan's heart was filled with fear, he still had a trace of rationality left in him. He still didn't expose Xiao Xingong, because he knew clearly that he couldn't escape from the blame for what happened tonight. If he didn't expose Xiao Xingong, perhaps Xiao Xingong could still save him. At the very least, even if he died, Xiao Xingong could still treat his family well. Oof. And you guys, Duan Jishuan didn't even bother to pay attention to Zhang Kongyan. Perhaps in his eyes, Zhang Kongyan was already a dead man. It would be a waste of time to talk to him. He turned around and looked at Ding Dali and the other injured soldiers of the Wu Battalion and said angrily, "All of you can't tell right from wrong. Just a little bit of slanderous talk, and you all waver. You don't have any persistence in your hearts. Now you're actually discussing a mutiny in the camp. Do you know what the punishment for mutiny in the Black Armored Army is?" Hearing this, Ding Dali and the other injured soldiers instantly broke out in cold sweat. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly and could only bury their heads in the ground. Oof. Sun Jiping, tell me, what is the punishment for mutiny in the army? Seeing that no one in front of him spoke, Duan Jishuan snorted coldly and said. Sun Jiping immediately stood up, bowed, and cupped his fist and said, "Great General, according to the military rules, mutiny in the army should be beheaded." Chapter 1786. Zhang Kongyan, by Shanhai, and the others deliberately incited the soldiers to mutiny. They have violated the military rules, so they will be punished according to the military rules. If you execute them without permission, you will be punished even more. Li Zishuan snatched the MO sword from Ding Dali's hand and waved it to the side. The MO sword was stabbed into the ground. Then he looked at the rest of the soldiers behind Ding Dali, and a strange smile appeared on his face. He said, "In the past 2 days, 52 of our brothers in the Wu Battalion were injured because of the training. Regarding this, as your commanding officer, I cannot shirk my responsibility. Of course, what makes me feel gratified is that among the 52 brothers, only 12 of you listened to the instigation and came to meet Lieutenant Zhang secretly. This means that most of the brothers can still understand my good intentions. On the first day of the new drill, 42 soldiers of the V Battalion were injured. On the second day, 10 soldiers were injured. In total, 52 soldiers were injured in the 2 days. Although Zhang Kongyan had prepared well in order to drive a wedge between the wounded soldiers, but in the end, only 12 of them were shaken. Of course, some of them knew what was right and what was right, but they couldn't rule out the fact that Li Zishuan played an important role in patrolling the barracks last night and treating the wounded soldiers. Hearing this, the 12 wounded soldiers of the Wu Battalion, including Ding Dali, all lowered their heads in shame. Indeed, after listening to Zhang Kongyan's fabricated speech, their hearts were indeed shaken. Zhang Kongyan had taken advantage of their weakness of not having a strong will, and that was why his evil plan had almost succeeded. General, although they listened to the instigation of Zhang Kongyan and the others, but when Zhang Kongyan persuaded them to mutiny, none of them agreed. This proves that they don't have the intention to mutiny. Because of this, I hope the general can give them a way out and spare their lives. Seeing the wounded soldiers of the Wu Battalion all lowered their heads in shame and didn't dare to say anything, Li Zishuan turned to Duan Jishuan and bowed. Duan Jishuan's eyes flashed slightly. He didn't immediately agree, but he didn't explicitly object either. After a moment of silence, he ordered Sun Jiping, "Sun Jiping, I order you to return to the camp immediately and mobilize a group of soldiers to capture these people." In order to avoid exposing themselves, only the 3 of them were hiding in the pile of firewood tonight. But even without a single soldier, Duan Jishuan was not afraid. This was the Black Armored Army's camp. He did not believe that anyone would dare to go against his will. Even if there was, he was confident that he could subdue them with his own strength. This general obeys. Sun Jiping bowed and cupped his fists, loudly accepting the order and leaving. Duan Jishuan slowly walked up to Zhang Kongyan, and an invisible aura pressed down on Zhang Kongyan. Zhang Kongyan immediately found it difficult to breathe, and even his blood seemed to freeze. At this moment, a moment felt like 1,000 years to him. Finally, Duan Jishuan opened his mouth. Zhang Kongyan, who ordered you to incite the wounded soldiers of the Wu Battalion? Although Duan Xuan's voice wasn't loud, but to Zhang Kongyan, who had just suffered a great deal of mental torture, these few words were like thunder, like a huge bell, exploding in his mind. For a moment, he actually lost his mind and almost told Duan Jishuan the truth. General, this matter was caused by a moment of confusion, and I acted on my own accord. No one ordered me to do this. Chapter 1787. Huff, huff. After settling everything, Li Zishuan returned to his tent. Chung Chumo and Yuchi Baolin were already asleep. Even though the two of them wanted to know the outcome of the matter, they couldn't withstand the fatigue. After all, to Yuchi Baolin, the training during the day was extremely tiring. And to Chung Chumo, helping Li Zishuan with the sand table in the afternoon was extremely taxing on his brain. These two fellows, looking at the two sleeping men, Li Zishuan couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. He thought to himself, I have to fall asleep while listening to the snoring of these two brothers again. Even though the two of them were nominally his personal guards, Li Zishuan had never treated them as his personal guards. To him, Chung Chumo and Yuchi Baolin were his students, and more importantly, his brothers. Although I didn't manage to uncover Qiu Xingong, the mastermind behind the scenes, I did manage to cut off one of his arms. I hope that old man can take care of himself and stop causing trouble for me in the next few months. After washing up, Li Zishuan laid on his bed and thought to himself. He only joined the Black Armored Army because he was given an order in the nick of time. After the Black Armored Army's expedition to the north was over, even if Li Er didn't allow him to leave, he would still ask to leave. Joining the army wasn't his ambition, but it was the best way to help Tang get rid of the Turks. If possible, he didn't want to become enemies with Qiu Xingong during this period of time. After all, to the Black Armored Army, he was just a passerby. After the matter was settled, the Black Armored Army would return to its original state. However, not wanting to become enemies didn't mean that he was afraid of it. Zhang Kongyan inciting the soldiers of the Wu Battalion to mutiny not only crossed Duan Jishuan's bottom line, it also crossed Li Zishuan's bottom line. Since someone was trying to bully him, he naturally had to retaliate. That was why when Duan Jishuan sentenced Zhang Kongyan and the others to death, he didn't plead for mercy like the previous time. He wanted to use this opportunity to give Qiu Xingong a warning so that the old man wouldn't cause trouble for him anymore. Dong 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 dong. The great general has ordered all soldiers to gather at the drill ground. The great general has ordered all soldiers to gather at the drill ground. Early the next morning, before the sun had even risen, the sound of drums could be heard in the Black Armored Army's camp. All the soldiers in the camp heard the drums, and immediately after, there were soldiers shouting to and fro in the various tents. The military camp, which had been silent for an entire night, immediately began to move. The soldiers who had been lying on the bed a moment ago stood up and quickly put on their armor. Because the plate armor produced by the Strange Interest Pavilion was a full-body armor, it was difficult for one person to put it on. Usually, two people had to work together to put it on in the shortest time possible. In fact, it wasn't just the new plate armor. The armor worn by the Black Armor troops in the past wasn't something that could be easily worn either. Hence, in actual battles, many soldiers couldn't take off their armor when they slept. This was because the situation on the battlefield was constantly changing. One moment, they could be sleeping peacefully, but the next moment, the enemy could break into their camp. Why do we have to gather at the drill ground today? Although the soldiers were putting on their armor and preparing to assemble out of the habit of obeying orders, they still couldn't help but find it strange. As usual, Unless there was an important matter, the first thing the soldiers did when they woke up in the morning was to train according to the training schedule of each camp. The soldiers of A, D, and E camps were to run 10 li with their armor on. The soldiers of B and C camps were to practice their swordsmanship or lance skills. They could only go for breakfast after they finished running or practicing. Going to the drill ground directly after waking up meant that there was likely to be an important announcement. Xianxia, what time did you come back last night? In the tent, Cheng Chumo, who had been woken up by the drums, asked Li Zishuan as he and Yuchi Baolin helped each other put on their armor. Li Zishuan's skills were a notch higher, so he didn't need any help to put on the armor. When he heard Cheng Chumo's question, he faintly replied, I came back around midnight. Why? It's 1:45. So late? Baolin, and I should have been asleep by then. Cheng Chumo frowned and muttered under his breath. Then he suddenly looked excitedly at Li Zishuan and asked, Then how was the battle last night? Did Bai Shanhai bring Sun Tao to the meeting? Did the Grand General go with you to catch the traitors? Seeing Cheng Chumo's eagerness for knowledge, and that this fellow had helped him resolve a hidden danger, Li Zishuan patiently explained. Sun Tao didn't go last night, but the lieutenant of the 3rd Battalion, Zhang Kongyan, went. That bastard instigated Ding Dali and the others to mutiny on the spot. The Grand General, me, and Jeeping hid in the pile of firewood and heard their plan clearly. Then we captured Zhang Kongyan by Shanhai, Ding Dali, and the others. Captured all of them? And then? How did the Grand General deal with them? Cheng Chumo listened with great interest. After all, the reason why Duan Jishuan and Li Zishuan were able to resolve Zhang Kongyan's plan so easily was mainly because he had informed them beforehand. Cheng Chumo waited for a long time, but Li Zishuan didn't continue, so he couldn't help but ask. How he dealt with them? You'll know in a while. It's getting late. Why aren't you gathering at the drill ground? If you're late, you'll be the ones to be punished. Li Zishuan had already put on his armor. Hearing this, he rushed out of the tent and urged Cheng Chumo. Xiaoxian, wait for us. The Black Armor Army was an elite force, so the soldiers gathered very quickly. In less than a quarter of an hour, the soldiers of the 5 battalions were all gathered on the drill ground. Very quickly, the soldiers of the 3rd Battalion discovered an extremely abnormal and strange phenomenon. That was, their lieutenant was actually missing. Usually, for such a large gathering of the entire army, the lieutenant, as the commanding officer of the battalion, couldn't be absent. But today was just so strange. The soldiers of the 3rd Battalion scanned the entire drill ground with their eyes and didn't find Zhang Kongyan's figure. Not only that, some of them even discovered that there were people missing from the troop. Sujia, where's Meng Yujiang? Where'd he go? I don't know. Isn't he staying in the same tent as you? He was still here last night, but I didn't see him after I woke up early. There's such a thing? Guoming is also missing. Similar voices could be heard from more than one place in the 3rd Battalion. The situation in the 3rd Battalion wasn't any better. Reporting. Lieutenant, there are a total of 5 people from our battalion that have not arrived. They are by Shanhai, Yang Qingyun, Wu Feibai, Tan Xingye, and Zhao Xingwang. In front of the 3rd Battalion, Sun Tao, as the lieutenant, was organizing the troops at the front. At this moment, the personal guard he sent to count the number of people ran back and cupped his fists and reported to him. By Shanhai, Yang Qingyun, Wu Feibai, Tan Xingye, Zhao Xingwang. When he heard these 5 names, Sun Tao's expression couldn't help but become unnatural. Because the 5 people that Zhang Kongyan borrowed from him were by Shanhai, Yang Qingyun, Wu Feibai, Tan Xingye, and Zhao Xingwang. Where are they? After a moment of silence, Sun Tao forced himself to calm down and asked the personal guard. Last night's incident happened at midnight. Most of the soldiers in the battalion were already asleep, and the secret meeting location that Zhang Kongyan chose was extremely secretive. Unless someone purposely sent someone to investigate like Qiu Xingong, it was impossible to know what happened outside of the 5th Battalion's kitchen last night. Sun Tao was no exception. Sun Tao didn't participate in the entire plan to sow discord. He didn't know why Zhang Kongyan transferred by Shanhai and the rest, And he also didn't know that Zhang Kongyan was going to secretly meet the wounded soldiers of the 5th Battalion in the 5th Battalion's kitchen last night. Lieutenant, according to the squad leader of by Shanghai and the rest tent, they were still in the tent last night, but they were all gone this morning. The personal guard bowed and replied, "Gone." Sun Tao's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly had a very bad feeling. At this moment, Qiu Xinggong appeared on the high platform in front of the drill ground. However, compared to the past, Qiu Xinggong didn't seem to be in a good mood today. Sun Tao waved his hand at the personal guard and said, "All right, I know you can leave now." "Yes, Lieutenant." The personal guard cupped his fists and turned to leave. Looks like Zhang Kongyan must have started his operation last night, but it failed. Sun Tao thought to himself as he looked at the gloomy Qiu Xinggong on the high platform and the leaderless dragon in front of the 3rd Battalion. At this point, no matter how stupid he was, he could guess that something must have happened last night, and it was Zhang Kongyan who brought by Shanghai and the rest with him. The Grand General has arrived. At this moment, Duan Jixuan appeared on the right front of the drill ground. The 5 battalions instantly quieted down. All the soldiers stopped moving and stood straight on the spot, without moving an inch. Duan Jixuan quickly walked to the front of the drill ground. The black armored soldiers below the stage shouted in unison, "Greetings, Grand General." Their voices were like a loud bell that could topple mountains and overturn seas. "Rise, soldiers!" Duan Jixuan shouted loudly. The soldiers below the stage stood straight again. Duan Jixuan's expression turned serious as he said in a deep voice, "I have gathered all the soldiers here today because I have something important to announce." Last night, Lieutenant Zhang Kongyan of the 3rd Battalion led by Shanghai, Yang Qingyun, Wu Feibai, Tan Xianxia, Zhao Xingwang of the 2nd Battalion, Zhao Fei, Sun Gang, Meng Yujiang, Han Cheng, Su Peng, and Feng Chang of the 3rd Battalion to secretly meet with Ding Dali, Yao Wuda, and the injured soldiers of the 5th Battalion in the kitchen of the 5th Battalion. Zhang Qian instigated Ding Dali and the rest to mutiny by framing Adjunct Li and sowing discord among the soldiers. If it wasn't for Lieutenant Sun Jiping of the 5th Battalion arriving in time and arresting all of them, Zhang Kongyan's evil plan would have succeeded. At that time, our Black Armored Army would have become the laughingstock of the 12 capital garrison guards. Everyone was shocked when they heard this, especially the soldiers of the 2nd and 3rd Battalions. They finally knew why their battalions were short of people today. It was because something so big had happened last night. Mutiny in the army, that was a capital offense. Although the soldiers below the general appointment stage were shocked, none of them whispered to each other due to their excellent military discipline. At the same time, they could feel a trace of murderous intent from Duan Jixuan's tone. As expected, Duan Jixuan continued to speak. As the commander-in-chief of the Black Armored Army, I can't let the reputation of the Black Armored Army be ruined by such despicable people. Listen up. Zhang Kongyan led his men to secretly incite the soldiers to mutiny. His crime cannot be punished. At noon today, Zhang Kongyan, by Shanghai, Yang Qingyun, Wu Feibai, Tan Xianxia, Zhao Xingwang, Zhao Fei, Sun Gang, Meng Yujiang, Han Cheng, Su Peng, and Feng Chang, a total of 11 people, will be executed in public. As for the lieutenant of the 3rd Battalion, Adjunct Li will temporarily take over. From today onwards, the 3rd Battalion, 1st Battalion, 4th Battalion, and 5th Battalion will implement a new training program. The soldiers below the stage were shocked. They didn't expect Duan Jixuan to be so ruthless. He killed one person in one breath, and one of them was even a lieutenant of the 3rd Battalion. It seemed like Duan Jixuan was really angry. On the other hand, Li Zixuan was a little surprised. He wasn't surprised by Duan Jixuan's treatment of Zhang Kongyan. He was surprised that Duan Jixuan had actually given him the position of lieutenant of the 3rd Battalion. This was something he had never expected. "As you command." After hesitating for a moment, Li Zixuan saw Duan Jixuan giving him a signal with his eyes. He could only step forward and bow. Duan Jixuan had helped him so much. He didn't want to disregard Duan Jixuan's face. Furthermore, this lieutenant position was only given to him, and it wouldn't last forever. Furthermore, by taking over this lieutenant position, he had cut off one of Qiu Xingong's arms in the black armor troops. From now on, the 3rd Battalion would no longer be under Qiu Xingong's personal use. On the stage, Qiu Xingong, who was standing behind Duan Jishuan, had flames in his eyes and his face was twitching. Just as Li Zishuan had thought, Duan Jishuan's action had directly cut off one of his arms in the black armor troops. If he could, he really wanted to stand out and object. But he couldn't. Because he was heavily implicated in last night's incident, he still didn't know how much information Duan Jishuan had obtained from Zhang Kangyan. Therefore, even though Qiu Xingong had cut off one of his arms, he could only endure it and didn't dare to act rashly. Below the stage, after hearing Duan Jishuan's words, Sun Tao couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Last night's incident had nothing to do with him, but Qiu Xingong's decision had a lot to do with him. Because according to Qiu Xingong's words, Li Zishuan would temporarily take over the position of lieutenant of the 3rd Battalion, and the 3rd Battalion would also have to start training according to the new drill. In this way, their 2nd Battalion would be the only battalion in the black armor troops that still adhered to the old drill. This basically meant that Duan Jishuan had tacitly acknowledged the superiority of the new drill. Then, what was the point of the competition between the 2nd and 5th Battalions 8 days later? This was a competition that had already been lost before it even started. At this moment, Sun Tao only wanted to look up to the sky and sigh, "I am so lonely." Of course, with this fellow's literary skills, he definitely wouldn't be able to say such a poetic sentence. But the general idea was still the same. At this moment, Duan Jishuan continued on the stage. Ding Dali and the rest listened to slanderous words and disrupted the morale of the troops. They can be spared from death, but they can't escape punishment. Men, bring Sun Dali and the rest up. In front of all the soldiers, strip them of their clothes and flog them 40 times. Yes, sir. Sun Jiping hurriedly went up to receive the order. Chapter 1788. Bam! 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 On the black armored army's drill ground, Ding Dali and the other 12 wounded soldiers of the Wu Battalion knelt on the stage. Behind each of them stood a soldier with a stick in his hand. They were here to enforce the military law. Under the gaze of the 5,000 black armored army soldiers below the stage, the wooden sticks landed heavily on the backs of Ding Dali and the others. It could be said that the sticks hit the flesh. Very soon, their backs were covered in blood and flesh. The punishment of the military rod in ancient times was completely different from the punishment of the rod in the government or the palace. When the government punished criminals or the palace punished disobedient servants, they would usually use the stick to hit the buttocks. There was a lot of flesh on the buttocks. Although it was painful, it wouldn't hurt the person. But it was different in the military. The punishment of the rod in the military was usually to hit the back with the stick. If something went wrong, it was very likely that the person would be beaten to a pulp. Some novels often said that if someone broke the military rules, they would be dragged down and beaten 100 times. That was pure nonsense, because 100 strikes of the rod would be the end of anyone. Therefore, Duan Jishuan sentenced Ding Dali and the others to 40 strikes of the rod. This wasn't a light punishment. With these 40 strikes of the rod, they would have to lie in bed for at least 7 to 8 days. If it was more serious, they might have to lie in bed for 10 days to half a month. However, compared to the punishment of Zhang Kangyan and the others being beheaded, these 40 strikes of the rod were considered a fair punishment. Therefore, although Ding Dali and the others were clenching their teeth in pain, none of them complained. They knew that it was already Duan Jishuan's mercy that they were able to keep their lives this time. Li Zishuan stood below the stage and looked at the rod landing solidly on the backs of Ding Dali and the others. He couldn't help but feel a toothache. This was the first time he saw the punishment of the military in ancient times. Yesterday, when he heard Qiu Xingong say that Ding Dali and the others would be punished with 40 strikes of the rod, he didn't take it to heart, because he thought that 40 strikes of the rod wasn't a big deal. But now, he didn't think so anymore. It could be said that if it was someone with a slightly weaker physique, like Ding Dali and the others, they would definitely die after receiving 40 strikes of the rod. Only these people who had been in the military for many years and had a strong physique could withstand 40 strikes of the rod. Great General, will something happen if we continue fighting like this? Out of humanitarian considerations, Li Zixuan still wanted to try to plead for mercy for Ding Dali and the others. Although Ding Dali and the others had listened to Zhang Kanyan's words and changed sides, they still had their own persistence at the crucial moment. Li Zixuan felt that these people did not deserve to die. Now that the main culprit was about to be executed, if Ding Dali and the others could turn over a new leaf and take this as a warning, they could still be useful. After all, he had seen these people when he was patrolling the camp that night. They were not bad people. They should be fighting the enemy instead of dying under the black armored troops' canes. Everyone should be responsible for their own mistakes. In the military, merit should be rewarded and mistakes should be punished. Ding Dali and the others are gullible and gullible. If we don't punish them, how can we convince the others in the future? Duan Jixuan shook his head and decisively rejected Li Zixuan's pleading. Then he said to Li Zixuan, "However, Lieutenant Li, you don't have to worry about them. If they can't even withstand 40 strikes of a rod, then they don't deserve to be a member of the black armored troops." "I hope so." Li Zixuan sighed and said helplessly, "To the soldiers below the stage, 40 strikes of the rod might not be a long time, but to Ding Dali and the others on the stage, these 40 strikes felt like years. But no matter what was done would be done." After 15 minutes, the punishment was finally over. Ding Dali and the others found it difficult to even kneel on the ground. At this moment, Duan Jixuan returned to the center of the stage and looked at the soldiers below. The black armored troops were established in the early years of Wuda. It has been more than 10 years, and we have never tasted defeat in hundreds of battles. What do we rely on? We relied on our daily tough training and iron-like military discipline. Zhang Kanyan used the new drill code as an excuse to frame Lieutenant Li and sow discord between the injured soldiers of the Wu Battalion and Lieutenant Li. He took the opportunity to cause a mutiny in the Wu Battalion. I must kill such a despicable person who sowed discord and disrupted the military discipline of the black armored troops. However, Ding Dali and the others believed in the slanderous words of a despicable person and helped him to do evil. If it wasn't for the fact that they stopped at the last moment, I would have killed them too. These 40 strikes of the rod will be a lesson. I hope all of you can take it as a warning. Our black armored troops are the most elite cavalry of the Tang Empire and also the most disciplined troop in the Tang Empire. If anyone dares to sow discord again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Also, regarding the fact that the new training regulations will cause injuries, no one in the military is allowed to criticize it anymore. If you want to become strong in the military, you have to train as hard as you can. Sweating and getting injured on the training ground is better than getting your head chopped off by the enemy on the battlefield. Do all of you understand? Duan Jixuan ordered the execution of Zhang Kanyan and the others, as well as flogging Ding Dali and the others in front of everyone. This series of punches was to intimidate the soldiers of the black armored troops. After all, most of the soldiers in the black armored troops were new recruits. It was necessary for him to emphasize the military discipline of the black armored troops. "Yes, sir." The soldiers below the stage all felt a chill in their hearts and then responded loudly. Xiao Xinggong, who was standing behind the stage, had an ugly expression on his face. Duan Jixuan's last sentence and his previous action of appointing Li Zixuan as the temporary lieutenant of the 3rd Battalion meant that he was on the side of the new drill code. In this way, even if the 2nd Battalion won the competition 8 days later, it would be very difficult for them to completely abolish the new drill code. Zhang Kanyan, this idiot, how could he be so careless? And Li Zixuan, he is always ruining my plans. He really deserves to die. At this moment, Xiao Xinggong hated Zhang Kanyan to the core. There was another person who had the same complicated feelings as him, and that was Sun Tao. Xiao Xinggong's early actions caused him and the 2nd Battalion to completely become a lone army that stuck to the original drill code. In addition, Zhang Kanyan's ending today had caused Sun Tao, who already had a grudge against Xiao Xinggong, to waver. He originally didn't like the way Qiu Xingong and Zhang Kangyan did things. In the future, if he still followed Qiu Xingong's path to the dark side, he might very well end up like Zhang Kangyan. However, Qiu Xingong was after all a veteran who had founded the country. No matter if it was in the imperial court or in the military, he had a deep foundation. How could a mere lieutenant like him offend him? In that moment, Sun Tao was caught in a dilemma. We thank the Grand General for his mercy. Ding Dali and the others had recovered a bit of their strength. They endured the injuries on their backs and came in front of Duan Jishuan, kneeling on one knee and thanking him. Duan Jishuan nodded and didn't say anything. Ding Dali turned around and kowtowed to Li Zishuan. Thank you, Adjunctly, for pleading for me. Earlier, Adjunctly even personally entered the tent to check on my injuries. However, I mistakenly believed the slanderous words of a despicable person and almost caused a huge mistake. Ding Dali has let Adjunctly down, but Adjunctly pleaded for me. After I recover, I will ask for forgiveness from Adjunctly. Ding Dali's words could be said to be sincere. In reality, it was just as he said. If it wasn't for Li Zishuan pleading for them last night, they really didn't know what would have happened to them. Furthermore, if Li Zishuan and Duan Jishuan came out of the pile of firewood a little later, no one could guarantee that they wouldn't be possessed and agree to Zhang Kangyan's mutiny plan. At that time, they would really be consigned to eternal damnation. Therefore, no matter if it was the moment when they came out of the pile of firewood or when he pleaded for them, it was Li Zishuan who didn't care about the past and repaid evil with good. Ding Dali had no choice but to accept these two favors. Thank you, Adjunctly, for pleading for us. The rest of the people beside Ding Dali also bowed to Li Zishuan and thanked him. Li Zishuan said in a low voice, "You don't deserve to die." This adjunct, Li was just stating the facts. You don't have to thank me. I hope you can take this as a warning. Next time, don't listen to the slanderous person's instigation and do such a foolish thing. Now, go back and treat your injuries. The General Assembly stage wasn't a good place to talk. There were thousands of pairs of eyes below, so Li Zishuan didn't say much and sent them away with a few words. Yes, join the army. Everyone hurriedly responded. With the help of a team of military doctors, they got down from the General Assembly stage and headed towards the camp. If it was said that they treated Li Zishuan as a passerby before, now they were completely in awe of Li Zishuan. This was especially true for Li Zishuan. This guy was originally a person who valued friendship and loyalty. Under the multiple emotions of self-blame, guilt, and gratitude, Ding Dali's position in his heart had risen infinitely. Now, if anyone dared to say anything bad about Li Zishuan, Ding Dali would definitely fight it out with the other party regardless of the injuries on his back. Now, soldiers of each camp start training according to the training plan. Since his goal had been achieved, Duan Jishuan didn't waste any more words and loudly ordered. Yes, sir. All the soldiers responded loudly, and the captains of each camp also got busy. All soldiers of the A camp, listen to my order, turn left. Old rules, run 10 miles with your armor. You can only eat breakfast after you finish running. All soldiers of the B camp, listen to my order, turn back and train the horses for half an hour. The C camp, since Zhang Kangyan was captured and was about to be executed, he definitely couldn't come over to lead the troops anymore. Therefore, only Li Zishuan, who had just taken up the post, oh no, it should be the temporary captain, could give orders. Captain Liu, your D camp can run first. Li Zishuan didn't give the order immediately. Instead, he turned his head to look at the D camp Captain Luda on his right and said, although Liu didn't know what Li Zishuan meant by this, he still nodded and said, all right. Then he raised his voice and shouted, all soldiers of the D camp, listen to my order, attention. Turn left in front, start running. As his voice fell, the 1,000 soldiers of the D camp were like dragons emerging from the sea, majestic and imposing as they ran out of the drill ground. In the past, due to the limited space, it was usually the soldiers of the A battalion who ran on the drill ground. The D and V battalions ran around the north and south tents respectively. Therefore, the D battalion had to rush out of the drill ground at this moment. After the D camp soldiers left, Li Zexuan directly shouted. All soldiers of the C camp, attention. Turn left in front and follow the D camp soldiers. Run 10 miles with your armor. If you don't finish in half an hour, you will be punished according to the military rules. Just now, Duan Jixuan had killed the chicken to warn the monkey on the stage. At this moment, everyone was still in a state of panic. Therefore, although Li Zexuan was the new captain of the C camp, the soldiers of the C camp didn't dare to disobey his orders. Therefore, under the leadership of Li Zexuan, the 1,000 soldiers of the C camp all embarked on the journey of running 10 miles with their armor. Jeeping, you lead the E camp soldiers and run on the drill ground. Li Zexuan turned his head and shouted towards the direction of E camp. Chapter 1789. Both of you come here. In an open space to the north of the Wu Battalion of the Black Armored Army, there were more than 10 people tied to wooden crosses with ropes. 2 soldiers were holding long spears and standing straight in the middle to watch over the prisoners. At this moment, a soldier walked over and greeted the 2 soldiers. The 2 of them saw that the soldier had an extraordinary aura and couldn't help but look at each other. Then, they stepped forward and clasped their fists. "Brother, what can I do for you?" The soldier replied indifferently. "I am General Chio's personal guard. Today, a new batch of military equipment arrived in the army and has been sent to the 2nd Battalion. General Chio has ordered the both of you to help move it." The 2 guards hesitated, and the taller one of them said, "But Adjunct Li has ordered the both of us to watch over the prisoners, and we are not allowed to leave. Brother, why don't you look for someone else?" The soldier frowned and reprimanded. "Impudent! Is General Chio or Adjunct Li more powerful in the Black Armored Army?" At this moment, the soldiers of the various battalions are training. "If I don't look for you, who else can I look for? Besides, their hands and feet are tied up. How can they escape? Besides, it won't take long to move the military equipment. After you leave, I will help you watch over the prisoners. If anything happens, just look for me. My name is Tian Cheng." Seeing that this person spoke in a methodical manner and that Xiao Xinggong's influence in the Black Armored Army was not to be underestimated, the 2 guards hesitated for a moment and clasped their fists. "All right, the both of us will go and move the military equipment now. We will have to trouble Brother Tian here." Tian Cheng waved his hand and said, "Don't worry." The 2 of them then left. At this moment, a person suddenly walked out from the side of a tent not far away. Tian Cheng hurriedly went forward and bowed. "General." The person who came was Xiao Xinggong. You can leave first. I want to ask Zhang Kangyan a few questions." Xiao Xinggong nodded his head slightly and ordered softly, "Yes." Tian Cheng turned and left to stand guard for Xiao Xinggong. Ever since Zhang Kangyan and the others were captured last night, they had been tied up here. From last night until now, they had not drunk a single mouthful of water, nor had they eaten a single grain of rice. In addition, the rope had caused their blood to be unable to circulate smoothly in their bodies. At this moment, they had almost fallen into a state of drowsiness. It was still early in the morning, and the sun was not strong enough. By noon, when the sun was about to reach the top of their heads, they would probably pass out due to the heat and lack of water. In fact, this was almost a common practice in the military. Generally, people who were about to be executed would go through this before they were executed. This was not abusing the prisoner, but helping the prisoner. Yes, you didn't hear wrong. This action was helping the criminal. The prisoners on death row in the Supreme Court or the prison of the Ministry of Justice were treated with good wine and food before their execution. The good food was not important. What was important was the good wine. After the prisoner drank the wine, under the numbness of the alcohol, the prisoner's pain would be reduced a lot when they were beheaded. Naturally, the prisoner would have less resentment after death. Of course, these were all superstitions, but who asked the ancients to believe in these things? In ancient times, prisoners on death row were usually executed at 4:45 in the afternoon because that was the time of the day when the yang energy was the strongest. The prison of the government could give prisoners on death row alcohol, but in the Tang Dynasty, especially the beginning of the Tang Dynasty, the military was very strict. Alcohol was forbidden in the military, and violators were killed without mercy. Therefore, to the soldiers who were sentenced to death in the military, there was definitely no alcohol for them to drink. So what could they do? Generally speaking, it was like what Xianxia was doing now. They were left out in the sun, without food or water, so that they would enter a state of drowsiness before they were beheaded. When it was time for them to be beheaded, it would not be so painful. Raise your head. At this moment, Qiu Xingong walked in front of Zhang Kongyan and shouted in a low voice. Due to the distance between the prisoners and the fact that they did not sleep or drink for the entire night, Zhang Kongyan, by Shanhai, and the others were in a half-awake state. Qiu Xingong purposely lowered his voice, not wanting the other prisoners to hear his conversation with Zhang Kongyan. When the drowsy Zhang Kongyan heard Qiu Xingong's voice, his body trembled. He quickly raised his head and opened his eyes. He looked at Qiu Xingong and said, "General, save me. General, save me. I don't want to die. Woo woo." This fellow's voice was a little loud, so Qiu Xingong quickly covered his mouth. "Lower your voice." Qiu Xingong looked around and saw that the rest of the prisoners still had their heads lowered and didn't move. Only then did he move his hand away from Zhang Kongyan's mouth. He asked in a low voice, "This general wants to ask you, did Li Zixuan use torture to extort a confession from you?" Zhang Kongyan lowered his voice and replying to the general, "Adjunct Li did not torture us. Since we were captured last night, we have been tied up here. Neither Adjunct Li nor the general has come." Hearing this, Qiu Xingong was slightly relieved. He asked again, "What happened last night? Didn't you say that your plan was foolproof? How did you get caught by Li Zixuan and General Duan?" "I don't know either. Last night, when I was about to succeed in persuading Ding Dali and the others, Li Zixuan and the general suddenly walked out from the pile of firewood outside the kitchen. They seemed to have been hiding in the pile of firewood before I arrived. Therefore, the words that I said to Ding Dali and the others naturally fell into the general's ears." Speaking of this, Zhang Kongyan still did not understand until now. He could not help but feel puzzled. Chapter 1790. Duan Jixuan knew that it wasn't a good time to touch Qiu Xingong. As the emperor, Li Er knew this as well. Furthermore, due to his personal feelings, Li Er didn't want to touch Qiu Xingong. In the 4th year of Wuda, Qiu Xingong followed Li Er to fight against Wang Shichong. Before the battle, Qiu Xingong followed Li Er to test the enemy's strength. He led dozens of cavalrymen into the enemy's formation and killed many of them. Not long after, Li Er and the cavalrymen were separated due to the obstruction of the embankment. Only Qiu Xingong followed Li Er, after which a few cavalrymen chased after Li Er, and arrows hit Li Er's warhorse. The situation was dire, and Qiu Xingong turned his horse around to shoot at the pursuing enemy. Thus, Qiu Xingong dismounted from his horse and pulled out the arrow from Li Er's warhorse. He then passed his warhorse to Li Er while he walked in front of his horse. With a long saber in his hand, he shouted loudly to intimidate the enemy and killed many of them to protect Li Er as they returned to the Tang camp. In the end, the Tang army defeated Wang Shichong. It was because of that battle that Li Er started to put Qiu Xingong in an important position. Li Er had been a wanderer in the Taiyuan area in his early years, so he had a Jianghu aura about him. He knew very well that he should repay the kindness of saving his life. Although he later became the king of Qin, and even the emperor, and his Jianghu aura gradually faded, Li Er had never mistreated those who had saved his life on the battlefield. For example, Qin Xiong, Cheng Yaojin, Duan Jixuan, Yuqi Jingde, and the others, which one of them didn't hold important positions? Qiu Xingong was no exception. Thus, unless he had no other choice, Li Er wasn't willing to punish Qiu Xingong. What Qiu Xingong did this time had crossed his bottom line. The Black Armored Army was the key to the victory of the Kingdom War, and this Kingdom War was the key to the survival of Tang Empire. Li Er wouldn't allow anyone to sabotage it. The 30 strikes of the military rod was Li Er's warning to Qiu Xingong. If Qiu Xingong didn't know what was important and insisted on doing things his way, then no one could guarantee that Li Er wouldn't cut the tumor for the black armored army. Maintain a straight line from your shoulders to your ankles. Place your arms on your chest and keep your hands slightly wider than your shoulders. Then, use your arms to prop your body up from the ground. During the entire process, your shoulders, buttocks, and ankles must always maintain a straight line. Just like what I'm doing now, Li Zishuan was leading the sergeants of the 3rd Battalion to do push-ups on the drill ground of the Black Armor Army. The 4th and 5th Battalions were doing pull-ups. Because the number of horizontal bars in the army was limited, each battalion had to do staggered training. Since the entire 3rd Battalion had never been exposed to this kind of training method before, Li Zishuan had no choice but to teach them step by step. He had done the same thing in the 1st Battalion, 4th Battalion, and 5th Battalion before, but who asked the 3rd Battalion to be the new training camp? Every time you do a push-up, you'll have to do 100 push-ups. If you can't do 100 today, you'll have to increase the number of push-ups tomorrow. If you can't do 100 push-ups today, you'll have to do more tomorrow. If you still can't meet this condition after 5 days, you won't have the right to stay in the Black Armored Army. Do you understand? Li Zishuan stood up and said after he demonstrated to everyone. Yes, sir. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Only now did they realize that this newly appointed lieutenant wasn't someone easy to get along with. At the very least, in terms of training, Li Zishuan was much stricter than the previous Zhang Kongyan. But today, Duan Jishuan had just punished so many people on the stage, and he was even going to behead 11 people today. At this time, even if they were dissatisfied with Li Zishuan's tyranny, no one dared to voice it out. After all, anyone could see that Li Zishuan's position in the Black Armor troops was second only to Qiu Xingong, or even higher than Qiu Xingong. Good. Next, you'll be in groups of 2 and supervise each other. The squad leader will calculate the training progress of the soldiers under the fire and report it to the platoon leader. The platoon leader will report it to the camp's deputy general. The deputy general and I will be patrolling at any time. If we find anyone hiding or making a false report, the squad leader and the platoon leader will be punished with 200 push-ups each. Li Zishuan stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the soldiers of the 3rd camp. Logically speaking, 100 push-ups shouldn't be a problem for the Black Armored Army, who were strong and healthy. When the 5th camp first started their push-ups and pull-ups training, only a few people failed on the first day, but all of them passed on the second day. The overall quality of the soldiers of the 3rd camp was not worse than that of the 5th camp, so there shouldn't be any problems. Yes, sir. All the soldiers roared in agreement, and then spread out in all directions to train in groups. Gao Gong, have you memorized the main points of the push-ups? At this time, Li Zishuan walked towards a tall and burly soldier and said, this person was more than 6 chi tall, 189 m in height, and his weight was unknown. However, looking at his size, he should at least be close to 200 jin. This big fellow was the deputy general of the 3rd Battalion, and his name was Gao Gong. Li Zishuan didn't know if this fellow was in cahoots with Zhang Kongyan and Qiu Xingong. He planned to test this deputy general properly today, and then during lunch, ask Sun Jiping about this person while he was at it. Lieutenant, I've memorized it all. Gao Gong scratched his head and responded. Good. You'll do 100 push-ups first. Li Zishuan said faintly. Good. Then, can you help me check if the movements are standard? Gao Gong responded, then simply laid down on the lawn in front of him. He supported his body with both hands, pointed his toes on the ground, and began to do push-ups. While he was doing them, he counted, You're right. You're right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Other than Li Zishuan correcting his movements at the beginning, Gao Gong's speed of doing push-ups was very fast. It didn't take long for him to do 30 push-ups. Moreover, this guy didn't even pant after doing 30 push-ups. It could be seen how good this guy's physical fitness was. No wonder he could become the 3rd camp's deputy general. Oh, that's not right. In terms of martial strength, this big guy completely beats Zhang Kongyan. Logically speaking, the 3rd camp's commanding general should be Gao Gong. Li Zishuan thought in his heart. 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. Lieutenant, I've finished 100 push-ups. In the time that Li Zishuan was lost in thought, Gao Gong had finished 100 push-ups. In modern times, this added up to a little more than a minute. This meant that this guy only needed about a second to do one push-up. More importantly, 100 push-ups obviously wasn't Gao Gong's limit. According to his movements, 500 to 600 push-ups wouldn't be a problem. This guy's physical fitness was really good. Good kung fu. Li Zixuan smiled and praised from the bottom of his heart. Gao Gong scratched his head embarrassedly and said, "Lieutenant, you're joking. I'm just a brute force. In terms of kung fu, how can I compare to you, Lieutenant?" He wasn't trying to flatter Li Zixuan. He wasn't someone who liked to bootlick. In fact, in terms of kung fu, he really couldn't be compared to Li Zixuan, who had a famous master. After all, in terms of kung fu, Li Zixuan had gone through systematic training and even had a famous master to guide him. He, on the other hand, only had a body of brute force. In addition, he was just a person who blindly fumbled around on his own. In fact, situations like his could be found everywhere in the army. In fact, it was the vast majority. After all, not everyone could be like Li Zixuan, who could enter a famous sect and have the guidance of a famous teacher. The vast majority of people had blindly fumbled their way here. This kind of cultivation method was destined to prevent them from reaching the highest realm on the path of martial arts. Kung Fu, to put simply, was just some techniques to use force. But to put in a complicated way, it included the changes of moves, prediction, restraint, as well as the circulation of inner force in the meridians, and so on. Without the guidance of a famous master, it was very difficult to grasp these things through personal fumbling. This was also why most of the Black Armored Army were body, refining realm, and Qi gatherer realm martial artists. Qi transformation realm martial artists were already considered experts in the Black Armored Army. As for Grandmaster realm martial artists, in the entire Great Tang Army, they could be counted with 2 hands. All right, let's not talk too much. Next, you will be in charge of supervising the training of the soldiers. Report to me if there's any situation. After all, I'm also an adjutant and have to patrol the other battalions. Li Zixuan waved his hand and instructed Gao Gong. Just as he said, he was not only a lieutenant of the 3rd Battalion, but also an adjutant of the Black Armored Army. He definitely couldn't spend all his time in the 3rd Battalion. Moreover, he had just arrived at the 3rd Battalion and wasn't familiar with the soldiers in the battalion. If he had a native of the 3rd Battalion to assist him, it would be much easier for him. Yes, Lieutenant. Gao Gong didn't hesitate and immediately cupped his fists in response. Go train them well. Li Zixuan waved his hand, and Gao Gong accepted the order and left. Su Dashan, why are you sticking your butt up so high? Do you need me to help you kick it down? Big fatty Zheng, your stomach is almost touching the ground. Why aren't you pulling it in? Neo Daliang, can your shoulder go down? Do you need me to help you press it down? What you did just now doesn't count. Let's start from the beginning. Just as Li Zixuan expected, with the help of Gao Gong, a native of the 3rd Battalion, the soldiers quickly grasped the essentials of the push-ups. It could be seen that Gao Gong patrolled seriously and taught with great effort. He was a good helper. Li Zixuan planned to find out more about Gao Gong's personality and temperament during his free time in the afternoon. If he didn't have any obvious misdeeds, then he planned to put Gao Gong in an important position during this period of time. Seeing that the 3rd Battalion was training in an orderly manner, Li Zixuan felt relieved and left in the direction of the 5th Battalion. After all, the 5th Battalion was going to compete with the 2nd Battalion in 8 days. He had to go and check on the training progress. Although such a big incident happened last night, it didn't affect the competition between the 2 battalions at all. Clang, clang, clang. At noon, the soldiers finished their morning training. Logically speaking, they should go to the kitchen for lunch. But today was a little different. The Grand General has ordered all soldiers to gather at the drill ground. The Grand General has ordered all soldiers to gather at the drill ground. A few soldiers on war horses shuttled through the various battalions and shouted loudly. The soldiers didn't know what was going on, but they still gathered at the center of the drill ground under the lead of each battalion's chief commander. After everyone had gathered and lined up, Duan Jixuan went up the stage. The bright yellow silk scroll in his hand was especially eye-catching and eye-catching. Many people noticed it. Xiao Xingong also noticed it. His heart couldn't help but sink. He had seen a big scene before, so he knew that Duan Jishuan was holding an imperial edict. His Majesty has decreed. After Duan Jishuan stood on the stage, he opened the imperial edict and said, Walala. In an instant, the 5,000 black armored army soldiers below the stage knelt on one knee. This was the etiquette of welcoming an imperial edict in the army. Xiao Xingong also knelt down at this moment. Duan Jishuan then continued reading. The Tang Empire's emperor decrees that Zhang Kongnian, by Shanhai and the rest of the 11 people are guilty of conspiring to commit a mutiny and should be executed. The Black Armored Army's General Xiao Xingong is guilty of negligence in his management and will receive 30 strokes of the cane as punishment. The Marquis of Yong and Li Zishuan is to be appointed as the lieutenant of the Black Armored Army's 3rd Battalion. All soldiers of the 3rd Battalion will listen to his orders and not disobey. The contents of the imperial edict were very short and straightforward. It was completely different from the imperial edicts that Li Zishuan had sent out to the officials previously. The content was a little too straightforward. In fact, this was a common occurrence in the army. Everyone was already used to it. This was because most of the soldiers in the army were rough men. If the contents of the imperial edict were too scholarly, no one would be able to understand it. Simple and straightforward like this was the best. However, after Duan Jishuan finished reading the imperial edict, everyone on the drill ground was shocked. It wasn't because Li Zishuan wanted to execute Zhang Kongnian by Shanhai and the rest, nor was it because Li Zishuan had officially appointed Li Zishuan as the Black Armored Army's lieutenant. It was because Xiao Xingong was being punished for this incident. 30 strokes of the cane wouldn't be able to do much to Xiao Xingong. After all, he was also a martial arts expert. However, Xiao Xingong was a veteran in the Black Armored Army. Wouldn't this make him lose face in front of the soldiers? It could be said that the 30 strokes of the cane were more symbolic than practical. I'm guilty of negligence in my management. Xiao Xingong was also a little confused. He subconsciously guessed that Li Zishuan already knew that he was the mastermind behind last night's incident. However, after thinking about it carefully, he realized that something wasn't right. This was because if Li Zishuan already knew, he wouldn't just be punished with 30 strokes of the cane. He would have sent someone to arrest him directly. Therefore, the 30 strokes of the cane were more like a warning from Li Zishuan. At this moment, Xiao Xingong's heart was filled with fear and vigilance. He couldn't help but secretly regret listening to that idiot Zhang Kongnian's words. I, Xiao Xingong, am willing to accept my punishment. Xiao Xingong bowed in the direction of the palace, then stood up and cupped his hands. Although it was embarrassing to be hit with the cane, at this moment, losing face was better than losing his life. Xingong, I'll have to trouble you then. Duan Jishuan kept the imperial edict and walked over to pat Xiao Xingong's shoulder. He then ordered his bodyguards, Men, help General Xiao with the punishment. Chapter 1791. Peng, Peng, Peng. According to past practice, it was time for the soldiers to eat. However, today was different. The soldiers were gathered at the military drill ground to witness a special execution. The executioner was Duan Jishuan's personal guard, and the one being executed was the Black Armored Army's general, Xiao Xingong. In the Black Armored Army, there was one general and two generals. When the Black Armored Army was first established, Qin Xiong, Cheng Yaojin, Duan Jishuan, Yuqi Jingde, and the other generals had all taken up positions in the Black Armored Army. However, due to their military exploits, they were all promoted to other positions. Only Duan Jishuan and Xiao Xingong remained in the Black Armored Army. Today, more than 90% of the people in the Black Armored Army had not been in the Black Armored Army as long as Xiao Xingong. However, such a senior general was actually being flogged in public. This was truly unprecedented. Since the executioner was Duan Jishuan's personal guard, there wasn't a situation where he didn't dare to hit Xiao Xingong. Instead, every hit was very solid. After more than 10 strikes, Xiao Xingong's back was already completely red. However, he didn't really care because these were only superficial wounds at most. What he really cared about was how the soldiers below the stage would look at him after this incident. At this moment, Qiu Xingong's back was facing the soldiers below the stage. He could not see the expressions on their faces. However, he felt as if there were countless pairs of mocking eyes staring at him from behind. This made him feel as if his entire body was being pricked by needles. Li Zishuan, this old man will remember this. I can't touch you now, but that doesn't mean that I can't touch you in the future. Moreover, it was still unknown who would emerge victorious in the competition 8 days later. As long as the 2nd Battalion wins, your new drill manual will become a joke. At that time, this old man will see if His Majesty will still protect you. Qiu Xingong thought to himself as he clenched his teeth under the cudgel. As an old man, how could he not know that these 30 strokes were a warning from Lier? Now that things had come to this, he knew that he couldn't secretly scheme against Li Zishuan anymore. Otherwise, if Lier found out, even if there was no proof, he wouldn't have a good ending. But so what? If he cannot scheme, then he would use an open scheme. As long as the 2nd Battalion won the competition 8 days later, the new drill manual that Li Zishuan relied on to establish himself in the Black Armored Army would become a joke. Lier would have no reason to protect Li Zishuan. It had to be said that Qiu Xingong's eyes were indeed shrewd. He could tell at a glance why Lier was so biased towards Li Zishuan. Wasn't it because Lier had set his eyes on Li Zishuan's new training manual? However, Qiu Xingong had neglected a problem. Even Lier felt that the new drill was more suitable for the current Black Armored Army. How could the new drill be defeated by the 2nd Battalion 8 days later? Lier was going to be the emperor soon. Before he ascended the throne, he had been through hundreds of battles. His understanding of military affairs was not inferior to Qiu Xingong's. The reason why Qiu Xingong did not like Li Zishuan's new drill manual was because he was in the game and looked at Li Zishuan through biased lenses. Naturally, he did not like Li Zishuan's new drill manual. General, the 30 strikes have been carried out. After a while, the sound of the strikes stopped. The soldiers kept the wooden sticks and cupped their fists towards Duan Jishuan on the podium. Duan Jishuan said sternly, "Bring Xingong away for treatment." "Yes, sir." The soldiers accepted the order and left. "Thank you, General." Qiu Xingong cupped his fists towards Duan Jishuan. Then, with the help of 2 of Duan Jishuan's bodyguards, he walked towards the tent. Duan Jishuan turned towards the soldiers below the podium and said loudly, "In the Black Armored Army, everyone is treated equally. Anyone who breaks the rules will be punished. General Qiu is not an exception. I am not an exception. I hope that all of you will focus on training and abide by the rules. Don't be like Zhang Kongyan and the rest. They didn't die on the battlefield, but instead died in the army because they broke the rules." "Yes, sir." After Duan Jishuan finished his words, the 5,000 soldiers on the drill ground replied in unison, "Dismissed, let's eat." Seeing this, Duan Jishuan waved his hand and left. The Black Armored Army on the drill ground then dispersed and ran towards the kitchens of the various battalions. "Hey, Xiaoxian, this is really satisfying. Those who wanted to harm you either had their heads chopped off or were beaten. This is really satisfying." During lunch, Cheng Chimo said excitedly to Li Zishuan as he ate his food. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and said angrily, "Eating won't stop you from talking." Although he had already become the lieutenant of the 3rd Battalion, he still habitually came to the 5th Battalion when it was time to eat. After all, there were only a few people he knew in the 3rd Battalion. Cheng Chimo swallowed the food in his mouth and said, "Hey, Xiaoxian, can you not be so calm? In any case, we've managed to get rid of a few enemies this time. Shouldn't we celebrate?" Li Zishuan couldn't help but ask, "Celebrate? How we celebrate? Set up a table and let's eat and drink to our heart's content?" "Great, great. I haven't drunk in a long time." Hearing this, Cheng Chimo's eyes lit up and he quickly agreed. "Great my ass." Li Zishuan stared at this idiot and said, "If you dare to drink in the army, the one who will be chopped off tomorrow will be you." "All right, we can't drink in the army." Cheng Chimo immediately reacted. He sighed helplessly and said, "Sigh, when can we leave the army camp?" When he was in the academy, he wanted to go to the army camp. But when he was actually in the army camp, especially the Black Armored Army, he wanted to go back to the academy. At least the academy wasn't as closed off and boring as the army camp. Xianxia, this time we were able to get rid of this despicable Xianxia. No matter what, I've helped a lot, right? Since you've been promoted, shouldn't I be rewarded as well? Xianxia suddenly rolled his eyes and said excitedly, "Help a lot? I haven't pursued the matter of you slacking off yesterday. Your merits offset your faults. I won't reward you or punish you." Li Zixuan smiled and said, although he said this, but he also understood that Xianxia's contribution to successfully unraveling Zhang Kongnian's plot was not to be ignored. This friendship, he would remember it in his heart, and there was no need to mention it. "Damn, Xiaoxian, you're too mean," Xianxia scolded jokingly. The two of them bickered again. At this time, Li Zixuan looked at Sun Jiping and said, "Jiping, Gao Gong of the 3rd Battalion. Have you heard of this person before?" Previously, when Sun Jiping saw Li Zixuan and Xianxia teasing each other and playing around, he couldn't help but feel envious. This was because that was the true feelings between brothers. At this time, when he saw Li Zixuan turn to ask about him, he was stunned for a moment before replying, "Gao Gong? I've heard of some things about this person before, but I haven't had any concrete contact with him. What is it? Tell me about it." Li Zixuan asked with interest. Sun Jiping recalled for a moment. Then he put down his bowl and chopsticks and explained to Li Zixuan, "Gao Gong is a brave man. He can be considered as a veteran in the Black Armored Army. He had achieved many military merits in his early years. Before the expansion of the Black Armored Army, he was a team leader under General Zhang Shige. This year, with the expansion of the Black Armored Army, based on his previous military merits, logically speaking, he could have been promoted to a lieutenant of a battalion. However, for some reason, he was assigned to the 3rd Battalion and became Zhang Kongnian's lieutenant. There were rumors in the army that although Gao Gong's martial arts were better than Zhang Kongnian's, and he was braver than Zhang Kongnian in battle, he was too straightforward. He even contradicted General Qiu and General Duan many times. Therefore, Zhang Kongnian received General Qiu's recommendation to become a lieutenant of the 3rd Battalion. As for Gao Gong, he could only be Zhang Kongnian's lieutenant. In the past 2 months after the expansion of the Black Armored Army, Zhang Kongnian had not spared Gao Gong. In the beginning, he was beaten twice by Gao Gong, but because of this, Gao Gong was beaten up many times. He was even almost expelled from the Black Armored Army. In the end, if not for General Duan's intervention, Gao Gong would have already been kicked out of the Black Armored Army. After that, Gao Gong became more honest. Although he was secretly unhappy with Zhang Kongnian, he rarely fell out with Zhang Kongnian in public. In addition, although Zhang Kongnian and Gao Gong don't get along, he still recognizes Gao Gong's ability. Before this, the daily training of the officers and soldiers of the 3rd Battalion was basically handled by Gao Gong. Overall, he can be considered to have fulfilled his responsibilities. After Sun Jiping finished speaking, Li Zixuan could not help but fall in a deep thought. At this moment, Xianxia laughed loudly. "Hey, this Gao Gong is to my liking. If there's a chance, Old Cheng, will go and meet him." Birds of a feather flocked together. Just based on Gao Gong's way of doing things, he was 80% similar to Xianxia. Therefore, Xianxia was interested in him. These two people were both straightforward people. Li Zixuan rolled his eyes at this guy and could not be bothered with him. At this moment, Sun Jiping asked tentatively, "Why did you suddenly ask about Gao Gong? Are you thinking of using him in the 3rd Battalion?" "Yes," Li Zixuan nodded and said, "His Majesty has officially allowed me to take on the position of lieutenant of the 3rd Battalion. However, I still have the duty of an army adjutant, so I can't spend all my time in the 3rd Battalion. Moreover, I have just arrived at the 3rd Battalion and know nothing about the situation there. If Gao Gong can be of great use for me, that would be the best. When the time comes, I only need to hand over the training mission to him and let him lead the training of the soldiers in the battalion." Army adjutant's worries are not without reason. Hearing this, Sun Jiping nodded and said, "From what I understand of the situation, it is not a big problem to let Gao Gong go to the training camp. However, we still need to find out what his attitude toward the new training manual is. Yes, you're right. He was previously in charge of the daily training of the 3rd Battalion. There is nothing wrong with letting him continue to do it. However, his attitude towards the new training manual is very important. If he doesn't approve of the new training manual and goes against it in public, then it will be difficult to handle. Li Zishuan first nodded, then frowned and said, "However, from my interaction with him this morning, he doesn't seem to dislike the new training manual. This person can be observed first. If he really has the ability, what's wrong with letting him be the lieutenant of the 3rd Battalion?" After a pause, Li Zishuan added, Xiaoxian, you see that you're so busy. How about letting me be the lieutenant of the 3rd Battalion? Treat it as a reward for my contribution this time." Cheng Chumo suddenly interrupted at this time. It had to be said that this guy's way of thinking was really novel. He could come up with all kinds of ideas. F***ck off. After a moment of silence, Li Zishuan spat out. After they finished talking about the important matters, they quickly finished their lunch while talking and laughing. According to the usual practice, the soldiers could return to their tents to rest for a while after lunch. However, today it was a little different. After lunch, the soldiers all walked in the direction of the Yuan Gate without prior agreement. "Xiaoxian, it's almost noon. How about we go to the Yuan Gate to see Zhang Kangyan's head being chopped off?" Cheng Chumo usually had a bad memory, but today his memory was especially good. He obviously didn't forget that Zhang Kangyan by Shanghai and the others' heads would be seen at noon. Therefore, he pulled Li Zishuan's arm and said, "What's there to see about chopping off heads? You guys go, I'll go back to my tent to rest for a while." Li Zishuan frowned and said, although he had killed people in the past year since he transmigrated to Great Tang, those people he killed were people who wanted to kill him. He had no choice but to kill. Besides, he usually went for the vitals when he killed people. He rarely saw people's heads being chopped off. This scene was too bloody and violent, and he didn't like to see it. Therefore, he naturally had no interest in watching Zhang Kangyan and the others being executed. TSK. If you don't want to go, then we'll go. Bao and Jiping, let's go." Cheng Chumo shook his head with a look of pity. Then, he pulled Yuchi Baolin and son Jiping and left. "Miss, now that you and the young master of the Wang clan are together, Yuan is really happy for you." Chizhou, Yong County, west of the city, Li residence. Looking at the beautiful woman wearing a wedding dress and a phoenix crown in a mirror, the maid Yuan couldn't help but say happily. This beautiful bride was naturally Li Jingqiu, who was waiting for Wang Renbiao to bring people to escort her. Today was the day of her wedding with Wang Renbiao. This was a big event for the entire Yong County and Chizhou. The marriage customs of the Tang dynasty were mostly inherited from the Northern dynasty. At the beginning of the Tang dynasty, the time to escort the bride was usually at dusk. It was only after the middle of the Tang dynasty that people changed the time to early morning. Back when Li Zishuan married Han Yushi, it was in the afternoon. After the bride was escorted back, the residents would officially have a banquet. Today, the streets of Yong County were hung with red silk and colored satin. This wasn't forced by Wang Renbiao, but by the people themselves. This was because ever since Wang Renbiao took office, the governance of Chizhou had gradually become clearer, and the people's livelihood had also improved greatly. The people were still very supportive of this young provincial governor of Chizhou. It's a pity that father is no longer around. Now, the only person by my side is you, Yuan, who can be intimate with me. Li Jingqiu looked at herself in the mirror, sighed, and said, when other girls got married, they would be accompanied by their parents. However, she could only wear red makeup all by herself. How desolate. Chapter 1792. Young miss, don't say that. Today is your big day. If master and madam are watching from the heavens, they would definitely wish for you to be happy. Moreover, second aunt wouldn't dare to harm you now. Yong County seat, Li Jingqiu's boudoir. Seeing Li Jingqiu's sorrowful expression, Yuan couldn't help but console her. She's not afraid of me. She's afraid of the Wang family's power. Li Jingqiu frowned and coldly retorted. Back then, Li Zishuan had gone north to eliminate the locusts and untied the knot in her heart. Only then did she open her heart to Wang Renbiao, and their relationship progressed at lightning speed. During that time, Li Jingchu's status in the Li family in the western part of the city soared. Even second aunt, Lu Yuerong, who had always bullied her, became respectful when she saw her. However, good times didn't last long. Wang Yu and Princess Tong, who were far away in Suizhou, found out about Li Jingchu and Wang Renbiao. These two foot boss level bosses had personally come to Qizhou a few days ago to break up this pair of lovers. Li Jingchu didn't want to make things difficult for Wang Renbiao and the family, so she took the initiative to leave Yong County and go far away. Lu Yuerong was naturally overjoyed when she saw this. She seized control of the Li family once again and replaced all the shopkeepers with her own people. She also announced to the public that Li Jingchu had been expelled from the Li family. She wanted to use this to draw a line between the Li family and Li Jingchu so that Wang Yu and Princess Tong wouldn't vent their anger on her. At that time, Lu Yuerong was in high spirits and extremely pleased with herself. After all, the Wang family of Taiyuan was a 1,000-year-old family. How could Wang Yu and Princess Tong allow their eldest son to marry a merchant's daughter? Without Wang Renbiao's protection, Li Jingchu posed no threat to her. Just when she thought that the Li family would forever be under her control, Li Jingchu actually returned. She had returned for the bedridden Wang Renbiao. What was even more inconceivable was that after Li Jingchu returned, Wang Yu and Princess Tong didn't send people to capture her. Instead, the Li family received a letter of appointment and betrothal gifts from the provincial governor's office. The dignified eldest son of the previous family, as well as the governor of Qizhou, actually wanted to marry a merchant's daughter. Lu Yuerong felt as if her worldview was about to be overturned. But for her, after the confusion came fear. If this marriage went through, then Li Jingchu would completely leap onto the branch and become a phoenix. She had done so many things to Li Jingchu when Li Jingchu was depressed. If Li Jingchu really climbed onto the branch of the Wang family, how could she let her off so easily? Therefore, driven by fear, Lu Yuerong had completely transformed into a bootlicker during this period. She did her best to prepare for Li Jingchu's marriage. Whenever Li Jingchu had a request, she would readily agree to it. Moreover, she often acted as if she did not retaliate when hit or scolded. As a result, Li Jingchu found it difficult to punish her. However, Li Jingchu knew that Lu Yuerong's change in attitude was entirely due to her marriage with Wang Renbiao. Once there was a change in the marriage and she couldn't get married to Wang Renbiao, Lu Yuerong would immediately revert to her former attitude. That was why she said that Lu Yuerong was not afraid of her, but of the Wang family's power. Young miss, no matter what, after you marry Provincial Governor Wang, you can be considered to have escaped the sea of bitterness. In the future, you won't have to look at concubine Lu's face. You should be happy. Maid Yuelan's expression froze when she heard this. After a moment of silence, she softly spoke. Li Jingchu gently shook her head and said, Yuelan, although I'm married, I won't ignore the matters of the family. Father worked hard for half his life to establish this large family business, especially the carriage business. It is the culmination of Father's blood, sweat, and tears. I don't need to say what concubine Lu's character is like. I can't leave the family business to her. Otherwise, Father's blood, sweat, and tears will be ruined in her hands. Back when Li Xingyun committed suicide in the county's prison, Lu Yuerong quickly took over the Li family's business and replaced all the family shops with her own people. The key was that this woman was not cut out for business. Under her control, the Li family's business deteriorated day by day. In the end, it was Li Jingchu who took back the family's power that the Li family's business gradually improved. It was because of the lessons learned from the past that the preliminary experience came about. But young miss, you're about to marry Provincial Governor Wang, and the Wang family is a large aristocratic family. After you become the provincial governor's wife, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to manage the family business, right? The maid carefully said as she combed Li Jingchu's hair. Li Jingchu thought for a moment and said, Don't I still have you? Yuelan, you've been by my side since you were young. I've never treated you as a servant. Why get married this time? You'll come with me. If it's inconvenient for me to appear in the family business today, then help me. Moreover, I believe that young Master Wang will understand my difficulties. The maid was very touched by the first half of Li Jingchu's words, but after hearing the last sentence, the maid covered her mouth and laughed. Young miss, now that you're about to marry Provincial Governor Wang, why are you still calling him young Master Wang? You should be calling him Lord Husband, hee. Wretched girl, how dare you make fun of me? Hearing this, Li Jingchu's face turned slightly red, and she couldn't help but reach out to scratch Yuelon. Yuelon hurriedly begged for mercy and said, "Ah, young miss, please spare Yuelon. Yuelon won't dare to do it again." The two of them fooled around, and Li Jingchu's reluctance to part with her about to get married was somewhat diluted. Creak! At this moment, the door to Li Jingchu's room was pushed open from the outside, and a woman in luxurious clothes walked in. As she walked in, she said with a face full of smiles, "Jingchu, are you done with your makeup? The provincial governor's wedding procession is about to arrive. Let Annie help you with your makeup." The newcomer was Li Xingyun's second concubine, Lu Yuerong. She was sarcastic, but during this period, she had been Li Jingchu's super bootlicker. "There's no need. Yuelon has already helped me with my makeup. Annie, you should help me greet the guests in the front yard." Li Jingchu, who had been fooling around with the maid a moment ago, said coldly as she tidied up the phoenix hairpin and crown on her head when Lu Yuerong came in. Today was her wedding day, and she didn't want to get into a conflict with Lu Yuerong, so she didn't call her by her name. Instead, she called her auntie. Okay. Then I'll go greet the guests in the front yard. Jingchu, our Li family hasn't been so lively in a long time. Your aunt, uncle, and some of your husband's friends from the business world are all here to celebrate. Auntie, you must greet them well." Lu Yuerong nodded and beamed with joy. Go ahead, Annie," Li Jingchu said lightly. Hee, that's good. Oh, that's right. Jingchu, when Provincial Governor Wang comes to escort the bride and recites the makeup poem, you should come out after he recites too. Don't embarrass Provincial Governor Wang, understand? Auntie is doing this for your own good. Lu Yuerong was about to leave when she suddenly turned around and said this. Understood, Auntie, Li Jingchu replied carelessly. She and Wang Renbiao were originally in love, but after a long period of suffering, they were separated and reunited. Now that they were together in public, she naturally wouldn't make things difficult for Wang Renbiao over such a small matter. Most importantly, she couldn't bear to part with him. Only then did Lu Yuerong leave with peace of mind. When father was framed by that dog, official Zhang Liang, no one was willing to speak up for the Li family. But now, those people are all here to congratulate me. Yuelon, do you think they're sincere or not? Li Jingchu muttered with a sigh after Lu Yuerong left. It was clear that Lu Yuerong's words about the Li family's front yard being filled with distinguished guests had provoked Li Jingchu. Young miss, the young maidservant didn't dare to answer. She could only lower her head and keep her mouth shut. The fickleness of human nature, the fickleness of the world. I will make the Li family better and better. After a moment of silence, Li Jingchu muttered to herself, The bridegroom is here. The bridegroom is here. Near the hour of the evening, Wang Renbiao, wearing his wedding robes and a large red flower on his chest, rode on a large horse and led the escort party to the Li residence. The guests of the Li family in the front yard all rushed forward to congratulate Wang Renbiao, all kinds of auspicious words coming out of their mouths. The scene was very lively. Wang Renbiao was anxious to see the bride he yearned for day and night. After dealing with the guests with a few words, he led the party to the rear yard. The bride, hurry her out. 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 The guests of the Li residence also followed, and they all began to jeer behind Wang Renbiao. Because the next step was the most important part of the escort ceremony, makeup urging. At this time, Lu Yuerong walked over with a smile on her face and said enthusiastically, Governor Wang is very knowledgeable and talented. I'm sure you can easily compose a makeup hastening poem. My Jingchu is waiting inside. After saying that, she leaned close to Wang Renbiao and whispered, Provincial Governor Wang, This humble woman has asked someone to prepare a few makeup-urging poems. Do you think they're useful? While speaking, Lu Yuerong took out a piece of paper from her sleeve and wanted to give it to Wang Rinbiao. She wanted to help Wang Rinbiao cheat. It had to be said that this woman really had no bottom line when it came to being a bootlicker. Her little action naturally couldn't escape Lung Yuyao's eyes. Seeing this scene, Lung Yuyao couldn't help but turn her face away with disdain in her eyes. She thought that Li Jingchu was indeed an outstanding woman, but this concubine of hers was really a bit vulgar. Her young master was the eldest son of the Wang family's first wife and had read tens of thousands of books. Why would he need to rely on others for two mere makeup-urging poems? Wang Rinbiao clearly didn't expect Li Jingchu's concubine to be so lacking in integrity. When a woman got married, shouldn't the elders of the bride's family be reluctant to let their daughter get married? When it came to Lu Yuerong, why did it seem like she was afraid that Li Jingchu wouldn't be able to get married today? After being stunned for a moment, Wang Rinbiao discreetly pushed away the small piece of paper Lu Yuerong handed over and said, "Thank you for your good intentions, but I don't need it." After saying that, Wang Rinbiao flung his sleeves and stood with his hands behind his back. Then he looked towards Li Jingchu's boudoir. At this time, the boudoir door was open, but Li Jingchu was sitting behind screen. Wang Rinbiao could only vaguely see Li Jingchu's figure. As for when Li Jingchu would come out, it would depend on whether his makeup-urging poem could move Li Jingchu's heart. Regarding this, Wang Rinbiao was already prepared. In fact, he had already thought of a few makeup-urging poems last night. At this time, he pretended to ponder for a moment and then said, "It's said that the candlelight lowers the rouge powder. Don't be pretentious in front of the mirror. You don't need to put on heavy makeup. Leave your eyebrows to be painted." The general idea is that the bride is sitting in front of the candlelight, combing her hair and putting on makeup in front of the mirror. You don't need to put on a full set of makeup. Leave your eyebrows, and someone will come and paint them for you. Wang Rinbiao's makeup-urging poem was simply a clear stream in the makeup-urging world. Most people urging makeup were praising the bride's beauty, but he directly said that he didn't need to wait. He didn't need to wait. He would help her draw her eyebrows in the future. However, it wasn't easy for him and Li Jingchu to be together, so he naturally had a reason to be impatient. Everyone was stunned at first, but after they understood the meaning of this poem, they all cheered loudly. "Ha! Good. What a good. You don't need to put on heavy makeup. Leave your eyebrows to be painted." Provincial Governor Wang really has deep feelings for Miss Li. That's right. Provincial Governor Wang and Miss Li are really a match made in heaven. Miss Li quickly came out. Li Jingchu, who was behind the screen, couldn't help but tremble after hearing this poem. Wang Rinbiao was willing to recite this poem in public. It was enough to show his feelings for her. At this moment, the servant girl Yuelon covered her mouth and laughed. Hee, Miss, son-in-law can't wait any longer. Should we go out? Hey, miss, wait for me. However, before she could finish her words, Li Jingchu had already stood up and ran out. She's out. The bride is out. Everyone didn't expect that Li Jingchu would come out from behind the screen after Wang Rinbiao recited a makeup-urging poem. They couldn't help but burst into cheers. At this moment, Li Jingchu was wearing a phoenix coronet on her head, wearing a bright red shirt with a long skirt that reached the ground. The skirt was tied with a belt, making her look slender and luxurious. She originally had a peerless appearance, and today, she had specially put on light makeup on her face, making her originally pure and beautiful face appear even more beautiful and moving. Wang Rinbiao was greatly stunned. After he reacted, he hurriedly went up and said, "Jingchu, Rinbiao." Looking at the lover in front of them who they yearned for day and night, Li Jingchu and Wang Rinbiao's eyes were filled with tears at the same time. Carefully counting, it had been nearly a month since they last met. In this month, they had almost paid the price of their lives for this love. Today, they were finally together. The two of them looked at each other for a long time. At this time, Lung Yuyao stepped forward and said, "Young master, the auspicious hour is almost here. You have to go back and perform the ceremony." "Oh, okay." Wang Rinbiao came back to his senses and pulled Li Jingchu's hand. He looked at Li Jingchu affectionately and said, "Let's go, Jingchu. Let's go back and perform the ceremony. From now on, you and I are husband and wife, and we will never leave each other." Li Jingchu nodded heavily and replied. Thus, after the two of them bid farewell to Lu Yuerong, the nominal elder of the Li family, Li Jingchu boarded the bridal sedan and Wang Renbiao rode on the horse. The wedding procession turned around and went back to the provincial governor's mansion. That was the main event of this wedding. Chapter 1793. Qizhou Provincial Governor's Mansion. At this moment, the place was filled with guests and bustling with noise and excitement. Wang Renbiao was the Qizhou provincial governor and the eldest son of the Wang family of Taiyuan. Who in the Qizhou officialdom would dare to not attend his wedding? It wasn't just the officialdom. All the wealthy merchants and gentry in Qizhou were trying their best to attend the wedding. After all, Wang Renbiao was the boss of Qizhou. Furthermore, Wang Yu and Princess Tong and two important figures were also in Qizhou. If they could use this wedding to establish a relationship with Wang Renbiao, or the Wang family, they would be completely rich. Therefore, even if many people could not get an invitation, they still came to send congratulatory gifts. They wanted to get familiar with Wang Renbiao, Wang Yu, and Princess Tong. Even if they could not get an invitation, it was still good to form a good relationship. However, as a 1,000-year-old family, the Wang family naturally did not lack money. Therefore, in terms of congratulatory gifts, they did not accept any gifts from guests who had nothing to do with the Wang family. If one came to celebrate Wang Renbiao's wedding, they were welcome to eat at the banquet outside the provincial governor's mansion. However, if one wanted to use this opportunity to bribe Wang Renbiao, then sorry, the Wang family would not accept these gifts. This rule was set by Wang Yu. Currently, the Wang family was in a precarious situation. 3 of the 5 families and 7 hopes were gone. Only 4 of the 7 great families were left, including the Li family. Now that Wang Renbiao and Wang Yu were both court officials, Wang Yu was quite cautious in his style. In his opinion, with the Wang family's foundation from 2 years ago, when had they ever lacked money? There is no need to let the imperial censors get hold of their weakness for such a small profit. After the fall of the Cui and Zheng families, the imperial censors in the court now especially liked to collect information about the evil deeds of the children of the aristocratic families to prove their integrity and noble character. Wang Yu would definitely not make a low-level mistake in this matter. Moreover, Wang Renbiao was very supportive of his decision. As the Qizhou provincial governor, Wang Renbiao naturally did not want the officials of the counties under him to send expensive congratulatory gifts because of his wedding. Qizhou was not rich, and most of the officials could only live on the salary of the court. Of course, corrupt officials were excluded. Under such circumstances, how could Wang Renbiao be willing to accept their congratulatory gifts? Moreover, this could easily lead to the wind of comparison. Therefore, when Wang Renbiao sent people to send invitations to the officials of Qizhou, he had asked his servants to clearly inform them that they could come, but they would not accept any congratulatory gifts. Such a way of doing things naturally received unanimous praise from the officials in Qizhou. At the beginning of the Tang dynasty, the governance of various places was still relatively clean. It could not be said that there were no corrupt officials, but the proportion of corrupt officials was definitely very small. Most of the officials were still relatively honest. Before this, many officials were worried when they found out that Wang Renbiao was about to get married. Wang Renbiao was both the governor of Qizhou and the eldest son of the Wang family of Taiyuan. If the congratulatory gifts they gave him were too shabby, wouldn't they offend their superiors and the Wang family for no reason? But if this gift was too expensive, his money pouch wouldn't allow it. This was truly a dilemma. Therefore, Wang Renbiao's action allowed most of the officials in Qizhou to breathe a sigh of relief. Not only that, but the commoners were also full of praise for Wang Renbiao and Li Jingchu's marriage. Today, there were over 1,000 banquets set up on the streets outside the provincial governor's manor. Moreover, this banquet would be held for 3 days. During this period, all the commoners could eat for free. This was Wang Runbiao's handiwork. Last year, when Li Zixuan and Han Yushi got married, almost all the commoners in Chang and city were invited to eat gnawed chicken. Of course, there was a prerequisite at that time, which was that everyone had to bring a bouquet of flowers before they went. Now that Wang Rinbiao and Li Jingchu were getting married, Wang Rinbiao naturally wanted to make it lively. This was because Li Jingchu had suffered too much for him, and he wanted to use this opportunity to compensate her. The bride is here. The bride is here. At 5 in the evening, the bridal procession finally returned. The crowd outside the provincial governor's manor took the initiative to open a path. Wang Rinbiao flipped over and dismounted from his horse and led Li Jingchu out of the carriage. Looking at the newlyweds, the surrounding commoners and the guests in the provincial governor's manor couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Provincial Governor Wang is young and handsome, and Miss Li is beautiful. They are a match made in heaven. Who says they aren't? The bride and groom are really a match made in heaven. Miss Li is from our Yong County. This will bring glory to our Yong County. Maybe Provincial Governor Wang will stay in Qizhou because of this. The commoners of Qizhou will also be blessed. Haha, that's right, that's right. There are those who praise from the bottom of their hearts, and naturally, there were also those who made sarcastic remarks. However, these sarcastic remarks only dared to whisper in small voices. But I heard that the Li family is only a merchant's family, while Provincial Governor Wang is from the Wang family of Taiyuan. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? That's right. It's said that this time, the head of the Wang family and Princess Tong traveled thousands of miles from Suizhou just to break up this pair. Then why are they still together now? You don't know about this, right? It's said that Wang Rinbiao and Li Jingchu naturally couldn't be bothered to listen to these gossips in private. The two of them were clear that it wasn't easy for them to be together now. Naturally, they wouldn't add to their troubles because of other people's opinions. Wang Rinbiao and Li Jingchu held a red silk ribbon together and walked on the red carpet into the provincial governor's manor. Next, the newlyweds had to go through 3 checkpoints, crossing a brazier, crossing a saddle, and crossing a rice bag. In the courtyard, the master of ceremonies sang loudly. The jade phoenix raises its foot and crosses a brazier of fire. The evil spirits hide on both sides. Good fortune descend from the heavens to the nest of blessings. Good days are prosperous. The newlyweds cross a brazier, a piece of sandalwood carved into a jade saddle. When the newlyweds cross, each step is safe. The newlyweds cross a saddle. There's food and clothing. Each generation is better than the previous. The newlyweds cross a rice bag. At this moment, taking advantage of the newlyweds entering the manor, the senior official of the provincial governor's manor also began to sing the congratulatory gifts. This congratulatory gift singing was an essential part of the wedding. Firstly, it showed the groom's family's connections. Secondly, it was a form of respect for the guests who came to send congratulatory gifts. Previously, Wang Yu and Wang Rinbiao had indeed told the officials and commoners in Qizhou that came to the banquet not to bring congratulatory gifts. However, that was because those people's relationship with the Wang family hadn't reached that level. Even if they sent congratulatory gifts, they didn't come to sincerely congratulate Wang Renbiao on his marriage. Instead, they used it to curry favor with Wang Renbiao and climb up to the Wang family. However, this didn't mean that the provincial governor's manor didn't accept congratulatory gifts today. For those who had a closer relationship with the Wang family or Wang Renbiao, they still had to accept their congratulatory gifts. After all, this was a courtesy that should be reciprocated between friends and acquaintances. If they didn't accept it, it would seem unreasonable. At the entrance, the senior official held a long list of gifts and sang loudly. Xianxia Provincial Governor Liu Wenchang has come to congratulate. Gifts of 400,000 yuan. A pair of pure gold buttons inlaid with jewels. A pair of white jade mandarin duck buttons, and a golden hairpin with longevity fruits in its mouth. Sui County Magistrate Zhang Wenfang has come to congratulate. Gifts of 100,000 yuan. A jade Buddha, a pair of golden cups, and 6 silver necklaces. Xiangyang County Magistrate Deng Guangsai has come to congratulate. Gifts of 100,000 yuan. A pair of white jade mandarin duck buttons, and a jade Buddha. Sui County Magistrate Zhang Jing has come to congratulate. Gifts of 30,000 yuan. A set of the 4 treasures of the study, and a set of calligraphy by the sage of calligraphy, Wang Yujun. Xianxia Provincial Governor He Wenqing has come to congratulate. Gifts of 30,000 yuan. A copy of the zither chiseling painting. The zither chiseling painting was created by the East Jin Dynasty painter Gu Kaiji. His representative work was the Luo Shun painting. The people at the front of the list of gifts were mostly local officials in Sui County or nearby Sui County. Of course, there were also teachers from local schools. Wang Yuyu had been an official in Sui County for a long time, so of course, he knew many local officials. The Wang family naturally had to accept these people who came to congratulate and send gifts. Among these gifts, there were gold, silver, jewelry, calligraphy, and paintings of famous people. In general, these gifts could not be considered to be extremely valuable. However, the gift was light, but the sentiment behind it mattered. After all, these people were either officials of a region or teachers of a government school. They could not be said to be extremely wealthy and wealthy. They weren't rich or wealthy. As for the Sui County officials who came to congratulate, the people and guests who knew the inside story weren't surprised. However, everyone felt that these gifts were lacking. After all, 10,000 yuan was only about a dozen strings of coins. 100,000 yuan was only about 100 strings of coins. For a 1,000-year-old family like the Wang family, it wasn't worth mentioning at all. But soon, the nouveau riche that everyone was looking forward to arrived. Fanyang Lu family's Lu Chengqing came to congratulate. He sent 4 million yuan, 4 gold necklaces, 6 silver necklaces, 1 golden phoenix with pearls, 1 golden phoenix hairpin with 2 phoenixes holding longevity fruits, a pair of golden phoenix hairpins with pearls, a pair of Heqian white jade phoenix hairpins inlaid with jade, and a pair of phoenix hairpins inlaid with jade. Zhao County's Li family's Li Jingxian came to congratulate. He sent 4 million yuan, a pair of white jade mandarin duck buckles, for pairs of pearls with pearls, 2 small knives with ivory handles, for gold necklaces, and 6 silver necklaces. The crowd immediately let out a burst of exclamations. Wow, for a million yuan. People from Fanyang Lu family and Zhao County's Li family actually came. Provincial Governor Wang really has a lot of face. Lu Chengqing, Li Jingxian, they're the eldest sons of Fanyang Lu family and Zhao County's Li family. They actually came in person. Only the Wang family can have such influence. While the crowd was discussing, the chief official of the provincial governor's office continued to read aloud. Chang, a Marquis of Yong, and sent people to congratulate his adopted sister on her marriage with Provincial Governor Wang. He sent 8 million yuan, 4 pairs of top-grade night pearls, 1 golden phoenix hairpin with pearls inlaid with jade, a pair of phoenix hairpins inlaid with jade, a pair of Heqian white jade phoenix hairpins inlaid with jade, a carriage from Strange Taste Pavilion, 3 second-generation bicycles, and a special electric car from Strange Taste Pavilion. More than a month ago, there was a locust plague in Guangzhou and Qizhou. When Li Zishuan led the Sky Pheasant Brigade north, he passed by Qizhou and wiped out all the locusts in Qizhou's farmland within a few days. The people of Qizhou all remembered Li Zishuan's kindness. Now that they heard the chief official of the provincial governor's office read out the 3 words Marquis of Yong, how could the people and guests not be shocked? Not only were the people shocked by the gifts in the list, they were also shocked by the bride's other identity. 8 million yuan. The Marquis of Yong, and is really generous. What? The Marquis of Yong, and also came to congratulate? I heard that the Marquis of Yong and Provincial Governor Wang are good friends. I didn't know if this rumor was true, but it seems like it's true now. If that's the case, then won't the people of Qizhou be blessed? The Marquis of Yong and's Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce has many new and interesting items. When the time comes, I wonder if they can open a branch in Qizhou. Who says there won't be a branch? The carriages sold by Miss Li's family's carriage shop are all from the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce. There's actually such a thing. TSK. 8 million yuan. How much money is that? I've never seen so much money in my life. Tisk, what is this? Listen to the last two gifts in the list. They are the most precious. What gifts? There. It's the second-generation bicycles and the special electric car from Strange Taste Pavilion. Second-generation bicycles? The second-generation bicycles that were mentioned in Datong Daily a while ago. Even our Qizhou doesn't have many of them, right? Isn't that so? Look at how generous the Marquis of Yong is, giving away 3 at once. Actually, this isn't much. The most precious gift is the special electric car from Strange Taste Pavilion. What's this electric car? Why haven't I heard of it before? This electric car is too amazing. Most people don't even know about it. My uncle has always been doing business in Chong, and so he heard some news. It said that this electric car is a huge metal box. When a person sits in it, they don't need animals to pull it, nor do they need to use their feet to push it. The car can move by itself. It's amazing. Wow, there's such a car in this world? Yes. Before this, there was only one in the entire Tang dynasty. It was given by the Marquis of Yong, and when the son of the Minister of Works, Xianxia, got married. I didn't expect that the Marquis of Yong would give one to our provincial governor Wang for his wedding. If I could see it with my own eyes, I would have no regrets in life. Wait, did you guys hear the provincial governor's office say that Miss Li is the adopted sister of the Marquis of Yong'an? Yes. I heard it too. When did Miss Li become the adopted sister of the Marquis of Yong'an? Previously, there were people who said that Miss Li and Provincial Governor Wang's families were not compatible. Let's see who dares to say that now. Yes, Miss Li and Provincial Governor Wang are obviously a match made in heaven. If anyone dares to say that they are not compatible in the future, I will tear their mouths apart. A month ago, Li Zishuan had saved hundreds of thousands of acres of farmland in Qizhou, which meant that he had saved tens of thousands of people in Qizhou. In the hearts of the people in Qizhou, Li Zishuan had already become their savior. Therefore, when they heard that Li Jingqiu was Li Zishuan's adopted sister, they began to respect and love Li Jingqiu, the bride, even more. This was Li Zishuan's reputation in Qizhou. Although he was not an official in Qizhou, his reputation was not much worse than Wang Renbiao, the provincial governor of Qizhou. Adopted sister? Wang Renbiao, when did I become Marquis's adopted sister? While the people were discussing and cheering, Li Jingqiu's mind was filled with questions. She had just finished crossing the rice bags with Wang Renbiao and couldn't help but stop in her tracks. She tugged at the red silk in Wang Renbiao's hand and asked softly,